Khrushchev remembers. Introduction by Edward Crankshaw. When I was told of the existence of Nikita Khrushchev's reminiscences, my first thought was that they would prove to be a forgery. There have been a number of such documents which were in fact manufactured in the West for political or commercial reasons. I did not have to read very far, however, to feel pretty well sure that these were the real thing, and by the time I had finished I was convinced. Here was Khrushchev himself, quite unmistakably speaking, a voice from limbo, and a very heavy voice at that. To anyone who had studied to him in the days of his prime, or read his speeches in Russian, there was no mistaking the authentic tone. I have read almost every word of Khrushchev's that has been published since the late 1920s. On a number of occasions I have met him face to face, and I have listened to him speaking publicly and privately inside and outside the Soviet Union. For just on 15 years, from his recall by Stalin from Kiev to Moscow in the winter of 1949 to his ECHs in October 1964, it was my constant task to study him and try to penetrate his character and motives. And I am as sure as it is possible to be sure of anything that cannot be scientifically proved that the man who speaks in these pages is the man I came to know in all his public aspects and in the largely hidden processes of his struggle to seize power and retain it. He is older now, tired, diminished by sickness, his vitity no longer what it was but in some ways all the more self-revealing because of that. 9x So what we have is an extraordinary, a unique personal history. With its limitations, its evasions, concealments, deceptions, omissions, it is the first thing of its kind to come from any Soviet political leader of the Stalin and post-Stalin eras. It takes us straight into what has been hitherto a forbidden land of the mind. And for me the supreme interest and value of this narrative lies in the unconscious revelation of the underlying attitude, the assumptions, the ignorances, the distorted views, which must be shared to a greater or lesser degree by all those Soviet leaders who came to maturity under Stalin and were favored by him for their macabre combination of perfect ruthlessness and almost perfect obedience. How was this remarkable document assembled, and why? Here I have to say at once that I do not know. My own personal decision as to its authenticity had to be based on the evidence of a Russian type script and nothing else at all. This, on the face of it, extremely unsatisfactory situation is not so strange to me as it would be to those who work in and with open societies and have no experience of the inhibitions, the conspiratorized procedures, which surround all but the most elementary human activities in the Soviet Union. Often enough in the past I have had to rely on nothing but my own judgment and experience in determining the truth or falsity of this or that Russian language document. Conversely, there have been occasions when I have handled and published such documents knowing where they come from but pledged not to divulge their provenance to any other person. So I was not surprised or shocked to discover that there would be no answer to any of my questions. There was still one question, nevertheless, which I had to ask myself. Were those responsible for conveying this material to the West exploiting it as a weapon in political warfare? Particularly, were they working for the final ruin of its author? The first thought, again, was that some faction in or around the Kremlin might be interested in compromising Khrushchev himself, or alternatively, in undermining individuals or a group in the present Soviet leadership. Careful reading of the whole scotched any such idea. Khrushchev does not emerge very well from these pages, but by Soviet governmental standards he does not emerge all that badly either. There is much self-justification, and the really damaging admissions are the unconscious ones and the omissions and evasions. More importantly, nobody now active and in office is attacked directly. The main target of criticism is Stalin himself, and after him, Beria, a long way after Beria, Kaganovich and Malenkov. All are either dead or retired. I think it may be assumed that the chief concern of the person, or persons, responsible for releasing these reminiscences to the West, it certainly appears to be one of Khrushchev's chief concerns, was to counter the current attempts to rehabilitate Stalin. As for the book itself, what we have are the thoughts and memories, highly selective, of an old man trying to justify himself. The material adds up to a repetitive, sometimes self-contradictory, sometimes inaccurate, usually tendentious narrative in no sort of order and full of gaps. Mr. Talbot has taken this fragmentary record and put it into a coherent narrative in more or less chronological order. Now a word about the ground that is covered in this book and the ground that is not covered. There will be two main categories of readers: the general reader who has heard a good deal and read a little about Russia under Stalin and Khrushchev but has not had occasion to penetrate deeply, and the specialist reader who is familiar with the whole story and will be looking for confirmation, correction, and above all, amplification of what he already knows. For the general reader, many episodes in this narrative, indeed perhaps the whole tone of it, will come, I believe, as a revelation. And it is for him that I have written the short introduction to each chapter and section, and added the notes, putting the various parts into the larger context, pointing to omissions and 12 suppressions, correcting demonstrable misstatements, false implications, and so on, indicating who was who, and generally trying to put the record straight. For the specialist reader, on the other hand, there are no major surprises. He knows the whole story and he does not need me, or anybody else, to signpost the narrative and comment on it point by point. But he will find valuable confirmation of many facts already suspected or established by deduction, innumerable new details and vivid pictures from the life which will fill out and illuminate his existing picture, and above all, the recreation of the mood and atmosphere of Stalin's court. The picture of Stalin himself confirms and amplifies the picture given us first by Milovan in his superb conversations with Stalin, then by Svetlana Alliluyeva in 20 Letters to a Friend. It is a picture so different from the conventional image which held the stage for some 30 years, from Stalin's seizure of power until some years after his death, that we cannot have too much of it. Khrushchev also illuminates himself. From his early days to the death of Stalin, he enables us to trace his development as a human being and a party boss. From 1955, when he began to assume supreme power, until 1964 when he fell, he gives us a great deal of insight into his thinking and activity as a world statesman. What is missing is any sort of account of the power struggle inside the Kremlin which ended in his victory and subsequent defeat. There is a hair-raising account of the arrest of Beria, 3 months after Stalin's death. But after that, apart from a very personal version of the 20th Party Congress and the genesis of the secret speech denouncing Stalin, early in 1956, we are told next to nothing directly about the domestic scene during the Khrushchev era, neither the large policy conflicts affecting industry, agriculture, and the government structure, nor the power game in which Khrushchev was so deeply involved and which he played so skillfully. It is necessary to make this clear from the start. The general reader with no particular interest in the detailed maneuvers in the higher echelons of the Soviet Communist Party will scarcely be affected by this blank. The specialist can only hope, as I do, that it will be at least partly filled one day. Meanwhile we must make do with what we have, which is a great deal. The narrative has two major themes: the self-presentation of a very remarkable man who rose from the humblest peasant background to be master of one of the two greatest powers in the world, and an exposure of Stalin designed to reinforce and elaborate the revelations of the famous secret speech. Khrushchev is deeply concerned at the attempts of the past few years to rehabilitate Stalin and is doing his best to make this as hard as possible. As far as Stalin's actual crimes are concerned, Khrushchev has little to add to the revelations of the secret speech, and indeed, in some particulars that speech went into fuller detail. It has to be remembered, however, that the secret speech has never been published inside the Soviet Union. Copies of it were circulated to party secretaries all over the country and read aloud, in whole or in part, to assemblies of the party rank and file. These could carry away as much as they could remember. But the Soviet people at large have never been able to read it for themselves, and Khrushchev's account of how he came to make it, though questionable, embodies in fact the first public admission on his part that such a speech was ever made. Given all this, it is natural enough that these recollections should offer, as though for the first time, facts long familiar to the outside world. As in so many matters, the West is still, as it has been for many years, better informed about the details of Stalin's crimes than the Russians themselves. But the emphasis here is less on Stalin's crimes, though there is a good deal about some of these, than on his general attitude and behavior in his private circle, his way of doing business, and on his relations with his immediate subordinates and their relations with him. It is here that Khrushchev finds himself in difficulties. Because in condemning Stalin he is condemning himself. In the secret speech he was able to skate around this problem with more or less success because he was concerned not with presenting his own life story but rather with a highly selective exposure of Stalin's own excesses. In this irrational narrative, however, he is compelled to tread quite large expanses of very thin ice indeed. And although he manages to conceal or blur his own contribution to the horror of those days' activities, for example, his ardent and vociferous support of Stalin at the height of the purges and the treason trials in 1936–37 and his personal purge of the Ukraine in 1938, what he does say is quite enough to constitute the most damaging direct admission of complicity, over a long period, with Stalin at his worst. He is plainly aware of this, though even now, recollecting in troubled tranquility the savagery and viciousness of the past, he seems to be very largely unconscious of the depth of corruption into which he and all his colleagues plunged themselves by the very act of surviving in positions of authority under Stalin. In condemning Stalin in the secret speech, and therefore, by implication, himself, Khrushchev was also condemning the whole system of government that had made Stalin possible. In the secret speech, of course, there was not the faintest suggestion of this. It was Stalin who, from the middle 1930s, had perverted the system. And any foreign communist, most notably the Italian party secretary Togliatti, who suggested that any system which had permitted Stalin to behave as he did must be in need of radical overhaul, was brushed aside. This was understandable. Khrushchev had inherited the system from Stalin and made it his own. He could conceive of no other. But now, in his old age, there are flashes here and there which suggest that he has had second thoughts about a number of things. In this connection, perhaps the most interesting feature is the short section on the collectivization of agriculture, in which he states astonishingly but with perfect accuracy that the Stalin brand of collectivization brought us nothing but misery. He is speaking of that fearful, man-made catastrophe which caused the deaths of millions, virtually halved the agricultural production of the Soviet Union, and contributed more than any other single factor to the reduction of the Soviet people to thraldom and to the economic imbalance which threatens the leadership to this day. If Khrushchev had been able to bring himself to this admission when he still held power, heaven knows what might not have happened. Scattered about the narrative there are other observations with implications scarcely less explosive. I should like to say here that I have not seen it desirable to challenge and counter all the assumptions, statements, arguments from which I dissent. My own views on Khrushchev, his failures and achievements, are copiously on record. Here he is speaking for himself. And I have done no more in my own commentary than indicate omissions in his narrative and point out important discrepancies between the facts as presented by him and as generally accepted in the West. Nor is this the place to recapitulate Khrushchev's career in outline. A detailed record of the main events, many of which he does not touch upon at all, may be found in Appendix 1. Each separate section is prefaced by a short explanation, or clarification, of what follows and an indication of what has been passed over in silence. This process of clarification is continued in greater detail in the footnotes, which also identify the chief characters referred to, except for a few internationally famous names. Mr. Talbot has provided fuller biographies of Khrushchev's most prominent or enduring colleagues in Appendix 3. But with all that, the fact remains that Khrushchev does not do himself justice in this narrative. In one sense, of course, in the sense that he suppresses a great deal of his own past and presents his own swift rise under Stalin in an altogether too rosy light, he does himself much more than justice. But what he does not do, perhaps cannot do, is provide the clue to his own astonishing transformation from one of Stalin's most reliable henchmen into the international figure who, toward the end of his career, was showing, his TEM-16 parament and prejudices notwithstanding, signs of wisdom of a really superior kind. Of course, he remained a prisoner of his past until the end. In some ways he transcended the system which made him and which he helped to make. But he could never escape it entirely, and in the end it destroyed him. His achievement was extraordinary all the same. And the qualities which he began to exhibit toward the end of his career were not suddenly added to him, they must have been latent all the time, when, to all appearance, as a determinately ambitious party professional, sycophantic toward his master, bullying toward his subordinates, maneuvering around his rivals with deep peasant cunning, he was simply a thug among other thugs, visibly distinguished from the others only by a certain liveliness of imagination, a warmth of feeling, a sturdy self-reliance, and at times the recklessness of a bomb gambler. Paradoxically, in one so committed to the Stalinist bandwagon, he had about him, I should think from the earliest days, a certain quality of apartness. He mixed with others of all kinds far more than any Soviet leader before or since. Unlike any other party official known to me, he was not afraid to get mud on his boots. He was always happiest from his earliest days laying down the law and telling people what to do and how to do it and where they were wrong. Even at the zenith of his glory he would stand in the middle of a muddy field expounding to an audience of deeply skeptical peasants the proper way to plant potatoes. But he was also a great listener, and he was a very quick learner to the end of his career. I have seen him listening to a group of factory managers when his silence and stillness was so absolute that it seemed to be drawing the virtue out of them and into himself, to be stored up and transformed into his own energy. I have seen him, particularly on his early excursions outside the Soviet Union, making mistake after mistake in rapid succession, but never the same mistake twice. And all the time when he was not himself holding forth, sometimes roughly, sometimes with avuncular benevolence, punctuating his talk with biblical phrases and allusions which must have burned very deep into him in childhood, those small angry eyes were fixed in the faraway look of a man seeing visions. He did, indeed, see visions. One of the most disconcerting aspects of this narrative, the narrative of a man who went after power because it was irresistible but who also dreamed of a better world for the Soviet people, was his apparently unquestioning acceptance of some of the vilest of the vile. Their names keep turning up in these pages. He seems to have liked the Poche Chief Yagoda and the still more loathsome Yezhov, they were honest fellows before they went wrong. So, in his eyes, was his own chief policeman, Ivan Sarav, who was nice to children and could be charming to his friends when he wasn't rounding up whole nations to be sent to Siberia or put to death. The answer is, I suppose, that Khrushchev himself was a naturally violent man, and violence was the mood of the times. He and his colleagues were engaged in the desperate labor of coercing the Soviet people into building a new Russia, and this could not be done without tears. Anyone, the great mass of the people in effect who resisted this transformation, had to be compelled, and the means of compulsion were brutal and summary. But what he came to object to was arresting people without what appeared to him good reason. Above all, he objected to Stalin's destruction of honest communists. The stress he lays here, as in the secret speech of 1956, on Stalin's crimes against the party and his silence about his crimes against the ordinary people is thus quite logical. He really believed that the party represented a higher form of life. There is another consideration. Khrushchev was evidently so full of the sense of his own abilities that other people did not count. At best, they were useful colleagues and subordinates engaged with him in the great task. The others were children to be bullied, coaxed, flattered, smiled on, punished. This is not to suggest that Khrushchev in his early career had his 18 eye on the highest peaks. He was obviously ambitious, but he had a sharp sense of his own limitations. It is probable that even in the early 1930s, when he found himself touching the periphery of Stalin's circle, it did not cross his mind that he might soon be within that circle. He was the sort of man who begins to rise in a large organization, and continues rising, because he is driven to dominate all those who happen to be around him, then to look upward. and at each stage in the upward journey he finds, perhaps rather to his surprise, that he can see much better than the men who were lately set above him. It was in this way that Khrushchev progressed from his first post as a very minor provincial party functionary in Yuzovka in 1926 to become the party chieftain of all Moscow precisely 10 years later. By then, of course, the feeling that he could do any job better than anyone he knew, and could outmaneuver his rivals into the bargain, must have become a certainty. It was a certainty he would have been at pains to conceal. Even so, the way to further promotion was effectively barred by a host of senior figures. These were not the old oppositionists, who for all practical purposes were already finished though not yet shot, but Stalin's own men, who had supported him against Trotsky, against Zinoviev and Kamina, against Rykov and Bukharin. These now filled the highest party appointments in Moscow and all over the Soviet Union, and Stalin, who owed so much to them, had for some time been regarding most of them with a jealous eye. In 1935 it must have seemed to Khrushchev that his rapid upward progress would be checked more or less indefinitely by a massive promotion block. But quite suddenly, in the next 3 years, the way was cleared by the mass destruction of the very men who stood between him and the inner circle of power. In 1938 he found himself a candidate member of the Politburo, a year later a full member. The Politburo presented itself to the outer world as an all-powerful committee of hard-faced men who had done well out of the purges and who arrived at POHCY decisions of great moment after prolonged deliberation. But for some time it had been clear above all, through the memories of Milovan Gilas and Svetlana Alliluyeva, that it was nothing of the kind. Stalin and Stalin alone made the decisions and told his henchmen to get on with the job. Although Khrushchev's picture of Stalin would have been better for more insight into the qualities of mind and nerve which enabled this sinister man first to maneuver himself into a position where his word was law, then to hold his own with a Churchill, bamboozle a Roosevelt, and play them off against each other, the hair-raising picture of his way of doing business in his later years is evidently true as far as it goes, which is quite a long way. There were no formal meetings. Stalin could show devastating qualities of insight and coolness as in his characteristic decision to keep Russia out of North Korea, but for the most part he ran his vast realm, as it were, off the cuff, sitting up half the night watching some idiotic film, carousing, terrified of being alone yet making life intolerable for the men he had in to keep him company, throwing out in his thick Georgian tones casual instructions and threats to a sycophantic group the worse for drink and lack of sleep. At a word from him they would go off and set in motion the requisite machinery for the arrest of an individual none of them had ever heard of, for the rounding up and forcible deportation of a whole people, for the shooting of one of their own closest colleagues, for the complete rewriting of the history of the Soviet Communist Party, for the introduction of a new style of agriculture guaranteed to produce a ruined harvest over an area the size of Western Europe. The salvation of Khrushchev was his promotion to be Stalin's viceroy over the Ukraine in 1938. For 12 years he was away from Moscow, from the daily maneuvering for position, from the intrigue, the flattery, and the backbiting that went on in Stalin's shadow, enervating even able men like Malenkov. For 3 years before the war, and for 5 years after 1944, he was master of 40 million souls, Little Russians, Dürer, more practical, harder working than the dominant Great Russians of Muscovy who inhabited the borderland which was then the granary of the Soviet Union and its main industrial base. Here, as far as it was possible to be under Stalin, Khrushchev was his own man, able to develop his gifts and also his character, which otherwise must have been corrupted beyond redemption. At first he ruled VVDTH all the blinkered arrogance of the worst kind of colonial governor. Then came the war. In uniform now as political advisor to some of the most able generals, he had his first induction into a world far removed from the enclosed circle of the Kremlin. He found himself siding with the soldiers against his fellow party thugs. He also experienced at first hand the bitter hatred of the regime to which he belonged, exhibited by the common people of the Ukraine in the early days of the war. Finally he saw, also at first hand, the fearful suffering they were called upon to endure and the way in which, despite that suffering, they turned against the Germans, seen at first as liberators, and fought them to the death, making a demigod out of Stalin, who was unworthy of their trust. There was no other party chieftain, with the exception of Kuznetsov, who went through the siege of Leningrad, and was quite soon afterwards shot by Stalin, who experienced for so long and so vividly the realities of life in Soviet Russia under Stalin. I think it changed him. And I think the self-reliance he developed as master of the Ukraine and the patient cunning he developed in keeping Stalin at arm's length, served him well when he was recalled to Moscow at the end of 1949, and when, with Stalin's death in 1953, he saw his chance of getting to the top. He went very carefully at first. For a time, after he had combined with his colleagues to kill Beria, he entered into the farce of collective government. But all the time he was working to undermine Malenkov, his most powerful and able rival, who was trying to base his power not on the reactionary party apparatus but on the new generation of managerial technocrats. Khrushchev first watched in silence as Malenkov put forward all sorts of schemes for domestic reform and international cooperation. Then he struck, invoking the forces of reaction in the name of Lenin, to bring his rival down. Then, without turning a hair, he proceeded to adopt the ideas of reform and coexistence as his own. Thus, even in the struggle to seize the power, which would enable him to break with Stalinism, he employed the techniques he had learned from Stalin. It was a brilliant performance, culminating in the 20th Party Congress and the de-Stalinization in 1956. And although it was touch and go for Khrushchev when the de-Stalinization led directly to the revolts in Poland and Hungary and to the demoralization of the Soviet people, from which they have not yet recovered, he managed to survive, refused to submit to a majority vote of the party presidium calling for his resignation, demanded to be heard by the full Central Committee in accordance with the party statutes to which nobody had paid any attention for many years past, had his supporters on the Central Konranuti flown into Moscow from all over the Soviet Union in a spectacular airlift laid on by Marshal Zhukov, stated his case, took the vote, and won. Malenkov, Molotov, Kaganovich, and others were stripped of their offices and sent off to eat humble pie in the remote provinces. But they were not imprisoned and they were not shot. Khrushchev was now, in 1957 at the age of 63, on the way to becoming a statesman. But he was very much a SPHT personality. He could dream great dreams, he could genuinely seek for universal peace and the prosperity of the Soviet Union as part of a peaceful world, but equally, when crossed, he could revert disconcertingly to violence and chicanery. He saw the necessity for a lasting détente between the Soviet Union and the USA if only to avoid an atomic holocaust, but he still believed that it was a reasonable thing to work for the collapse of the capitalist world while expecting that world to behave in a neutral manner toward the Soviet Empire. Just as he could never escape from his Stalinist past, so he could never transcend the suffocating half-truths of his kindergarten Marxism. And his increasing power and experience of the world gave scope not only to his genuinely questing mind, to his deep but intermittent and unregulated insights into reality, but also, alas, to his impatience with restraint and his megalomaniacal predilection for wholesale and ill-prepared schemes for the reform of this or that symptomatic manifestation of a diseased regime. In all this, perhaps, Khrushchev was not so very different from many Western politicians operating on our side of the hill except for the violence and lawlessness which was his natural air. It is a large exception, of course. What was saddening was that he had in his makeup so many of the attributes of a great statesman. On the other hand, what was astonishing was that in the context of post-Stalin Russia these attributes could make themselves felt at all. Although he has little to say about his domestic policies, his struggle for supremacy, his fall, the last section of the book, which deals, sometimes in a perfunctory manner, sometimes in enthralling detail, with his contacts with the world outside the Soviet Union, tells us a great deal about his mature outlook and his general state of mind. We see the incessant and unresolved conflict between the habits of thought and action of more than 40 years and the lessons derived from a newly perceived reality. Indeed, the contradictions are such that it is insufficient to call him a split personality. His personality was fragmented. Nowhere, it seems to me, are the contradictions more clearly exposed than in the chapter on the quarrel with China, with its lapse into strident chauvinism, and the chapter on Nasser and Egypt, in which all the warmth of his sympathy comes to tidy surface and yet still finds itself at odds with his calculating eye for personal and national advantage. Taking the narrative as a whole, every reader must determine for himself the balance between self-deception and deliberate falsification. There is a good deal of both. The problem is at its most acute in those chapters which deal with the Soviet seizure of Eastern Poland and the Baltic states. How much did Khrushchev realize what he was doing when he presided over the arrest, imprisonment, or deportation to Siberia of practically the whole of the middle and lower middle classes of what is now called the Western Ukraine? To what extent did he really believe, in his ignorance of life outside the Soviet Union, that he was conferring immeasurable privilege and benefit on the toiling masses of an alien society? Judgment is not made easier by the fact that in one breath he speaks of this crime as an act of liberation, the next as an annexation. Again, in his early days he quite evidently believed, with millions of others, that in rallying around Stalin he was assisting in the glorious, if harsh and painful, transformation of the old Russia into a society more just and equitable than any seen on earth. Soon, of course, he became interested in achieving power for its own sake, then in hanging on to it. But how much of the old dream remained, and how deeply did it color his views on the Soviet mission, first in Eastern Europe, then farther afield? There can, of course, be no firm answers to these questions. But they are important ones. And in considering them, it is as well to remember how indelibly our own views may be colored by self-deception, prejudice, and ignorance. It was one of Khrushchev's greatest achievements that with his intermittent saber-rattling, his threats, his deceptions, his displays of violence, he nevertheless broke out of the Stalinist mold and made it possible for the Western world to hope that a measure of coexistence more complete than he himself was yet ready to conceive might one day be realized. Translator Editor's Note. I have attempted here to render Nikita Khrushchev's reminiscences into a coherent, if informal, narrative. The original material, when it came into my hands, was quite disorganized. In trying to turn it into a readable Inkshare book, I have had to take certain liberties with the structure. However, I have also taken pains not to misrepresent Khrushchev, even when drawing together diverse fragments into what are here presented as chapters. Except for an occasional paraphrase or improvised transitional sentence, Khrushchev has said everything attributed to him in this book. I have endeavored to preserve the letter and spirit of what he says as well as a suggestion, across the language barrier, of how he says it. Khrushchev's discourse is characterized by a curious and often intentional alternation between cautious insinuation and bold revelation, apparent indiscretion and deft evasion, earthy vulgarism and stilted euphemism. One moment he sounds like the stereotype of the retired politician, boring anyone who will listen with tales of his greatest moments. The next, he sounds like a crusty propagandist reeling off the party line, then like a blusterous bumpkin describing with great relish and embellishment a barroom brawl. And often he sounds like one of modern history's most perceptive insiders. The language of the material on which this book is based abounds with the playful colloquialisms, pet phrases, Marxian rhetorical flourishes, histrionic outbursts, and the odd biblical archaism that were trademarks of Khrushchev's distinctive oratorical style during his years on the party podium. These are the recollections of an old man with much to remember, and seemingly inexhaustible resources of bombast and intelligence, thuggish toughness and instinctive humanity. They comprise an important historical document, particularly for the depositions Khrushchev makes to history's prosecution of Stalin. Khrushchev's reminiscences add up to the most devastating and authoritative case for de-Stalinization ever made, and it is all the more convincing coming from a loyal Soviet citizen and devout Marxist-Leninist. but the book is also an important personal document, a vivid self-portrait by the man who emerged from Stalin's shadow to challenge Stalin's ghost. It can, I think, be taken as a deliberate and revealing exercise in self-rehabilitation, the final testament of a clever peasantum Daparasi IFC who rose from the coal mines of the Donets Basin to be one of the most powerful men in the world. Strobe Talbot. Contents. Introduction by Edward Crankshaw. 9 Translator. Editor's Note. XXV Prologue. Part 1, From the Coal Mines to the Kremlin. 1 Early career. 11 years of hardship. 11 First rungs on the party ladder. 18 Two-party work in Moscow. 35 From Industrial Academy to Politburo. 35 City Father. 53 3 The Terror. 67 Collectivization. 67 The Purge years. 72 Beria's rise to power. 94 Return to the Ukraine. 105 Putting the party together again. 105 Academician Payton. 118 Troubleshooting in the tire industry. 122 5 Prelude to the war. 129 Soviet-German relations. 129 The advance into Poland. 140 Sovietizing the Western Ukraine. 150 The Winter War with Finland. 158 The Red Army on the eve of Barbarossa. 166 6 The Great Patriotic War. 175 The Darkest Hours. I-75 The Kharkov Disaster. 191 Stalingrad. 200 General Malinovsky. 212 A Visit from Comrade Ulbricht. 217 Kursk. 220 Victory. 224 Stalin and the Allies. 231 7 Famine in the Ukraine. 241 8 Stalin's last years. 261 The Leningrad Affair. 261 Stalin's anti-Semitism. 273 Stalin's theoretical writings. 286 The 19th Party Congress. 293 The Doctor's Plot. 301 Svetlanka. 307 Feasts and Holidays with Stalin. 316 Fear and Intrigue in the Inner Circle. 329 Stalin's Death. 339 9 Succession. 346 Plotting Beria's Downfall. 346 The 20th Party Congress. 370 Part 2, The World Outside. 10 The Fraternal Countries. 389 11 The Korean War. 412 Burying the Hatchet with Tito. 408 13 The Geneva Summit. 429 14 Visit to London. 439 15 Restoring Order in Hungary. 456 16 Nasser, Suez, and the Aswan Dam. 474 17 The Berlin Crises. 518 Mao Zedong and the Schism. 511 19 Ho Chi Minh and the War in Vietnam. 531 20 Fidel Castro and the Caribbean Crisis. 540 21 Defending the Socialist Paradise. 559 Appendixes 1 Chronology of Khrushchev's career. 581 2 Soviet institutions and terminology. 591 3 Khrushchev's Kremlin colleagues. 595 4 Khrushchev's secret speech. 608 Khrushchev remembers. Since Khrushchev's narrative abounds with official titles and references to government and party administrative units, the reader is urged at the outset to consult Appendix 2 for a capsule explanation of the structure and terminology of the Soviet I government and the Communist Party. Prologue. I now live like a hermit on the outskirts of Moscow. I have practically no communication with other people. I communicate only with those who guard me from others and who guard others from me. I suppose the people around me spend most of their time guarding others from me. In looking back over the years, I emphasize the most striking events of Stalin's rule which damaged the fabric of our Soviet society. There's no point in dwelling on the positive side of Stalin's leadership because that side has already been amply treated at government meetings, in the press, and in our literature. You might even say Stalin's image has been polished and embellished. In fact, if everything positive that has ever been said about Stalin were diminished by 80%, enough would remain to praise 1,000 great men. Besides, the very history of our Soviet state and the victory of our Communist Party are sufficient testimony to our virtues and our achievements. If we look down the road of the past 50 years, we can see where we started and how far we have come. We have astonished even our enemies. Even today you can find people who think that we have Stalin to thank for all this progress. Even after his massive crimes were exposed and his guilt indisputably proved at the 20th Party Congress, there are those who still quake before Stalin's dirty underwear, who stand at attention and salute it, never questioning that all the deaths caused by Stalin were historically inevitable and relatively insignificant compared to the greatness of our leader, the dear father of the Soviet people, the genius and master. There are still those who use the term Stalinist for someone who did what Stalin said and consider this to be a good quality. I consider Stalinism a bad quality. How much of a genius was Stalin really? What sort of a dear father was he to us? How much blood shed by our country was Stalin personally responsible for? The covers over the answers to these and other questions should be ripped away. Stalin should be shown to the Soviet people naked, so that he can occupy his proper place in history. Of course, credit is due Stalin, and it is considerable. But our overall success has mostly been the success of the people, and the strength that sustains us has been derived from the ideas of Lenin. Lenin was the founder of our party and the creator of our system. He developed the theory on which our state has been built. His ideas form the bedrock of all we have accomplished. Moreover, Lenin explicitly warned us about Stalin. At the very beginning of Stalin's rise to power, Lenin told us about his faults. Subsequent events proved how right Lenin was. As long as Lenin's own ideas were properly applied, they gave us positive results. Even despite Stalin's perversions of Lenin's positions and directives, Marxist-Leninist theory is still the most progressive doctrine in the world. It has enriched, fortified, and armed our people, and it has given us the strength to achieve what we have. Everyone knows about Stalin's own revolutionary spirit and about his own virtues, which have been cited by the party over and over again. His pretensions to a very special role in our history were well founded, for he really was a man of outstanding skill and intelligence. He truly did tower over everyone around him, and despite my implacable condemnation of his methods and his abuses of power, I have always recognized and acknowledged his strengths. But Stalin's strengths have to be appraised in a number of different respects. It was one thing when they were devoted to consolidating the gains of the revolution. It was another thing when, under the guise of impassioned slogans about defending our party against its enemies, his strength was turned against the revolution. Stalin's vengeance against his own enemies, who he claimed were enemies of the party, cost us incalculable losses. His intolerance, which the great Lenin himself had warned us about, led to the annihilation of thousands of people, devoted in the depths of their souls to the Marxist-Leninist cause. I will give Stalin credit for one thing: he didn't simply come with a sword and conquer our minds and bodies. No, he demonstrated his superior SQ in subordinati QG and manipulating people, an important quality necessary in a great leader. In everything about Stalin's personality there was something admirable and correct as well as something savage. Nothing about him fitted into its own frame. Everything has to be seen in the light of his very complex personality. Nevertheless, if he were alive today and a vote were taken, I would vote that he should be brought to trial and punished for his crimes. I've often been asked, what was it about Stalin? How could an intelligent man like him do all those terrible things? I've often asked myself the same thing. I think Lenin had the answer. As early as 1923, when he was writing his testament, Lenin already saw clearly where Stalin might lead the party if he kept the post of general secretary. Lenin understood the basic reasons for Stalin's T3 long before the executions and other crimes began. He wrote that while Stalin possessed the qualities necessary for leadership, 4. He was basically brutish and not above abusing power. He suggested transferring Stalin and promoting into his place someone more moderate and conscientious, someone more tolerant in his relations with comrades, someone who would be sure not to abuse his high position. The Central Committee gave no heed to Lenin's words, and consequently the whole party was punished. There was unquestionably something sick about Stalin. I think there's a similar case of the sickness in the present day which should be mentioned. People of my generation remember how the glorification of Stalin grew, and everyone knows where it led. I often see films about China on television, and it seems to me that Mao Zedong is copying Stalin's personality cult. He's even echoing some of the same slogans. If you close your eyes, listen to what the Chinese are saying about Mao, and substitute Comrade Stalin for Comrade Mao, you'll have some idea of what it was like in our time. Huge spectacles were organized in Moscow in much the same way they're being organized in Peking today. I used to think that this urge to glorify himself was a weakness unique to Stalin, but apparently men like Stalin and Mao are very similar in this respect. To stay in power, they consider it indispensable for their authority to be held on high, not only to make the people obedient to them, but to make the people afraid of them as you. I stress the negative side of the Stalin years to show that if Stalin hadn't committed such terrible abuses, we would have achieved even more than we have. I give an account of his crimes in order to help prevent a repetition of the damage he did to the working class, the peasantry, the intelligentsia, to all the laboring peoples of the Soviet Union and of other socialist countries as well. Unfortunately, much remains a carefully guarded secret. Much is still unknown or unrevealed, some of it weighted down under heavy suppression. But its time will come. It will all come out in the end. Even the best kept secrets will be brought out into the open. Perhaps other comrades of mine, men with whom I worked in the leadership under Stalin, will leave their memoirs behind them. If they do, I hope they'll be objective and won't be afraid to tell history what they know about Stalin's faults. They witnessed the same things I did. I was very seldom alone with Stalin. Usually there were 5 or 6, and sometimes as many as 10, other people present when I was with Stalin. Anyone who really wants to re-establish Leninist norms in the party must do everything he can to expose Stalin and to condemn Stalinist methods. In order to prevent the ghosts of those years from coming back from their graves to haunt us, we have no choice but to rehabilitate all of Stalin's victims. Many of his victims were returned to their rightful places in history by the 20th Party Congress, but many more still await rehabilitation, and the reasons for their deaths are still hidden. Tlias is shameful, it's absolutely disgraceful. And now they're starting to cover up for the man guilty of all those murders. I know it doesn't make any sense, but it's a fact nonetheless. I wonder particularly about a few of our influential military leaders who in their speeches and memoirs are trying to whitewash Stalin and to put him back on his pedestal as the father of the people. They're trying to prove that if it hadn't been for Stalin, we would never have won the war against Hitlerite Germany and would have fallen under the yoke of fascism. The reasoning behind this sort of claim is stupid. It 6. Reflects a slavish mentality. Just because Stalin isn't around anymore, does that mean we will succumb to German or English or American influence? Of course not. The Soviet people will always be able to produce leaders and to defend our country against invaders, just as we've always defended ourselves in the past. I hope I don't even need to point out the absurdity of those military leaders who are trying to rehabilitate Stalin and his victims at the same time. Once when I was in Bulgaria, I made a speech in which I quoted from Pushkin's verse play Mozart and Salieri, from the episode in which Mozart, who doesn't suspect that Salieri intends to poison him, says, "Genius and crime are incompatible." Asterisk. The same goes for Stalin. One man can't be both a genius and a murderer. Regardless of his motives, Stalin still committed a horrible crime when he had thousands executed. There are those who argue that Stalin was motivated by his concern for the well-being of the people and not by selfishness. This is crazy. While concerned for the interests of the people, he was exterminating the best sons of the people. The logic here is fairly original. But then, it's always a complicated thing to argue for the acquittal of a mass murderer. Even now people sometimes say to me, "Comrade Khrushchev, perhaps you shouldn't be telling all these stories about Stalin." The people who say this sort of thing aren't necessarily former accomplices in Stalin's villainy. They're just old, Simple folk who became accustomed to worshipping Stalin and who can't give up the old concepts of the Stalinist period. It's hard for them to adjust to the truth. They are the product of defects in the way party members were trained and conditioned while Stalin was alive. Stalin adapted all methods of indoctrination to his own purposes. He demanded unthinking obedience and unquestioning faith. To go to your death without a single doubt in your mind about what you're dying for is all right, of course, in wartime, but there's another side to that coin. Absolute devotion will become bitter hatred if a man discovers his trust has been betrayed. This can become a vicious circle. A country's leaders can't just assume that the people will close their eyes and never realize what's happening to them. Such an assumption on the part of men in responsible positions will have the effect of undermining the people's confidence in the party and the government. That's why I've always stood for complete truthfulness before the party, before the Lenin League of Communist Youth, and before the people, and I stand for truthfulness the more now. Only through truthfulness can we win the confidence of the people. The truth has always been an inexhaustible source of strength for the party, and it must continue to be so. There may still be some who will ask, why do I discuss the events that did such terrible harm to our party, and why do I delve into the motivations which led Stalin to do things which cost the lives of tens of thousands of our best sons, the best sons of our party and of our country? The answer is this: I do it because, unpleasant as these revelations may be, they contribute to the self-purification of our party. It is no disgrace when the party questions itself and scrutinizes its own history. Besides, even more people will come over to the side of our party when they realize that the abuses of Stalin's rule were not committed by the party but were inflicted on the party. The party has already begun to correct its mistakes and to guarantee that what happened under Stalin will never happen again. That's why I'm not afraid to tell all. What I have to say is not slander, and it's not malicious gossip. It is meant to serve the important and constructive function of our party self-purification. I speak as a man who spent his whale life in close touch with the Soviet people and who also stood for many years at Stalin's side in the leadership of the party and the country. As a witness to those years, I address myself to the generations of the future, in the hope that they will avoid the mistakes of the past. 1. From the coal mines to the Kremlin. 1. Early career. Years of hardship. Khrushchev was 24 when he joined the Bolshevik Party in 1918, some months after the October Revolution. Until then, after his peasant childhood, he had worked a mechanic in the mining town of Yuzovka in the Donbass region of the Ukraine. As such, he was in a reserved occupation, exempt from military service in World War I. But early in 1919 he joined the Red Army and played his part in the Civil War. It was not until 1922 that he returned to Yuzovka, now a hardened party activist, to help get the mines working again in a starving and devastated land. Here he provides an insight into the mood of those difficult days when uneducated peasants and workers were put into positions of responsibility only because they had demonstrated their devotion to the Bolshevik cause. It was at this time, from 1921 onward, that Lenin was forced to retreat from socialism and develop his new economic policy, which encouraged private enterprise and conceded privileges to bourgeois merchants, traders, and specialists of all kinds as the only way to rebuild the ruined economy. The NEP, of course, aroused great bitterness among the party faithful. It remained in force until Stalin put an end to it in 1926, 2 years after Lenin's death. Not too long ago many of my old comrades called me up to exchange greetings on the anniversary of the creation of the Soviet Army. It was a great occasion. 11. 12. A day of celebration, devoted to honoring our armed forces. Created under the leadership of Lenin, we Army won many important victories against our white Guardist class enemies in the first years of the revolution. Later, in the Great Patriotic War, we turned back the invasion launched by the fascists against our Marxist-Leninist way of life. Thanks to our army, we met head-on Hitler's threat to the country of Soviets and to the Russian people. We have crushed our enemies. Our armed forces have always held high the banner of the struggle, the red banner of the working class, stained with the blood of the Soviet people in its battle against our class enemies. Our armed forces have come a long way, a very long way. I'm proud to say that it was my privilege to serve in our glorious armed forces in the first, most dangerous years of our young Soviet Republic. From January, 1919, until the end of the Civil War I underwent many severe hardships in the ranks of the Red Army. I happened to serve in the 9th Rifle Division. We were first driven back from Orel to Mtsinsk. We then took the offensive and marched right through a hail of enemy bullets, reaching Taganrog by Christmas of 1919. By that time our rifle divisions had been attached to the 1st Mounted Army under the command of Semyon Mihailovich Budyonny. We pursued the retreating Whites and by April, 1920, completed a long march to the Black Sea. We captured Anapa and drove the White Guardist bands into the sea. Our division occupied Anapa and rested for 5 or 6 days, then moved on down the Taman Peninsula. I remember we celebrated the great proletarian holiday, May 1st, in Taman. When I returned from the front to the Donbass at the beginning of 1922, hard times had set in. Lenin was striving to use the respite at the end of the Civil War to build up our industry, our economy, and the living standard of our people. Armed with our staunch devotion to the ideas of Lenin, we set about to accomplish in a few years what had taken the capitalist countries decades. We had to pull in our belts and we suffered cold, hunger, and deprivation. We spared no sacrifice to build up our heavy industry and our army so that no enemy would ever be able to threaten our borders again. There was famine in the mines of the Donbass in 1922, and even isolated incidents of cannibalism. The villages were even more ravaged than the mines. My first wife, Galina, died during the famine in 1921. Her death was a great sadness to me. I was left with 2 children to look after, my son Leonid and my daughter Julia. In 1924 I married again, to Nina Petrovna. Those first years of Soviet power were years of struggle and hardship and self-sacrifice. But the people still believed in the party, even the most illiterate of our citizens understood the party's slogans and rallying cries. The people knew that these hardships were being thrust upon us by the bourgeoisie, both by our own bourgeoisie and by the bourgeoisie of the world at large, which was instigating counter-revolution and intervention against us. We told ourselves that no matter how bad things were, they had been worse in the old days, before the revolution. Actually, this wasn't true for everyone. The most highly skilled miners in the pits where I worked in the Donbass had been better off before the revolution than immediately after it. As far as my own material condition was concerned, I'd say I lived worse after the revolution when I was a deputy manager of mining operations than before the revolution when I was a simple metal worker. Most of us willingly submitted to privation because, as we saw it, we had to squeeze the last drop of productivity out of our resources in order to industrialize the country as quickly as possible. If we were to survive, we had to catch up with the capitalists. 14. Sometimes achieving this goal required sacrificing moral principles as well as material comfort. But on the whole the people gladly underwent these sufferings for the party's sake. And in the space of a few years we brought a modern industrial society into being. In those days, in order to be a communist you couldn't expect to be rewarded for your sacrifice with eventual blessings. It's not like that nowadays. Of course, there are still people of principle among communists, but there are also many people without principle, lickspittle functionaries and petty careerists. Nowadays a party card all too often represents nothing more than its bearer's hope of finding a comfortable niche for himself in our socialist society. Shrewd people these days manage to get much more out of our society than they put into it. Their attitude is a violation of the principle that a citizen should be compensated according to the quantity and quality of labor which he expends in the building of communism. It's sad but true. This state of affairs is one of the scourges of our time. I don't mean to say that there wasn't a certain amount of opportunism among would-be communists in the first years of the revolution, too. It existed, but to nowhere near the same extent. I remember during the Civil War when we attacked and occupied the city of Maloarkhangelsk, a dimwit schoolteacher asked me what post he would be given if he joined the Communist Party. This question immediately put me off, but I restrained myself and said, "You'll be given the most responsible and prestigious of all posts." "Which one is that?" "You'll be given a rifle and sent to fight the White Guardists. You'll have a chance to help decide whether Soviet power will prevail in our country. What greater responsibility is there? And what if I don't want to join the party? It's just as well you don't. The party will be better off without you." It was during this period of the Civil War and the years of hardship immediately afterward that Stalin earned his reputation as a specialist eater. A specialist eater was someone who refused to trust the bourgeois specialists whose help Lenin had insted, particularly in the formation of the Red Army. In those days Trotsky was head of the People's Commissariat of Defense. Naturally Trotsky followed the directive he got from Lenin to seek out commanders for the Red Army from among the bourgeois officers who had been trained in Tsarist military academies. In later years Stalin used to enjoy telling us that he refused to have anything to do with the bourgeois officers whom Trotsky dispatched to Tsaritsyn, and that they invariably turned out to be traitors. Admittedly, during this period, a certain amount of distrust of the bourgeois intelligentsia was justified. In the first days of the revolution most intellectuals failed to make clear where they stood. Some of them emigrated at the very beginning of the revolution. Some of them waited to see what would happen. Some of them tried to sabotage us, and the rest actively joined the struggle against Soviet power, organizing armed resistance. Hence the strong anti-specialist or specialist eaters attitude among the people. Party organizations, acting on Lenin's instructions, were hard-pressed to control and restrain this attitude. In addition to distrust, there was also much resentment against the special privileges which accrued to the specialists. Unavoidable but very embarrassing developments in our society aggravated the people's hostility to the bourgeois intellectuals whom Lenin recruited. The country was ravaged. Many workers were worse off than they'd ever been under capitalism. They were starving. Although the workers were willingly making great sacrifices for the sake of industrializing and fortifying our country, they were under the impression that with the victory of the revolution their lives would improve materially. Therefore they resented the fact that the bourgeois specialists were in one having to suffer the same hardships as everyone else. After all, if people were going to be equal before the law, they should be equal in terms of material security as well. We had been taught by the party to believe that once we set about building communism, the means of consumption would be evenly distributed among all those who toiled. Yet here were bourgeois specialists being singled out for special privileges and high wages while the workers were being paid less than in the old pre-revolutionary times. The reason for this was as follows: under capitalism, specialists had private apartments with all the necessary conveniences, while the workers had nothing. For the workers, communal services meant us or water barrels which were usually a long way from where they lived and worked. The workers had always had to trudge to and from the market through the mud, while the specialists had ridden on horseback. There was terrible animosity among the people toward the specialists, and toward their wives and servants especially. Despite these obvious injustices, Lenin and the party understood that it was vitally important to enlist the bourgeois specialists to the cause because, without their scientific expertise, it would have been impossible to build our society on the foundation of technology. The building of a communist society requires extensive and profound scientific knowledge. Lenin and the party also understood that the only way to enlist the specialists to the cause was to appeal to their material interests. This meant they had to be given certain privileges which at least partially corresponded to the privileges they had enjoyed under the capitalists. They had to be given passable apartments and adequate transportation. A chief engineer would have a pair of horses and a driver, while a regular engineer would have only one horse and a driver. Of course, this wasn't exactly luxury, but in the workers' minds it seemed to be. In order to enlist bourgeois officers into the Red Army, Lenin knew he would have to give them the freedom to make decisions on their own. Commissars were to watch over the bourgeois officers but not to interfere with them. Just imagine, a former colonel of the old Tsarist army would suddenly be given a command in the Red Army. During the Civil War, I saw many misunderstandings arise between officers and the commissars who were standing over them. As Stalin was later to remind us so frequently, there were many instances of treason among the bourgeois officers. A certain amount of treason had to be expected. These people had been brought up under the old capitalist regime. Some came over to our side out of fear, some came for the novelty, others came because they had no alternative, they had to earn a having. And some came out of treachery. But the party had no choice. We had to win over as many specialists as possible to our cause. It was part of Lenin's genius that at such a critical moment he was able to learn some lessons from the capitalists and take advantage of their experience and expertise. Stalin, for his part, remained a specialist eater all his life. Another of Lenin's measures that proved to be very controversial was the new economic policy. This was a bold, decisive, and dangerous but absolutely necessary step for him to take. It was another example of Vladimir Ilyitch's wisdom and foresight. In essence, the new economic policy meant the restoration of private property and the revival of the middle class, including the kulaks. The commercial element in our society was put firmly back on its feet. Naturally, this was, to some extent, a retreat on the ideological front, but it helped us to recover from the effects of the Civil War. As soon as the NEP was instituted, the confusion and famine began to subside. The cities came back to life. Produce started to reappear in the market stalls, and prices fell. The party slogan at the time was Learn commatin I mers. We were supposed to defeat the private merchants and NEP men not by taking administrative measures against them, but by beating them at their own game. We tried to take over as much commerce as possible and put it in state hands. We tried hard to underprice the NEP men in state cooperatives and also to offer higher quality and better service. But we didn't have much success. Merchants who were in business for themselves could put up better displays of their products and give their customers more personal attention. Private stores catered to housewives, who like to have a choice when they shop. They like to browse around and examine everything carefully. I remember that when I lived and worked in Yuzovka, I went around to the marketplace almost every day. I always went straight to the workers' cooperative. As soon as I stepped into the store, my old friend Vanya Kovavinsky, who was chairman of the cooperative, would say, "Well, I suppose you've come by to scold me again, haven't you? What can I do? We're doing everything we can to compete with the NEP men, but the private merchants still seem to be attracting more customers." In the southwest corner of the Yuzovka industrial area, at the very edge of the mining fields, there were many Greek settlements which raised livestock. They sold their meat cheaply and privately. By the fall of 1925 there was an abundance of vegetables, watermelons, and poultry, and meat cost only 15 kopecks a pound. We had returned to pre-war standards. Fortunately, the political situation at the time was favorable. The workers understood the party guidelines and followed them. But it was still difficult and even painful for us to adapt ourselves to the new economic policy. First rungs on the party ladder. Khrushchev's rise in the party apparatus was very swift. Although here and throughout his reminiscences he insists that he was reluctant to accept promotion, it is clear that very soon after his return to Yuzovka he decided that his future lay in full-time party work rather than industrial management as such. And although at first he did not understand the real significance of Stalin's vicious and successful campaign against Trotsky, he owed his early career to Lazar Kaganovich, who was very close to Stalin, and more immediately, to the Yuzovka party secretary, K.V. Moisayenko, who was a committed Stalinist. Here and later it becomes obvious that Khrushchev had no clear idea of the policy differences between the various groups of opposition communists. His Marxism was received doctrine of a fairly primitive kind, slogan Marxism, or hurrah Marxism, it might, ustly be called. The heretic, the enemy, was anyone who questioned Stalin. Temperamentally, Khrushchev was on the side of Stalin's thugs and bullies, the practical man who got things done, ruthlessly and without counting the cost, and he was against the intellectuals, largely from bourgeois backgrounds, often Jews, often with years of foreign exile behind them, whom Stalin was soon to destroy. After Lenin's death in 1924, Stalin combined with G. E. Zinoviev and L. B. Kamina to defeat Trotsky. Their victory was celebrated at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, which Khrushchev attended as a provincial delegate. It was now that the slogan "Socialism in one country" was proclaimed. And it was this Congress that saw the final oppression of free debate within the party. Stalin then combined with Rykov and Bukharin to put down Zinoviev and Kamina. In 1927, while Khrushchev was holding Yuzovka for Stalin, Trotsky was expelled from the party. When Khrushchev arrived in Moscow in 1929, the first five-year plan had been launched and the country stood on the eve of the terrible events which ensued from the forced collectivization of agriculture. I suppose you could say my political education began during my boyhood in the little village of Kalinovka where I was born. My schoolteacher there was a woman named Lydia Shchevchenko. She was a revolutionary. She was also an atheist. She instilled in me my first political consciousness and began to counteract the effects of my strict religious upbringing. My mother was very religious, likewise her father, my grandfather, who as a serf had been conscripted into the Tsarist army for 25 years. When I think back to my childhood, I can remember vividly the saints on the icons against the wall of our wooden hut, their faces darkened by fumes from the oil lamps. I remember being taught to kneel and pray in front of the icons with the groan ups in church. When we were taught to read, we read the scriptures. But Lydia Shchevchenko set me on a path which took me away from all that. Well before the revolution I became an avid reader of proletarian and social democrat newspapers. I read Pravda as soon as it started coming out regularly in 1915, when I was a metal fitter at the generator plant of the Pastukhov mine near Yuzovka. My job at the Pastukhov mine was one of a series of jobs I had after being fired for taking part in a strike in 1912. I had some of my first serious political conversations at the pit in 1915. We had many prisoners of war from the Austro-Hungarian army working there, mostly Austrians but some Czechs, too. I got on very well with the Czechoslovaks. They used to tell us Russians that we Slavs were all brothers. They said they didn't want to make war on us, they only wanted to live in peace and friendship. I remember two Czechs in particular. I used to invite them back to my quarters for tea with jam. In return, they gave me lessons in mechanical drawing, which was very useful to me in my profs, Zion. The Czechs used to tell me about the Panslavista movement and about how we were united by our common Slavic blood. I admit this was the first I'd ever heard of Panslavism, and I was very impressed. The fact that I was so fascinated by what those Czechs had to tell me about the so-called Panslavist Brotherhood shows that I was still a long way away from understanding the Marxist-Leninist concept of class solidarity. When I read Emil Zola's Germinal, I thought that he was writing not about France, but about the mine in which my father and I worked. The workers' lot was the same both in France and in Russia. When, later on, I listened to lectures on political economy and the lecturer spoke about the wage system under capitalism, about the exploitation of the workers, it seemed to me as though Karl Marx had been at the mine where my father and I had worked. It seemed as if it were from observing our life as workers that he had deduced his laws and scientifically proved why and how the workers must liberate themselves from capitalist slavery and build a socialist society. I became a Bolshevik and a member of the Communist Party after the revolution and a short time later joined the Red Army as a political worker and propagandist. As soon as I returned from the front after the Civil War, the Yuzovka Party organization made me a deputy manager of the Rushenkov mines. I'd worked there 10 years before, when the mines belonged to a French company. The manager in 1922 was my close friend Yegor Trofimovich Abakumov. This was the Abakumov who later became Minister of the Coal Industry, not the one who was to be Minister of Internal Affairs under Stalin. I was offered the directorship of the Pastukhov mines, but I asked instead to be released from my party duties so that I could study at the Yuzovka Workers' Faculty. After persistent requests, I finally prevailed upon Abram Pavlovich Zavanyagin, the secretary of the local party committee, to send me to the Workers' Faculty. Subsequently I held various posts in the Yuzovka party organization, and in 1925 I was elected a delegate to the 14th Party Congress in Moscow. The head of the Yuzovka organization at that time was a medical student named Kostian Moisei. He had a petty bourgeois streak in him, and he had contacts with people who were utterly better than Neff men. Later we were to remove him from the secretariat of our organization, causing an uproar that went all the way to the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party, which sent a commission out to Yuzovka to investigate Moisayenko's removal. In the end the commission supported us against him. But Moisayenko was an excellent orator and a good organizer, you couldn't take that away from him, and at the time of the 14th Party Congress he still had a firm grip on the minds of communists in our area. He was head and shoulders above anyone else in the local active party membership. There were 4 voting delegates and 4 consulting delegates chosen to go to the Congress. I was a consulting delegate. We were chosen democratically, on the basis of the size of our respective party constituencies. I was head of the Petrovsko-Marinsk district, which was only the 6th or 7th largest Yuzovka district in terms of the number of party members, so it was fitting that I should have been a consulting rather than a voting delegate. I was overjoyed to have an opportunity to see Moscow and to attend an all-union congress. We lived in the House of Soviets at number 3, Karetny Row. Our quarters were very simple and crowded. We slept on plank beds and were stacked together like logs. I remember that Postyshev, the secretary of the Kharkov organization, used to sleep with his wife in a row th. Some of the rest of us. This arrangement made for some jokes at Postyshev's expense, but it was all in good fun. We were young, and besides, Postyshev was well respected in the party. The first morning after we got to Moscow I tried to take a streetcar to the Kremlin, but I didn't know which number to take and ended up getting lost. From then on I woke up early and walked to the Kremlin. It took longer, but at least I learned my way around. I even skipped breakfast in order to be sure of arriving in time to get a good seat. Each delegation had a block of seats assigned to it, but within each block it was first come, first served. I always tried to find a seat right in front of the podium. The Congress was held in the hall where the Supreme Soviet now sits. At that time it hadn't yet been rebuilt, and it was still called Vladimir Hall. The Ukrainian delegation sat in the center of the hall, and the Yuzovka delegation had the first rows in the center section. The Proletarian Donbass organization was given the best seats in recognition of its strategic position in the party organization of the Ukraine. The head of the Ukrainian organization was Lazar Moiseyevich Kaganovich, and his Politburo included Petrovsky, Shubar, Schichter, and Skripnik. Kaganovich was first secretary of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party, and Shubar was chairman of the Ukrainian Council of Ministers. The 14th Party Congress made a lasting impression on me. Here I was, only a few feet from the leaders of our state and our party. I had my first chance to see Stalin in the flesh. I was very impressed by him, and I think I can explain why by mentioning an incident which occurred during the Congress. At one point the head of our regional party organization, Comrade Moisayenko, requested that Comrade Stalin permit himself to be photographed with our delegation. We were informed that Stalin would be willing to join us when our group photograph was taken and that he would let us know when he would be free. We waited and waited. Finally we were told to gather in Catherine Hall during a recess of the Congress. Stan arrived and sat down. We all took our places around him. The photographer, whose name was Petrov, went to his camera and started to arrange the group for the picture. Petrov was a respected specialist in his trade. He had worked around the Kremlin for years and was well known among party workers. He started giving us instructions on which way to look and how to turn our heads. Suddenly Stalin remarked in a voice everyone could hear, Comrade Petrov loves to order people around. But now that's forbidden here. No one may order anyone else around ever again. Even though he said this jokingly, we all took him seriously and were heartened by the democratic spirit he displayed. A similar incident occurred a few years later when my friend Lev Abramovich Rimsky took a group of students to Moscow to see the sights of the capital. Rimsky decided to ask Stalin if he would receive a delegation of these students. As Lev Abramovich told me, I called the Kremlin and was put straight through to Stalin. What accessibility! Stalin agreed to receive us. When we arrived at Stalin's office, I said, "Comrade Stalin, we've come from the city formerly called Yuzovka, which now bears your name. It's called Stalino. Therefore we'd like to ask you to send a letter of greeting back with us to the Stalino workers." And here is how Stalin answered this request: "What do you think I am? A big landowner? The workers in the factories aren't serfs on my farm. It would be insulting and completely unsuitable for me to write them a letter of greeting. I won't do it myself, and I don't like it when other people do that sort of thing." Lev Abramovich was pleasantly surprised. When he got home he spread this story around to illustrate Stalin's democratic spirit, his accessibility, and his proper understanding of his place. Most of what I saw and heard of Stalin during these early years pleased me very much. In the 20s, transcripts of Politburo sessions were distributed to party organizations throughout the country, where they were read and studied by active party members. I remember reading in one of these transcripts an argument between Stalin and either Trotsky or Zinoviev. One phrase that Stalin used stuck in my memory. He said something like this: "I'll do everything in my power to preserve unity in the party and to fortify the monolithic solidarity of our movement. Don't you see what you're doing? Good God, man, don't you see what you're saying? But God be with you, God be with you." Now, even though he'd once studied in a seminary, Stalin certainly wasn't a religious man, and an expression like that wasn't at all characteristic of him. I took his saying "God be with you" to mean, there's nothing more I can do to help you. I don't wish you evil. May God be with you, and may he help you to see the error of your ways. While naturally I'm not a religious man either, and never have been, I was glad to see this evidence of Stalin's tolerance for his opponents. In 1925 the public hadn't yet gotten wind of the fierce struggle going on inside the party. Stalin had emerged as general secretary while Lenin was still alive and while Trotsky was still active. However, years were to go by before the very special nature of Stalin's role became known in party circles, to say nothing of among the masses. In 1927 I attended again, as a delegate from the Yuzovka party organization, the 15th Party Congress, at which Stalin and his supporters squared off against the Zinovievites, or Leningrad opposition, as they were then called. I remember we used to say that even the sparrows were chirping the news to the man in the street that a schism had formed in the party. Our delegation was again quartered in the House of Soviets at number 3, Karetny Row. Shortly after we arrived in Moscow, we were told that Yakov Arkadyevich Yakovlev was coming by to talk to us about certain developments in the party and to warn us about the situation which was likely to arise at the Congress. I think Yakovlev was one of Sergei Ordzhonikich's deputies registered. We knew Yakovlev must be coming to see us on factional business because we were told not to let anyone into the meeting except members of the Ukrainian delegations. We also realized that Yakovlev was passing on to us confidential information and instructions directly from Stalin himself. Yakovlev explained where we differed with the Zinovievites and told us what we were to do. In other words, he prepared us to carry out factional work against the Zinoviev Kamina opposition, which was then gathering force. Zinoviev was chairman of the Comintern, the international communist organization which steered the course of the world revolution. As the main person in the international communist movement, Zinoviev commanded much authority and prestige. Yakovlev explained that Zinoviev was to be co-speaker with Stalin at the Congress. Yakovlev told us that the Leningrad delegation to the 15th Congress had written a letter to the Congress Presidium demanding, on the basis of the party statutes, that Zinoviev once again be given equal time with Stalin. When the Congress began, we found that once again we had the central place in the hall. On our left were the Leningraders, and on our right was the Moscow delegation. We were in contact with the Moscow party workers, coordinating with them our activities against the Leningrad opposition. Discussions and arguments were going on everywhere, formal and informal, in large groups and small, during the sessions and during the recesses, inside St. George's Hall and out in the corridors. I was distressed to find my old comrade Abramson in the enemy camp. He had been the editor of the newspaper The Dictatorship of Labor in Yuzovka when I returned from the army in 1922. Now he was working in Leningrad as the secretary of some district committee. He was a good communist, but like all Leningraders, he was a Zinovievite. The Zinovievites had also added Batayev and Nikolaeva to their delegation, so that the opposition might swing more weight at the Congress. These were good active party members. They're all dead now. Stalin, Rykov, and Bukharin spoke for the Central Committee line, that is, Stalin's line. There was the Central Committee line on one side and the opposition on the other. There was nothing in between. A word about Bukharin. He was much respected and very popular. I had seen him and heard him speak back in 1919 when I was serving in the Red Army. As secretary of our unit's party cell, I had been invited to a meeting of the active party members in Kursk province at which Bukharin gave a speech. Everyone was very pleased with him, and I was absolutely spellbound. He had an appealing personality and a strong democratic spirit. Later I met some comrades who had worked with him, simple, progressive communists from Moscow who were more or less at my level of political development. They told me how Bukharin had lived with them in their dormitory and eaten with them at their mess at the same table. This impressed me very much. Bukharin was also the editor of Pravda. He was the party's chief theoretician. Lenin always spoke affectionately of him as our Bukharchik. On Lenin's instructions he wrote the ABC of communism, and everyone who joined the party learned Marxist-Leninist science by studying Bukharin's work. In short, Bukharin was much beloved in the party. During the 15th Party Congress, some delegation or other presented the Congress Presidium with a steel broom. Rykov, who was chairman of the Presidium, made a speech, saying, "I hereby present this steel broom to Comrade Stalin so that he may sweep away our enemies." There was a burst of appreciative applause and laughter. Rykov himself broke into a smile and then laughed, too. He obviously trusted Sta he handed over to Stalin in 1927 at the time of the 15th Party Congress. We had, no doubt in our minds that Stalin and his supporters were right, and that the opposition was wrong. I still think that Stalin's ideological position was basically correct. We realized that a merciless struggle against the opposition was unavoidable. We justified what was happening in a lumberjack's terms: when you chop down a forest, the chips fly. After all, it was no accident that Stalin held the leading position in the party, and it was no accident that the party supported him against such powerful opponents as the Trotskyists, Zinovievites, and later the right-left bloc of Surtsov and Elefomenids. 2 Stalin was a powerful personality, and he had contributed greatly to the mobilization of the party's forces for the reconstruction of our industry and agriculture and the strengthening of our army. It shouldn't be overlooked that Stalin's name hadn't been very widely known among the masses in the first years of the revolution. He had come a long way in a short time, and he had brought our party and our people with him. In 1928 Kaganovich called me to Kharkov and offered me a post as deputy chief of the organizational section of the Ukrainian Party Central Committee. As Kaganovich explained, there were very few workers on the Ukrainian Central Committee, which was then based in Kharkov, and he wanted to bring me from Stalino in order to equalize the representation of workers in the party apparatus. I was reluctant to accept the offer. I'd already had enough contact with the Kharkov organization to know that it was filled with people who weren't to be trusted. I was pretty sure that I would run into trouble if I took the job. People in Kharkov tended to be jealous of the Yuzovka organization, and not without reason. We were miners and metal workers, we were the real proletariat, the salt of the earth and the bedrock of the party. Therefore I told Kaganovich, I think you're quite right to want to bring more workers into the Central Committee apparatus, but I don't want to leave Stalino. I'm very much at home there, I know the procedures and the personnel of the Stalin organization. I'm completely unfamiliar with the setup here in Kharkov and I doubt I could adapt myself to the organizational section of the Central Committee. Well, said Kaganovich, if you put it that way, I guess the Central Committee can do without you. There's no need to transfer you from Stalino if you feel so strongly against it. I went home and began to reconsider Kaganovich's offer. I reviewed in my mind my past relationship with Kaganovich and the prospect of working with him. Kaganovich liked me very much. We met in the first days of the February Revolution at a meeting in Yuzovka, which I attended as a representative of the workers at the Rushenkov mines. Then a week or two later we met again. In those days I knew him not as Kaganovich but as Sergeevich. I trusted and respected him 100%. I knew that Kaganovich needed all the help he could get in Kharkov. He wasn't considered much of an administrator, to say nothing of being a real leader. Kaganovich's position in the collective leadership of the Ukraine was shaky, and his relations with the other members of the Central Committee were complicated at best. The old men in the collective were constantly trying to undercut his authority. Petrovsky wasn't behind him, and neither was Chubar. Generally speaking, the group from the Dnipropetrovsk area was against him. Kaganovich leaned very heavily on the Donbass, and particularly on the Yuzovka organization, for support. There was something else that made me think seriously about going to Kharkov. People were beginning to lose confidence in Stroganov, the secretary of the Yuzovka committee, and they were starting to come to me rather than to him. This was partly because I'd lived in Yuzovka since my childhood. My father had worked in the pit at Uspinsk, 4 versts south of Yuzovka. I learned my own trade as a metal fitter at the Bossai factory and had a wide circle of friends whom I'd known since I was a boy. As people started to turn to, despite my forebodings, I must admit that my year in Kiev turned out to be very satisfactory. I have many pleasant memories of that period. I found it easy to work there. The people seemed to like me and trust me. I'd even say they respected me. I'm not saying there weren't some difficulties. Far from it. The Mensheviks, social revolutionaries, Ukrainian nationalists, and Trotskyists all tried to take advantage of the troubles we were having in Kiev. There were many people out of work, and they used to demonstrate in the streets, parading around with red banners. We had a large meeting in the old Kiev City Soviet Council building to discuss the problem. I told the people who came to this meeting, I know where there's great demand for workers, and I can easily find work for you there. They seemed pleased. Where? They asked. In the Donbass. We'd rather be out of work here than go to the Donbass for jobs, they said. This infuriated me because my own roots were in the Donbass, and I missed the miners whom I'd grown up with very much. As far as these Kievans were concerned, the Donbass meant the backward provinces. Besides, it was mining country, and they had no training for that kind of work. In 1929 I reached the age of 35. I realized this was my last chance to think seriously about going to an institution of higher learning. I had never gotten further than the Yuzovka Workers' Faculty, and time was weighing on me heavily. I decided to try and get a leave of absence to complete my education. At first I encountered some resistance from my superiors. Kaganovich by now had been transferred to the Central Committee in Moscow, and Comrade Kossier had been sent to take his place. Happy face, I was widely regarded as someone who had been very close to Kaganovich, and it's true, I had been. But people also assumed that the real reason I was asking permission to go back to school was that I didn't want to work with Kossier, which wasn't true. I didn't know Kossier very well, but I respected him. He was a fairly mild-mannered person, pleasant and intelligent. I would have put him on a higher level than Kaganovich as regards his ability to get along with people, but he couldn't compete with Kaganovich as an organizer. Kaganovich was a man who got things done. If the Central Committee put an axe in his hands, he would chop up a storm. Unfortunately, he often chopped down the healthy trees along with the rotten ones. But the chips really flew, you couldn't take that away from him. Anyway, I went to Kharkov and explained my position to Kossier, man to man. Look, I'm already 35 years old. I want to finish my education. Will you write me a recommendation? I want to apply for admission to the Industrial Academy in Moscow, and I'd like to ask for the Central Committee's support. I want to become a metallurgist. Kossier was very understanding. He heard me out and gave me his personal consent. Demchenko, however, was very upset and tried to persuade me to stay, although he, too, could understand how a man might want to continue his studies. The bureau met to decide whether to grant me a leave of absence. Some of them thought that I was trying to get away from Demchenko, and they hinted that they would support me if that was the reason I wanted to be released from my job in Kharkov. I had to convince them that my request for leave had nothing to do with my relations with Demchenko and that I simply wanted to complete my education. Finally, after a number of sessions, the bureau decided to release me from my party responsibilities in the Ukraine so that I could enter the Industrial Academy. I soon left for Moscow. Party work in Moscow from Industrial Academy to Politburo. In the light of subsequent events, it seems more than probable that the 35-year-old party functionary from the Ukraine was brought up to the Industrial Academy in Moscow not primarily to study but to prove himself in political work and at the same time turn the academy into a Stalinist stronghold. For in 1929 and 1930 this forcing hokarate of the new communist elite was in fact a focus of anti-Stalinism. Be that as it may, Khrushchev did very soon win control of the party cell and beat down the opposition by the use of methods that were both rough and devious. So successful was he that within 2 years he was able to leave the academy behind him and start, in the shadow of Kaganovich, on the swift career that was soon to make him the party chieftain of all Moscow. The larger background to this chapter was the first frenzied and violent campaign for the rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union represented by the first 5-year plan and the collectivization of agriculture, about which Khrushchev has something to say later. I ran into some difficulties during my first year at the Industrial Academy. I was told that I didn't have enough experience in executive management to be a student there. This is a school for managers and directors, the comrades said, and you're just not ready for the course here. Maybe you should switch to the Central Committee's course in Marxism-Leninism. I finally had to get Kaganovich's help. Lazar Moiseyevich was a secretary of the Central Committee. With his backing, I was able to remain at the academy. There were all sorts of people there. The students varied greatly in their political and educational backgrounds. Many had never gone any further than the village school and knew nothing but the 4 basic operations of arithmetic. Then there were also people who had gone through secondary school. Having completed the workers' faculty in Yuzovka, I was considered in that category. The classroom building of the academy was located on the Novobazmenaya, not far from the dormitory where I lived at Nemibor 40, Pokrovka. I had a room of my own. It was an ideal setup. My daily routine was to walk to the academy. I never took the streetcar. The overseer was Comrade Kuibyshev, the chairman of the State Planning Commission. Who could have been better? He was a respected and influential figure, and he gave the academy all his support. Our director was G.M. Kaminsky, an old Bolshevik and a good comrade. I remember that in 1930 we asked him to see if Comrade Stalin would receive some representatives of the first graduating class. We were planning a commencement celebration in the Hall of Columns. And we wanted to ask Comrade Stalin to give the valedictory address on the great occasion. We were informed that Stalin would receive a delegation of 6 or 7 people. Even though I wasn't a member of the graduating class myself, I was included in the group because I was secretary of the Academy Party organization. During our meeting with Stalin, he gave us some advice along the following lines. He told us to master our studies, and to make ourselves experts in OIU fields. Naturally, we should be versatile in the general area of management, but we should also be specialists. This was good counsel, even though we'd heard it before. I'd been told the same thing back at the Yuzovka Workers' Faculty. As Stalin was speaking, I thought to myself, here is a man who knows how to direct our minds and our energies to toward the priority goals of industrializing our country and assuring the impregnability of our homeland's borders against the capitalist world. The well-being of the people is obviously in firm hands. When he finished giving us his advice, Stalin said, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend your celebration this evening myself, but Comrade Kalinin will be there. Our interview with Stalin had taken longer than expected. We had to run to the Hall of Columns. By the time we got there, Kaminsky had already finished speaking, but we didn't miss Mikhail Ivanovich Kalinin's speech. We all respected him very much and listened to him attentively. I should explain how I came to be chosen secretary of the party organization at the Academy. It's a fairly long story, but it's worth telling. When I first came to Moscow in 1929, the student body at the Academy was full of unstable and undesirable elements. There were a lot of people who for one reason or another had abandoned their party, trade union, or managerial duties and had settled into cozy niches. They did nothing but loaf. We had 2 days off a week, Sunday, and then another day which we were supposed to use for assimilating what we had learned that week. Well, I used to notice how these good-for-nothings would leave the dormitory early in the morning and not come back until late at night. I don't know what they did all day, but it's a sure thing they weren't assimilating their studies. Most of them hadn't come to the Academy to study at all, they had come because it was a good place to lie low and wait for the political storm to blow over. They made themselves snug huddle nests in the Academy and 38. Avoided political involvement altogether. This practice led to an ironic state of affairs. The political enemies of the Central Committee were just about the only people in the country who were able to take advantage of our institutions of higher learning. I remember Molotov once asked me, Comrade Khrushchev, do you have much time to read? Very little, I replied. It's the same with me. My job never lets up. Much as RD liked to sit down and read a book, and much as, I know I should, I never have a chance. I knew what he meant. Ever since I'd returned from the army in 1922, I'd been too busy to read. I was an active party member, and therefore all my time was taken up with fighting for the general line of the Central Committee. My life wasn't my own. If someone did have a chance to appreciate literature, he was likely to be reproached for shirking his civic and party duties. I remember Stalin once put it very well, so this is how it's turned out. The Trotskyists and the rightists have been rewarded for their activities with the privilege of higher education. The Central Committee doesn't have confidence in them, so it removes them from their party posts, and they rush straight into our scientific and technological institutes. And meanwhile, the people who've stood firmly for the general line and done the day-to-day practical work of the party never have an opportunity to advance their education and their professional training. As a result of this situation, the Industrial Academy was teeming with rightists, and they'd gotten control of the party cell. When I arrived in 1929, the secretary of the party organization was Kokorev. He was fairly influential and had pre-revolutionary party experience, dating, I think, from about 1906. He had what we called the old guard around him of men who supported the rightists Rykov, Bukharin, and Uglanov against Stalin and the general line of the party. The old guard at the Academy consisted of old Bolsheviks, former plant directors, and trade union leaders, in short, respectable men who were attending the Academy ostensibly to refresh their technical skills. There was a group of us at the Academy who stood for the general line and who opposed the rightists, Rykov, Bukharin, and Uglanov, the Zinovievites, the Trotskyists, and the right-left bloc of Surtsov and Lomanids. I don't even remember exactly what the differences were between Bukharin and Rykov on the one hand and Surtsov and Lomanids on the other. Rightists, oppositionists, right-leftists, deviationists, these people were all moving in basically the same political direction, and our group was against them. We all came from the south, from the Donbass, from Dnipropetrovsk, and from Kharkov. Furthermore, we had all joined the party after the revolution. When someone's candidacy to a post in the academy organization was proposed at a meeting, he had to go to the podium and say where he was from and when he had joined the party. This made it easy for the old guard in the party cell to recognize and vote down anyone who was likely to oppose them. My election to the academy presidium was blocked 2 or 3 times, and I wasn't even nominated as a delegate to the 16th Party Congress. However, even though I was new in Moscow, my name was already beginning to emerge as an active party member on the side of the general line, and therefore the Central Committee gave me a permanent guest pass to the Congress. That's how I was able to hear Stalin's general report. I didn't attend all of the Congress sessions, and even though my pass was supposed to be non-transferable, I let some of my comrades use it so that they could get into the Congress, too. I'm glad I wasn't discovered sharing my pass, because people were punished if they were caught. At the time of the 16th Party Congress, the tide began to turn in our struggle against the rightists at the Academy, and I took a position of leadership in the campaign to make the Academy a stronghold for the Central Committee. My role in the struggle for the party line was not insignificant. Modesty aside, I'd say mine was the leading role. The bureau of the Academy party cell knew this and tried to get me out of town so that I wouldn't interfere. VDTH its plan to elect a rightist delegation to the Bauman District Party conference in 1930. I was sent out into the country to inspect a collective farm which the Academy Party / organization sponsored. When I got back to Moscow, the Bauman conference was already in full swing, and the Academy was being represented largely by rightists. Comrade Tabakov came and told me everything that had happened while I was away. He was a Jew by nationality. He was one of my staunchest supporters in the Academy, a politically sophisticated comrade and a communist of the highest order. He was later shot. Tabakov told me that the party cell had put up a slate of somewhere between 10 and 13 delegates to the conference, including Stalin, Rykov, Bukharin, and, I think, Uglanov. This tactic was devised by the rightists to make it impossible to support Stalin's candidacy without also supporting Rykov and Bukharin. Later that evening I was called to the telephone. I didn't have many acquaintances in Moscow, and I at the 17th Party Congress in 1934. The election procedure impressed me as being very democratic. Here's how it worked. Candidates were nominated and their names put on a ballot, which was then passed around to all the delegates. Admittedly, there wasn't much choice left to the delegates because the number of names on the ballot was just enough to fill the staff of the Central Committee, including members and candidate members, plus the staff of the Inspection Commission. How? 1. Every delegate was given a chance to express his opinion about each candidate either by leaving his name on the ballot or striking it off. Stalin then made the rounds of the delegates to collect the ballots, looking each delegate squarely in the eye so as not to see his ballot. Then the ballots were counted, and the number of votes for and against each candidate was announced. I remember that at the 17th Party Congress Stalin didn't receive a unanimous vote. 6 people voted against him. Why do I remember this so well? Because when my name was announced, Khrushchev, I also was only 6 votes short of unanimous election to the Central Committee. This meant I was in a position comparable to Stalin's. Other candidates often received 20 or 30 or even 100 votes against them. It took a majority of the votes cast for a candidate to be elected. In 1935 Kaganovich was appointed People's Commissar of Transport and released from his duties in the Moscow organization. I was promoted to take his place as first secretary of the Moscow Regional and City Committees. At the very next plenum of the Central Committee I was elected a candidate member of the Politburo. I was pleased and flattered, but I was also terrified by the onerous responsibility that went with this job. I was now a full-fledged professional party worker, but I kept with me the tools of my trade: calipers, markers, tri-square, a ruler, and a liter measure. I was reluctant to sever my ties with my old profession. The way I looked at it, a party job was elective, and if I weren't re-elected, I might any day have to return to my original career as a metal fitter. I started attending Politburo sessions regularly. In those days Stalin was still, to a certain extent at least, observing Leninist traditions. Members of the Central Committee who happened to be in Moscow were entitled to attend Politburo sessions, as long as they sat quietly and didn't disrupt the work. I learned a lot at these sessions about how the leadership of the party made decisions. To be able to sit with the Politburo, to be able to work side by side with the leaders of our party, and to be close to Stalin, this seemed like the crowning opportunity of my career. For years I had been devotee with all my soul to the Central Committee and to Stalin. Ever since first coming to Moscow and hearing him speak at mass meetings, I had admired Stalin for his clearness of mind and the conciseness of his formulations. I had been equally impressed by the same succinctness and lucidity in his address to a smaller group, at a closed meeting of industrial managers in 1932, when he was formulating his 6 great conditions. And now that I was a candidate member of the Politburo, I had an opportunity to watch Stalin in action at close quarters, regularly. My admiration for him continued to grow. I was spellbound by the patience and sympathy for others that he showed at Politburo meetings in the middle 30s. I can think of various examples of what I mean, but I single out just one. It was a fairly unusual case, involving a young diplomat who had gone to some Latin American country with one of our trade missions and let himself be compromised by the local press. He was brought in to testify during a Politburo meeting and was obviously very embarrassed and upset. Stalin opened the discussion. "Tell me, please, everything that happy, Euronet. Don't hold anything back." The young diplomat explained that just after he arrived in the Latin American country, he went to a restaurant to get something to eat. I was shown to a table, and I ordered dinner. A man came up and sat down at my table. He asked me if I were from Russia. I said, yes, I was. Then he started asking all sorts of questions. What did I come to buy? Had I served in the army? Did I know how to shoot? I told him that I'd been in the cavalry, that I wasn't a bad shot. Things like that. Then, to my horror, an article appeared in the newspaper the very next day. It was full of all kinds of nonsense about how I was a real Caucasian cowboy and a crack shot. It was also full of lies about why I'd come, what I was going to buy, what prices I was going to pay, and so on. Shortly afterward the embassy told me I'd better return to the homeland and report to you. That's what happened. I only ask you to take into account that I committed this blunder out of inexperience, and without any malicious intent. I felt very sorry for this young man. He had obviously been a victim of his own naivete. Everyone squirmed in his seat and whispered to his neighbor. We were all waiting to see what would happen. Suddenly Stalin said, "Well, as far as I can see, a trusting fellow was taken advantage of by a bunch of rascals. Is there anything more to it than that?" "No." "Then the incident is closed." Stalin looked the young diplomat in the eye and said, "See that you're more careful in the future." The poor fellow just sat there with his mouth open as the meeting was adjourned. He was so surprised by his good fortune that he couldn't move. Then he grabbed his briefcase and scurried out. I was very impressed by the simplicity and compassion with which Stalin had handled the case. So was everyone else. City Father. From 1952, when he became second secretary of the Moscow City Party Committee, to 1938, when he was appointed to the first secretary of the Ukraine, Khrushchev was primarily concerned with the management of Moscow. In 1935, as in absolute control of the Moscow regional and city party organizations. It was in these years that he made his reputation as a hard and ruthless driver of men who, unlike so many Russians in exalted positions, was not afraid to get mud on his boots. His most spectacular operation was the Concurrent truck scission of the Moscow metro, that celebrated showpiece of the Soviet regime, with its gilded and marble underground halls which were to become a wonder of the world. The metro was named after Kaganovich, who initiated it, with Khrushchev as his assistant. But soon Khrushchev himself, 54, took over and brought it to a successful conclusion. Khrushchev gives us an account of those feverish days. He did, indeed, work without ceasing. He had under his command not only hands of enthusiastic young communist volunteers, but also a large forced Lahoyi contingent at the disposition of Gigi Yagoda, the NKVD chieftain. From 1936 onward, it was also Khrushchev's job to help make Moscow safe for Stalin during the terrible purge years. It was then that he distinguished himself, though he does not mention this, by addressing mass meetings in which he praised Stalin in more high-flown terms than any of his colleagues and demanded death for the victims of the treason trials. From the beginning of my party activities in the Moscow organization, there was a lot to be done in a short time. I played a central role in the management and reconstruction of our Soviet capital through the early and middle 30s. My comrades and I worked with enthusiasm and self-sacrifice. Our jobs consumed our whole halves. We knew no such thing as rest. We frequently called mass meetings or had consultations among ourselves on our days off, and we worked long hours, often well into the night. In our eyes, there was something romantic about our task. Everyone lived to see the day when Lenin's words would come true. After the first 10 years of its existence, Soviet power would be invincible. Nowadays, unfortunately, a lot of that spirit of idealism and self-sacrifice has gone out of the party. Many of the attitudes that seem all too prevalent today have a touch of bourgeois pettiness about them. Back when I helped run the city of Moscow, no one would have permitted himself so much as a single thought about having his own dacha. After all, we were communists. We always went around in plain work clothes. None of us ever wore suits. Our uniform was a field shirt with an open collar or a white peasant smock. Stalin set a good example for us in this regard. While Kaganovich was first secretary of the Moscow City and Regional Committees, he was also second of our country at the time. Rykov, Bukharin, Zinoviev, M.D. Kamenev had already been removed from their posts, and Trotsky was in exile. Therefore, if we were looking for someone to hold responsible, we could lay the blame squarely on Stalin's own shoulders. But all this is hindsight. At the time, we didn't know the truth. We still believed in Stalin and trusted him. 72. The Purge years. Here we have an inevitably selective and distorted account of the most terrible period in the history of the Soviet Union. Unlike Molotov and Malenkov, Khrushchev was not actively involved in the excessi of the Purge years until he was sent out to the Ukraine in 1938 to finish off the Great Purge there before reconstructing the shattered party apparatus. But he knew a great deal of what was going on. He profited directly by the shooting of his senior colleagues, and he say enough to indicate that, like every other senior party functionary at time, he himself performed some vile actions, even before he arrived in Kiev. This chapter should be compared with the passages in the secret speech which deal with the arrest, torture, and execution of men wholly guiltless of the charges preferred against them, though far from innocent in other ways. The whole appalling story was known in very great detail in the West, but it was not until the secret speech that the horrors were confirmed by an official Soviet source. Even then it has to be remembered that Khrushchev gives no idea of the sheer scale of the butchery. At the same time, he limited his revelations to the crimes committed by Stalin against the party and the army. He had not a word to say about the effect of the terror on millions of rank-and-file party members and ordinary unpolitical citizens. In a word, he is speaking throughout of Stalin's crimes against the party, not of his crimes against the Soviet people as a whole. The M-Ost usual estimate of the number of party members arrested is close on 1 million. Non-party citizens arrested were at least 7 times this number. It is worth mentioning that the deliberate torturing of prisoners under interrogation was forbidden under the regulations until 1937. Early in 1937 or late in 1936 secret instructions were issued saying that torture might healst. It finally approved the Central Committee in 1939. In giving an objective, concentrated analysis of Stalin's negative side, I must say something about the practice Stalin instituted of ruthlessly branding party members as enemies of the people, then bringing them to trial and having them eliminated. Our party is still scarred by the damage done during the purges. The attitudes which Stalin inculcated in the minds of many party members left a kind of incrustation on the consciousness of many people, especially dull, limited people. Even today you'll find those who think that Stalin's way was the only right way to build socialism and to get things done in our country. As far as I'm concerned, it reflects a fairly primitive, slavish mentality to say that people won't work unless there's someone standing over them, cracking a whip above their heads. If you believe in the psychology of a slave society that people have to be kept in line by force or else they'll revolt, then maybe you're one of those who thinks the repression inflicted on the Soviet people by Stalin was historically inevitable. But I think that claim is nonsense. Moreover, it contradicts one of the basic tenets of our Marxist-Leninist doctrine, namely, it's the people who make history, not a single powerful personage. The October Revolution was achieved in response to Lenin's compelling rational leadership, not under his whip. The people followed Lenin because they believed in him, not because they feared him. Lenin raised and unified the aspirations of the people. Stalin tried to bully the people and the party into obedience. It all started one evening in 1934. The telephone rang and I picked it up. It was Kaganovich. I'm call 74. Ing from the Politburo. Come over here right away. It's urgent. I went straight to the Kremlin. Kaganovich met me. He had a frightful look about him. I was immediately on my guard, ready for everything. What's happened? I thought to myself. There's been a terrible tragedy, he said. Kirov has been murdered in Leningrad. I'll tell you about it in more detail later. Right now the Politburo is discussing the matter. We're putting together a delegation to go to Leningrad. Stalin, Voroshilov, Molotov, plus a delegation of 60 people from the Moscow Party organization and the Moscow worker class. You lead the delegation. You be in the honor guard there and then accompany Kirov's body back to Moscow. Very you. I went straight to the Moscow committee. I put together a delegation and left for Leningrad that same night. I didn't see Stalin, Voroshilov, and Molotov. They were traveling separately, in special railroad cars. It seemed to me that the whole city of Leningrad was in a state of mourning, although maybe I was just projecting my own feelings onto everyone else. We were all completely in the dark about what had happened. We knew only that Kirov's murderer was someone named Nikolaev, who had been expelled from the party for taking part in the Trotskyite opposition, which indicated that the Trotskyites were behind the whole thing. We all felt sincere outrage and indignation. I don't remember how long we spent in Leningrad, 2 or 3 days, I think. We took turns standing around the coffin in an honor guard as the Leningraders said their last farewells to the body of Sergei Mironovich. I could see that Kaganovich was badly shaken, even frightened. I can't say how the other leaders felt about Kirov's death. I watched Stalin closely when he stood in the honor guard. He had enormous self-control, and his expression was absolutely impenetrable. It didn't even occur to me that perhaps he had other things on his mind besides Kirov's death. Part of my job as secretary of the Moscow Committee was to supervise the activity of the Moscow office of the NKVD. The chief of the office was Comrade Redens. He was Stalin's brother-in-law, a Pole by nationality. He was a good comrade and had been a member of the party since 1914. Stalin later had him shot. I found out from Comrade Redens that the operation of the NKVD changed drastically after Kirov's murder. Before the murder, the Cheka rarely resorted to administrative methods for dealing with people. By administrative methods, I mean arrest and trial. Such methods were used only in cases involving activities of an overtly anti-Soviet character. For example, we had always tried to deal with work stoppages and strikes in Moscow by going to the barracks or factories and explaining to the workers that we had to raise production quotas in order to catch up with our enemies. The workers who had been recruited from the villages lived in unspeakable conditions: filth, bed bugs, cockroaches, bad food, and inadequate clothing. It tended to aggravate their discontent when their collective agreements on output norms were revised in favor of the state. We would sit down with them and try to explain that sometimes the interests of the state superseded those of the individual. Usually the workers were very understanding and eager to get on with the job, even if their output norm was raised 10 or 15% while their wages were left the same. If certain individuals refused to adapt themselves to the necessary conditions, they would be openly denounced by the party. But we almost always stopped short of using administrative methods against them. All that suddenly changed after Ejtov's murder. Redens told me he had received instructions to purge Moscow. Moscow unquestionably needed a purgative. It was constipated with many undesirable elements: non-workers, parasites, and profiteers. A list was put together of the people who should be exiled from the city. I don't know where these people were sent. I never asked. We always followed the rule that if you weren't told something, that meant it didn't concern you, it was the state's business, and the less you knew about it the better. Anyway, the deportation of criminal elements from Moscow was the first stage of the repression which began after Kirov's murder. Soon the political terror started. I caught only an occasional, accidental glimpse of its inner workings. While the trial of the Leningrad oppositionists was going on, Kaganovich and Sergei Ordzhonikidze were left in charge whenever Stalin and Molotov were out of Moscow. Once I went by the Central Committee Oflo SCE to see Kaganovich about some matter relating to city administration. When Kaganovich was informed that I was outside, he asked me to come into his study. He had Sergei Ordzhonikidze and Demyan Bedny with him. They were conferring about the trial of the oppositionists and the presentation of the trial in the press. A series of articles condemning the oppositionists was being published in order to prepare PubHC opinion for the harsh sentences which actually had already been decided upon. I remember the scene very well. Sergei and Kaganovich asked Demyan Bedny, "Well, Comrade Demyan, have you written a poem that we can use?" "Yes," said Demyan, and he recited the poem. When he finished, there was an awkward pause. Kaganovich spoke up first, "That's not quite what we had in mind, Comrade Demyan." Sergei, who had a fiery temper, didn't beat around the bush. He heatedly exhorted Demyan to do better. Demyan Bedny was an obese man, and he was completely bald. His head looked like a huge copper cauldron. He looked at them with his good-natured eyes and said, "I'm afraid I can't do any better. Much as I've tried, this is all I've been able to squeeze out. I just can't raise my hand against the oppositionists. I can't do it. I'm impotent toward them." Actually, he used a cruder, more manly expression. I don't know if what Demyan wrote was ever published. He obviously wasn't completely convinced that the oppositionists were criminals. That's why he couldn't muster the inspiration and the party spirit to rip them apart in his poem. He just wasn't sure they were enemies. To mention my own attitude, naturally I was on Kaganovich's side, that is, on Stalin's side. Therefore, at the time I glared at Demyan disapprovingly. But now I understand why Demyan had his doubts registered. The flower of the party was stamped out in the savage violence which erupted shortly after that scene I witnessed in Kaganovich's office. Many of the original leaders of our party and our country were wiped out. Where had men like Molotov or Kaganovich or Voroshilov or Mikoyan been when Zinoviev, Kamina, Trotsky, Bukharin, and Rykov were running the country? Almost the whole Politburo which had been in office at the time of Lenin's death was purged. Take for example Zinoviev and Kamina, who were eliminated as leaders of the opposition. They had made some errors during the revolution. Everyone knows that. But everyone also knows something else, too. After they saw the error of their ways, Lenin himself enlisted them to work in the leadership. At Lenin's side, Zinoviev and Kamina gave worthy guidance to the party. When the government moved from Leningrad to Moscow, Zinoviev stayed in Leningrad. He was entrusted with the supervision of our original capital, our most revolutionary city, which had raised the banner of insurrection in the October Revolution. And Moscow had been entrusted to Kamina. Yet now these men were in the dock as criminals and were soon to be eliminated as enemies of the people. Stalin's purge of the party swept from the oppositionists in 1936 to the rightists in 1938, when Rykov, Bukharin, and other leaders of the people and the party were brought to trial. It is fitting that these men should be called leaders. Take Rykov for example. He became chairman of the Council of People's Commissars after Lenin's death. He was a man of merit in the eyes of the party and a worthy representative of Soviet power. Yet he was shot. As for Bukharin, Lenin had called him our Bukharchik, and his ABC of communism was a primer of Marxist-Leninist wisdom for the entire older generation. He, too, was brought to trial and eliminated. Registered during that period the party started to lose its authority and to be subservient to the NKVD. I remember the following state of affairs at the Moscow Party Conference of 1937. All candidates nominated for membership on the Moscow City and Regional Committees had to be screened and sanctioned by the NKVD. Neither the Central Committee nor the party at large could promote its own members. The NKVD had the last word in assessing the activities of any party member and in deciding whether or not he could be elected to top party posts. We had been conditioned to believe that this practice helped local party organizations expose enemies who had penetrated the ruling party organizations. I remember one incident in particular that occurred during the 1937 Moscow Party Conference. There was a commissar from the Frunze Military Academy who, from the standpoint of the Moscow Party Committee, was a good communist and a good comrade. When it was moved that his name be put on the ballot, the delegates to the conference were clearly enthusiastic about his candidacy. His nomination was greeted by thunderous applause. Suddenly I got a message from the NKVD, do everything you can to bring that man down. He's not to be trusted. He's connected with enemies of the people and will be arrested. We obeyed and defeated his nomination, but it was a distressing experience for all the delegates. The very next night that commissar was arrested. The case of Emelian Yaroslavsky was much the same. He was an old Bolshevik and much respected in the party. He was secretary of the party collegium of the Central Control Commission, which means he was considered beyond reproach from the party's standpoint. He was nominated as a candidate for election to the Moscow Regional Committee. Suddenly I got a call saying that Yaroslavsky had to be brought down. This order was very hard on me personally, but I had to obey. I passed the word around to the other secretaries of the regional committee to launch an agitation campaign against Yaroslavsky among the delegates without letting it reach Yaroslavsky himself. But it was too late. Despite our activity, he was elected by a margin of something like 1 vote. After the conference, Comrade Zemlyachka, whom I respected very much, went so far as to write a letter to the Central Committee blaming me, as secretary of the Moscow City Committee, for the disrespect shown to Yaroslavsky during the conference. Of course, at the time I couldn't explain to her that I had just been following orders. Naturally, her letter didn't have any effect. The point of these stories is that since every promotion or transfer of party personnel had to be made in accordance with directives from the NKVD, the party lost its guiding role. It was disgraceful. I was personally acquainted with many victims of the political terror. Some of them I'd known from my days in the Donbass. Take Ivan Tarasovich Uralkin, for instance. He was manager of the Rushenkov mines in 1925-26 and later was made the director of the Makayev Metal Works, which he ran very competently. Then there was Vasily Bazulin. He did a pretty good job supervising a factory near Yuzovka. Both men perished in 1937. They disappeared off the face of the earth, without leaving so much as a trace. Nobody would tell me what had happened to either of them. I don't know how many factory directors and engineers perished in just the same way. In those days it was easy enough to get rid of someone you didn't like. All you had to do was submit a report denouncing him as an enemy of the people. The local party organization would glance at your report, beat its breast in righteous indignation, and have the man taken care of. I also knew Trivaz. His name had been widely known in the 20s as a prominent figure in the Lenin League of Communist Youth. He was an intelligent, capable, decent man. I got to know him through the Moscow party organization when Trivaz and I worked for 6 months together in the Bauman district. Kaganovich once took me aside and warned me that Trivaz's political record had a black mark on it. Apparently he had been among the so-called Youth League 93, who had once signed a declaration in support of Trotsky. He came to a tragic end. When Stalin proposed that regional committee secretaries should go around and inspect Chekist prisons in their areas, I found Trivaz in jail during my rounds. He didn't escape the meat mincer eye when the butchery began in 1937. Sometimes you hear the name of Lomov mentioned on the radio. They tell you how Lenin instructed Lomov to do such and such. Where is this Lomov now? I knew him well. I met him frequently when I was working in the Donbass after the Civil War. He was put in charge of coal output in the Ukraine, and I used to see him frequently at his office in Kharkov. He was much respected in the party as a man with a party record going back to the days of the pre-revolutionary underground. But you still want to know, where is this Lomov now? The answer is shot. No more Lomov. Happy face, even the people closest to Stalin were swept up in the frenzy of the hunt. Take Ordzhonikidze's fate. Comrade Sergo, as we always called him, was a popular figure. He enjoyed well-deserved respect throughout the party. The three Caucasians Stalin, Mikoyan, and Sergo were inseparable for many years. But even though Stalin and Sergo were both Georgians and old Bolsheviks, they were completely I'm-like. Despite his explosive temper, Sergo was a man of chivalrous character, much respected for his accessibility, his humanity, and his sense of justice. Sergo by no means approved of the butchery that was going on in the party. I remember, for example, that he felt great respect and sympathy for Lominidze. Once he even called me at the Moscow committee and asked, in his thick Georgian accent, if I would intervene on Lominidze's behalf. I told him there wasn't much I could do since Lominidze was an active oppositionist and had given IHE party ample reason for denouncing him. Sergo pressed me to do whatever I could to see that Lominidze was left in peace. However, his own efforts notwithstanding, people continued to be rounded up as enemies of the people, and finally Sergo couldn't stand it anymore. At the beginning of 1937 he shot himself. It wasn't until many years later that I found out the real story behind his death. Stalin covered up the whole affair very cleverly. I first heard Sergo was dead when Abel Sofronovich Yanukovych called me on my day off and said, "Comrade Khrushchev, come to my office right away. It's urgent." Happy face, I went straight to the Kremlin and asked, "What's this all about, Abel Sofronovich? Sergo is dead." "What? I just saw him a little while ago. He died very suddenly. You must not have known that he was a sick man. The government has set up a commission to arrange his funeral, and you've been appointed to it." All the procedures for an appropriately solemn state ephemeral were followed. I gave a funeral oration on behalf of the Moscow committee during the ceremony at the Lenin Mausoleum. I mourned Sergo sincerely. He had always been particularly kind to me. I had benefited greatly from his fatherly protection. I didn't find out that he had committed suicide until during the war, when I was at a dinner with Stalin and some of the other comrades and just happened to bring up the subject of Sergo. Sergo. Now there was a real man. What a pity he died before his time. What a loss. There was an embarrassed silence. I sensed that I had said something wrong. I asked Malenkov as we were leaving after dinner, what did I say that I shouldn't have said? Don't you know? No. You mean you thought Sergo died a natural death? You didn't know he shot himself? Stalin won't forgive him for that. You saw how awkward it was when you mentioned Sergo's name. That was pretty careless of you. Of course, at the time Sergo died, Malenkov didn't know anything about the suicide either. He wasn't as close to Stalin as I was. He'd only found out about it indirectly. After Stalin's death, Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan, who had been very close to Sergo, told me he had had a talk with him on the very eve of his suicide. On a Saturday evening they had gone for a walk together around the Kremlin. Sergo told Anastas Ivanovich that he couldn't go on living. He said it was impossible to tolerate what Stalin was doing to the party, and he didn't have the strength to fight it anymore. The next day, Sunday, he shot himself. Comrade Sergo was a singularly honorable man. Shortly after Sergo's death, Stalin struck against the old guard of the Red Army. I can't enumerate all the generals he eliminated, but I would like to single out a few. Tkhachevsky's arrest came like a thunderbolt out of a clear blue sky. He was our brilliant deputy People's Commissar of Defense. At the age of 26 he had commanded the Western Front in the Civil War. Lenin entrusted the Kronstadthoye ration to him, as well as the operations against Antonov and Kalkuk. When Tkhachevsky was executed, there was a lot of cackling from men who had been connected with him in the Civil War, men who couldn't reach up to his knees, much less to his navel. They started kicking his corpse around and blaming him for their own failures in the Civil War. But in the opinion of experts, those failures had occurred only because Tkhachevsky hadn't been placed high enough in the command. And the fact remains that Lenin entrusted Tkhachevsky with many critical operations on which the life or death of the country depended. I had known Tkhachevsky slightly and used to meet with him when I worked as first secretary of the Moscow City and regional committees. We used to talk on the telephone and see each other at plenums. He occasionally took me out into the field to show me some new weapon or new piece of engineering equipment. He had a deep understanding of military innovations and a high regard for them. I'm convinced that if he hadn't been executed, our army would have been much better trained and better equipped when Hitler attacked. Then there was Gamarnik. He was chief of the Red Army Political Directorate, so he was an important political figure as well as a good soldier. He had played a significant part in the creation of the Red Army. They'll tell you Gamarnik wasn't executed. True enough. He shot himself. He foresaw that he would be arrested, and when they came pounding on his door, he put a pistol to his head and pulled the trigger. The executioners arrived to drag him to the block, but he decided it would be better to end his life by his own hand. Gamarnik was a very honorable man. Other victims were Yegorov, one of our greatest military leaders, our commander on the South Front in the Civil War, and Yakir. General Yaki was a relatively young fellow. He hadn't taken part in World War I or the Revolution. His career began during the Civil War, when he joined a newly formed detachment. In those days we were armed with anything we could get our hands on, but our main weapon was our hatred of the old bourgeois capitalistic regime and our devotion to the new socialist way of life for which the Civil War was being fought. Yakir's detachment grew to a division, and he was put in command. He and his troops were cut off from the Red Army in the south, but he managed to break out of the encirclement and lead his division right through the White Guardist lines to rejoin our main forces. After the Civil War, Yakir commanded the troops in the Ukraine and the Crimea. Suddenly he was arrested and executed. So was Idman, a poet as well as a soldier, one of our outstanding military leaders. Now about Blücher. 2. The newspapers often talk about Blücher. Blücher received the first order of the Red Banner, Blücher did this, Blücher did that, Blücher. Blücher was a proletarian, a worker, a plumber by trade. He was a self-made military man. He got his first experience in World War I, and then commanded entire formations in the Civil War. Later he was sent to China as our consultant to Chiang Kai-shek. He also commanded the troops of the Far Eastern Military District. We trusted him both as a military leader and as a political figure. So where was Blicher when we really needed him in the war against Hitler? He was already dead. But how? Did he die a natural death? No, he was executed. He was arrested and shot as an enemy of the people. Now they're putting up a monument to Blicher, as well they should. But the monument should tell the whole truth about him, and those people who don't want the whole truth to be told should be ashamed. Any monument to Blicher should let the people know that it wasn't a natural death that deprived us of his talents in the war against the Germans. No, Blicher fell by the hand of someone who Lenia said shouldn't be trusted. In recent years I've seen the film The Iron Torrent a number of times, and it always affects me very deeply. The Iron Torrent was also a book. It was the first book about the Civil War that I ever read. It was written by our talented writer Sergeevich. Now it lost come out on the screen. Whenever I see this movie, am always haunted by the thought, where have I seen this brave, clever general who commands the Roman army? In the film and in the book he's called Koziuk, but his real name was Kovtyuk. This was he man who displayed such brilliance, skill, and courage when he broke an encirclement by the whites and led the Taman army through enemy lines. Everyone who saw this general in action has nothing but praise for him. You might ask, where is this Koziuk Kovtyuk now? What happened to him? What did he .0 during the war against Hitler? Kovtyuk was gone when World War II broke out. He had been rounded with the enemies of the people and shot. I was personally very close to Ivan Naumovic, Yubovoy 2. He came from a proletarian family. His father was a miner on the Don. Dubovoy finished officers' school during World War I. When the Civil War broke out, he was made deputy commander of a division commanded by Shchors. Later I used to see Dubovoy at congresses of the Ukrainian Communist Party. I got to know him particularly well in 1928-29, when I ran the organizational section of the Kiev Regional Committee. Dubovoy commanded the Kiev Military District. I used to go out with him to inspect the troops. I was very pleased that we had commanders like him in the Red Army, men devoted body and soul to the revolution, to Soviet power, and to socialism. When the enemies of the people were exposed, Stalin distributed the testimonies of Tkhachevsky, Yakir, and the others to the Politburo. Among these testimonies was a confession written in Ivan Naumovic Dubovoy's own handwriting. He wrote that he had killed his commander Shchors during the Civil War. Here is what he said in his confession. Shchors and I were lying on the ground watching the battle. Suddenly an enemy machine gunner opened fire in our direction. The bullets sprayed all around us. Shchors was in front of me. He turned his head and said, "Vanya, Vanya, the whites have a good machine gunner. Look how accurately he's firing on us." A few moments later he turned around again and started to say something else. Then and there I killed him. I shot him in the head. I killed him in order to take his place as commander of the division. You can imagine how disgusted I was when I first read this confession. I had always respected Dubovoy, and suddenly I discovered he had done something as vile as that. I rebuked myself, how could I have been so blind? Why hadn't I known that Dubovoy was Shchors's murderer? But at the time of the 20th Party Congress in 1956, when we opened the archives and looked into the J51es of all the people who had been declared enemies of the people and shot or strangled, I found out that Dubovoy's testimony was all a lie. I had been deceived a second time. The first time was when my regard for Dubovoy as an honest man was shattered by his confession to Shchors's murder. Now I had been deceived again, this time by Dubovoy's own murderer Stalin himself. In the late 30s Hitler was preparing his attack and doing everything he could to undermine our military leadership. We helped him along considerably by destroying the cream of our executive personnel, our party leadership, and our scientific intelligentsia. The bloodbath reached a red-hot frenzy in 1937. It was no accident that 1937 was the first year we didn't fulfill our industrial plan. All this has to be taken into account in making an objective analysis of the beginning of the war. But for years nobody raised the curtain on these facts. The extermination of the old guard of the army was for a long time considered a credit to the men responsible rather than a crime for which they should have been punished. And who paid for the crime? The army, the people, and the country paid for it. You could put together a whole book consisting of nothing but the names of the important military, party, administrative, and diplomatic leaders, all men of the Leninist school who were Stalin's first victims. Honest, loyal Leninists, devoted to the cause of the revolution. They were the first to go when Stalin imposed his arbitrary rule on the party. Most of the generals who perished by Stalin's hand have been given back their good names. They were rehabilitated at the 20th Party Congress. But more recently, many things about them have been silenced. All those who perished should not only be given back their names, they should also be presented to the people as martyrs of the terror waged by Stalin under the slogan of the struggle against the enemies of the people. Why did Stalin commit these crimes? Was he deceived? If he was deceived, then by whom? And with how many lives did we pay for this deception? 90. Beria's rise to power. In this section Khrushchev moves from the early days of his end in the Ukraine, at the beginning of 1938, back to Moscow under the Great Purge, arid forward again to Kiev. By the time of Khrushchev's appointment as the Ukrainian First Secretary, it might have been thought that the purge in the Ukraine had been completed. This is not unnaturally the way Khrushchev himself likes to see it in retrospect. But in fact his first action in Kiev was to preside over a new purge of his own. By the summer of 1938 there were only 3 survivors of the Central Committee, 86 strong, of the previous year. Khrushchev was building a new party apparatus, a new government, in his own image. I pledge myself to spare no effort in seizing and annihilating all agents of fascism, Trotskyites, Bukharinites, and all those despicable bourgeois nationalists on Ukrainian soil, he publicly declared in May, 1938. Later that summer the Ukrainian party organ carried the following eulogy: the merciless uprooting of the enemies of the people, the Trotskyites, Bukharinites, bourgeois nationalists, and all other spying filth began only after the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party sent the unswerving Bolshevik and Stalinist, Nikita Sergeevich Khrushchev, to the Ukraine to lead the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party. This was a gross exaggeration. But it was the way Khrushchev liked to be regarded at the time. This should be remembered when contemplating his strictures on Stalin in general, and now, in particular, as he turns to consider the rise of Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, the notorious Georgian police chief, who was to hold sinister sway at Stalin's elbow for so many years. Early in 1938 Stalin offered me the post of first secretary of the Ukrainian Central Committee. He said that Kossier wasn't doing a good job. I went to Kiev and took over from Kossier. He was brought back to Moscow and made deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars under Molotov. About a year later the question came up of making me Molotov's deputy. Molotov himself first mentioned this possibility to me. Then, during one of my visits to Moscow for consultations, Stalin took me aside and said, "Molotov insists on having you as his deputy. I think he should have his way. What do you think?" I objected strongly because I had only just settled in Kiev. The people had accepted me and I was just beginning to build up a strong party organization in the Ukraine. Most important, it was clear that we were heading toward war. If a new man were brought into the Ukraine at that late date, he might run into trouble when war broke out. I convinced Stalin that it wouldn't be in the interests of the cause to transfer me from Kiev after I'd just been installed there. Someone else could easily be found to be Molotov's deputy in Moscow. Stalin agreed. That's the end of this discussion. Khrushchev stays in the Ukraine. Happy face. Sometimes if you persistently opposed Stalin and if he became convinced you were right, he would retreat from his position and accept yours. Of course, such flexibility and reasonableness is a positive quality in any man. But unfortunately, you could count on the fingers of one hand the number of times he displayed this virtue. More often than not, if Stalin decided you should do something intelligent or stupid, helpful or harmful, he made you do it. And you did it. In any case, that's how I came to remain in the Ukraine. But before telling of my years as first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party, I should talk about some important developments in Moscow that began before my transfer to Kiev and continued after I left. I want particularly to explain the growth of Lavrenti Beria's role in the party. In order to analyze how and why Beria came to hold a position of such influence, I have to go back to the period when the butchery of the purges was in full swing. 6 months before Tkhachevsky's group had been exposed, Stalin had declared that People's Commissar of Internal Affairs Yagoda wasn't doing an adequate job and should be replaced. In those days we still had absolute faith in Stalin. We blamed ourselves for being blind to the presence of enemies all around U5. We thought we lacked Stalin's deep understanding of the political struggle and were therefore unable to discern enemies in our midst the way Stalin could. Stalin named Yezhov to replace Yagoda. Yezhov had been in charge of personnel for the Central Committee. Malenkov had been his first deputy and took over his Central Committee job when Yezhov was transferred to the NKVD. But Yezhov kept his seniority over Malenkov, which explains why the supervision of Central Committee personnel fell under the control of the NKVD. I had always liked Yagoda. Personally, I saw nothing anti-party in his behavior. I couldn't understand Stalin's outward rationale, much less his hidden motives, for replacing Yagoda. On the other hand, I certainly had no objections to Yezhov. He was diligent and reliable. I knew he'd been a Petrograd worker and a party member since 1918, which was a mark in his favor. He'd been my own supervisor after I was elected secretary of the party organization at the Industrial Academy because the academy came under the authority of the personnel section of the Central Committee. The personnel section would assign me to mobilize students for a work project or a political campaign, and I would frequently make progress and status reports to Yezhov. After Yezhov was put in charge of the NKVD in 1936, the repressions became worse than ever. A literal slaughter began, and masses of people were caught up in the meat mincer. Some time later, Stalin said that Yezhov needed help and should be given a deputy. He asked Yezhov who should be his deputy. Yezhov suggested Malenkov, since Malenkov had previously been his deputy in the personnel section of the Central Committee. I believe that there were several such conversations, but the question wasn't decided finally until one day Stalin said, "No, it looks like we'd better not reassign Malenkov to you. We'd better leave him where he is, in the Central Committee Secretariat." Happy face. Stalin eventually suggested to Yezhov that he appoint Beria as his deputy. By this time Stalin's dissatisfaction with Yezhov had become apparent. Gone were the days when placards were carried at demonstrations with chainmail gauntlets drawn on them. Stalin no longer called Yezhov our mailed fist and our blackberry. When Stalin assigned Beria to be Yezhov's deputy, it was clear that Yezhov's removal was imminent. Yezhov himself understood this. He knew his star was in decline. His career was over, and perhaps he even sensed that his very existence was coming to an end. He said to Stalin, "Comrade Beria is unquestionably a most worthy person. In fact, he could be more than just a deputy. Perhaps he could be a full-fledged People's Commissar." "I doubt that," said Stalin, "but he'll make a good deputy." So Beria was confirmed as Yezhov's deputy. Since I was then on good terms with Beria, I went up to him after the meeting and half seriously, half jokingly congratulated him on his new post. "I don't accept your congratulations," he said. "Why not? You didn't accept the assignment to be Molotov's deputy, so why should I be glad that they've assigned me to be Yezhov's deputy? It would be better for me to remain in Georgia." I think Beria was probably sincere when he said this. In any event, he was transferred from Georgia to the central NKVD offices in Moscow. At first his activities seemed to be turning out promisingly. During my visits to Moscow, Beria often said to me, "What's going on here? We're arresting and imprisoning people right and left, even secretaries of regional committees. This whole business has gone much too far. We've got to stop it before it's too late." Meanwhile, Yezhov's position was more and more precarious all the time. An episode which centered around Uspensky, the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs in the Ukraine, presaged Yezhov's downfall. Stalin phoned me one day in Kiev and said, "There's evidence against Uspensky which leaves us with no doubts as to his guilt. Can you take care of arresting him yourselves?" "Of course we can, if those are your instructions." "Then arrest him." At first it sounded over the telephone as though Stalin were talking about Yushchenko and not Uspensky. There was a Yushchenko in Kiev, a youth league worker. It so happened there was also incriminating evidence against him. But when Stalin began to specify the details of the case, I realized he was talking about Uspensky, the Ukrainian Commissar of Internal Affairs. A few moments after I hung up, Stalin called back and said, "Forget what I told you about Uspensky. Now there's nothing for you to do. We'll take care of it ourselves. You call him back to Moscow and have him arrested along the way." I had already planned a trip to Dnipropetrovsk. I left before Uspensky was summoned to Moscow. I had a premonition that he wouldn't actually go to Moscow. He must have guessed why he'd been called back and known that he was in danger of being arrested. Therefore, as I was leaving, I told Korochenko, who was chairman of the Ukrainian Council of People's Commissars, "Keep an eye on Uspensky while I'm gone." The next morning, when I arrived in Dnipropetrovsk, I got a call from Beria, not Yezhov, but Beria, who said, "While you've been traveling around the countryside, Uspensky has gotten away." "What?" "That's right, he's escaped." Asterisk. I went straight back to Kiev. Sure enough, Uspensky was gone. He had left a note saying he was going to commit suicide by throwing himself into the Dnieper. We searched for him with fishing nets and divers, but there was no trace of him. He seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Later they caught him somewhere in Voronezh, I think, and he was shot. When I was in Moscow soon after this, Stalin told me that it looked as though Yezhov had warned Uspensky of what was in store for him. "Yezhov overheard us when we were talking," said Stalin, "and instead of ordering Uspensky to Moscow as he was supposed to, Yezhov tipped him off that he would be arrested along the way." So Stalin had already come to the conclusion that Yezhov was an enemy of the people and wasn't to be trusted. Shortly afterwards Yezhov was arrested and Beria took his place. Beria immediately started consolidating his forces. Now that Uspensky was gone, the Ukraine didn't have a People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, so Beria sent Kobylov down to Kiev. This was the younger brother of the Kobylov who was Beria's deputy in the NKVD and who had worked with Beria in Georgia. In the aftermath of Yezhov's arrest, all his deputies and everyone who was connected with him were arrested. This cloud hung over Malenkov, too, because Yezhov had requested that Malenkov be appointed his first deputy. Moreover, everybody knew Malenkov was a close friend of Yetudayev's. I'd also been a friend of Malenkov's for many years. We'd worked together on the Moscow committee. I drew my own conclusions about the suspicions surrounding Malenkov after the following incident. One day I arrived in Moscow from Kiev, and Beria invited me to his dacha. "Let's go out to my place," he said, "I'm alone. No one else is around. You take a stroll and you can spend the night there." "That's fine with me," I said, "I'm alone, too." We drove out to his dacha and went for a walk in the woods. Beria started talking. "Listen, what do you think about Malenkov?" "What should I think?" "I mean, now that they've arrested Yezhov. So what if Malenkov and Yezhov were friends? You were Malenkov's friend, too, and so was I. I think Malenkov is honest and irreproachable." "That's beside the point. You're still friends with Malenkov. Listen, think about it some more. Just think it over. So I thought it over. I didn't reach any particular conclusion, and I continued to be friendly with Malenkov. When I returned to Moscow, I often stayed with him at his dacha on our days off. I think maybe Stalin was trying to warn me about Malenkov through Beria. However, this cup passed from Malenkov, and later he and Beria became inseparable friends. At the beginning of 1939, in February, a Central Committee plenum was convened to discuss a resolution condemning excesses and abuses in the NKVD. The slackening of the terror which had reigned for the past 3 years was attributed largely to Beria's influence. People concluded that Beria had made an investigation of NKVD practices after he took over as commissar and then convinced Stalin to approve a series of recommendations. However, there were a number of incidents at the February Central Committee plenum of 1939 indicating that the terror was by no means over, it had just become more subtle and discriminating. The February plenum was a very self-critical meeting. Everybody had something critical to say about everybody else. The only person highly placed in the party leadership who seemed to be escaping criticism was myself, Khrushchev. Then suddenly Yakovlev, whose real name was Yakov Arkadyevich Epstein, made a very unusual and original accusation against me. He criticized me for the fact that everyone in the Moscow organization called me Nikita Sergeevich. That's all he said. I took the floor and replied that it 98 was true. My comrades called me by my name and patronymic. I hinted that his own name was not Yakovlev at all, but Epstein. After the session, Miklas, who was still running Pravda, took me aside. He was indignant about Yakovlev's speech. Even though Miklas himself was a Jew, he said, Yakovlev is a Jew and doesn't understand that among Russians it's acceptable to call people by their name and patronymic. 32. Later, after an all-day session of the Central Committee plenum, everybody dispersed for dinner. I stayed behind for a moment. When I was getting up to go, Stalin suddenly shouted at me, "Khrushchev, where are you going?" "I'm going to have dinner. Come with me. We'll eat together." I wondered to myself, why is he inviting me to have dinner with him? As we were leaving, Yakov Arkadyevich Yakovlev, who had been hovering around nearby, followed Stalin to his apartment uninvited. The three of us ate dinner together. Stalin did most of the talking. Epstein Yakovlev was in a very agitated state. You could see he was undergoing some sort of inner turmoil. He feared that he was about to be arrested. He wasn't mistaken in his forebodings. Shortly after Stalin's friendly chat with him over dinner, Yakovlev was arrested and eliminated. I'm telling this story to show how even someone as close to Stalin as Yakovlev, who was head of the agricultural section of the Central Committee and who had been one of Stalin's most trusted supporters during the struggle against the opposition, could suddenly find his life hanging by a thread. The episode was typical of Stalin's treacherous character. Another incident at that same February plenum indicated that even though Beria had initiated the investigation into the abuses and excesses of the NKVD, he was capable of great treachery himself. In the course of the plenum, Grisha Kaminsky gave a speech. He was People's Commissar of Health for the Russian Federation, a highly respected comrade with pre-revolutionary party experience. I first knew him at the beginning of my work in the Moscow organization. He was very straightforward, very sincere, and honest. I would say his party conduct had always been impeccable. Here's what he said in his speech to the Central Committee. Comrades, everyone is making a speech saying what he knows about everyone else. I also have something I want to say for the information of the party. When I worked in Baku, there were rumors rampant that during the occupation of Baku by NHSH troops, Beria worked for the counterintelligence service of the Massovet government. Since the Massovet counterintelligence service was under the control of the English, it was said that Beria must be an English intelligence agent operating through the Massovetists. 33. Kaminsky finished his speech and sat down. No one came forward with either refutation or clarification, nor did Beria himself offer any comment. Immediately after that session of the plenum, Kaminsky was arrested and disappeared without a trace. I've always been tormented by his case because I completely trusted him. I knew he would never make up something like that. He always told the truth. **** I remember Malenkov's speech, too. He criticized both the secretary of a Central Asian bureau and Beria for self-glorification. Malenkov said that some mountain climbers had conquered one of the highest peaks in Central Asia and then named it after this party secretary. The man was later arrested. Beria was also accused of self-glorification. There was already plenty of cause for criticizing him in this regard. At the end of the plenum, the Central Committee passed a resolution condemning the excesses of the NKVD. This gave us some hope that the arbitrary rule which had prevailed in the party would be ended. For over 3 years a man had had no way of knowing from one moment to the next whether he would survive or disappear into thin air. This fear and uncertainty had undermined the morale of the party. After the February plenum the brakes were applied to the purges, but the repressions weren't brought to a complete halt by any means. People continued to sink out of sight forever, just as though the ice had broken beneath them and swallowed them up. Beria and I started to see each other frequently at Stalin's point 3. At first I liked him. We had friendly chats and even joked together quite a bit, but gradually his political complexion came clearly into focus. I was shocked by his sinister, two-faced, scheming hypocrisy. Soon after his transfer to Moscow, the atmosphere in the collective leadership and in Stalin's inner circle took on an entirely different character from what it had been before. It changed very much for the worse. Stalin himself once even confided to me his own unhappiness with Beria's influence. Before Beria arrived, dinner meetings used to be relaxed, productive affairs. Now he's always challenging people to drinking contests, and people are getting drunk all over the place. Happy face. Even though I agreed with Stalin completely, I knew I had to watch my step in answering him. One of Stalin's favorite tricks was to provoke you into making a statement or even agreeing with a statement which showed your true feelings about someone else. It was perfectly clear to me that Stalin and Beria were very close. To what extent this friendship was sincere, I couldn't say, but I knew it was no accident that Beria had been Stalin's choice for Yezhov's replacement. In addition to being the potentate of a powerful commissariat, Beria also pulled a lot of weight in the collective leadership. Anyone who wanted to be sure of staying in Stalin's good graces had to fawn all over Beria, too. Kaganovich was especially adept at getting ahead by flattery. I must say, I never saw any of this kind of debasing obsequiousness on Molotov's part. Nor did I ever kowtow to Beria myself, and I often had to contend with Beria working against me as a result. Since I worked for the party and stayed in a number of important posts, I had many opportunities to make recommendations for progressive improvements. I usually had Stalin's support, and when I failed to have his support, it was almost always because of Beria's and Malenkov's influence on Stalin. I'm convinced that their opposition to me was based primarily on jealousy. Beria, particularly, was fiercely jealous of his power in the collective leadership and his influence over Stalin. A story illustrates what he was capable of. Stalin's brother-in-law, Rudens, had once been Beria's deputy People's Commissar of State Security in Georgia. Before Beria himself was transferred to Moscow, he decided to have Rudens bounced out of Georgia. Why? So that Stalin would have no informer in Georgia other than Beria himself. Beria had always been hostile to Sergei Orjonikich for the same reason. So what did Beria do to get rid of Rudens? He instructed some of his men to lure Rudens into a cafe, where they took advantage of his weakness for drink, got him DNMK, and threw him out into the gutter. The POHCE came along and saw him lying there in a disreputable state. Beria saw to it that Stalin found out that Rudens had discredited himself. That's why Rudens was sacked from his job in Georgia and ended up in the Moscow regional office of the NKVD. You see what sort of provocateur Beria was? Many years later, after Beria's downfall, the Central Committee received, a long letter from a Georgian ex-convict enumerating all the people in Georgia who had been victims of and by discouraging the use of the Ukrainian language in schools and elsewhere. This was an operation of extreme importance in the eyes of Stalin. Ukrainian nationalism was very strong in this rich land, which was not only the breadbasket of the Soviet Union but also the most powerful industrial base. The official excuse for this policy, which was carried out with great ruthlessness, was, as Khrushchev himself said in the summer of 1938, to eliminate all those who wanted to let in the German fascists, the landowners and bourgeois, and make the Ukrainian workers and peasants slaves of fascism, and the Ukraine a colony of the Polish-German fascists. We want to send you to the Ukraine to head the party organization there. Kossier doesn't seem able to manage. We'll transfer him to Moscow to be first deputy of the Council of People's Commissars and chairman of the Central Committee Commission. When Stalin offered me the top Ukrainian post in 1938, I was reluctant to accept it for three reasons. First, I liked Kossier and was uncomfortable about taking his place. I'd known him when he succeeded Kaganovich as first secretary of the Ukrainian Central Committee in 1929. That was the year I applied for admission to the Industrial Academy, and it had been Kossier who approved my application. Second, I doubted that I was experienced or qualified enough to take Kossier's place. I thought the cap of Ukrainian First Secretary was simply too big for my head. Finally, the nationality question entered into my thinking. It's true, I'd already worked in the Ukraine and had always gotten along well with Ukrainian communists and non-party members alike. Nevertheless, as a Russian, I still felt some awkwardness among Ukrainians. Even though I understand the Ukrainian language, I'd never mastered it to the extent that I could make speeches in it. I explained all these drawbacks to Stalin, and told him that I was afraid the Ukrainians, and particularly the intelligentsia, might be very cool to me. It hardly makes sense to send me, a Russian, to the Ukraine, I told him. Kossier's not a Russian, is he? He's a Pole. Why should a Russian have a harder time with the Ukrainians than a Pole? Kossier may be a Pole, I conceded, but he can give speeches in Ukrainian. Moreover, Kossier is much more experienced than I am. No more argument. You're going to the Ukraine. Very well. I'll try to do everything I can to justify your confidence in me and to put the Ukrainian party back on its feet. I was still worried that I wouldn't be able to manage the assignment, but I won't deny I was flattered that the Central Committee would entrust me with such a high post. I knew there had been a top-to-bottom shake-up in the Ukrainian organization. Kossier's removal was an indication of how far it had gone. I also had a glimpse into the fate of Shudbar, the former chairman of the Ukrainian Council of People's Commissars, whom I'd often met in the 20s at congresses of the Ukrainian Party and at miners' convocations. For a time he'd been in charge of mining in the Donbass. His party behavior had always been excellent. Then one day when I was sitting in Stalin's office at the Kremlin, Stalin was called to the phone. He talked to someone for a few moments and hung up. Stalin said Shudbar had called, in tears, trying to prove he was an honest man. Stalin's tone of voice was almost sympathetic to Shudbar. At least he seemed to understand why Shudbar was so upset. The very next day Shudbar was arrested and eliminated. The Communist Party of the Ukraine was demolished partly as a consequence of the Polish and Western Ukrainian purges. It was easy for Stalin to destroy the leaders of the Posher party because most of them lived and worked in the Comintern in Moscow. The only reason Beirut and Gomulka stayed alive was that they were relatively unknown in party circles. The Communist Party of the Western Ukraine was filled with unstable and even subversive elements, and all the personnel we could get our hands on were eliminated as provocateurs, turncoats, and agents of Pilsudski. Since the Ukrainian Central Committee was technically responsible for the Western Ukrainian Party, many Ukrainian party leaders whom I'd known from the 20s were swept up in the purge, including Comrade Demchenko, who had been first secretary of the Kiev Regional Committee when I was chief of the organizational section there in 1928-29. When he sent me to Kiev, Stalin told me that in addition to being first secretary of the Ukrainian Central Committee, I would also be first secretary of both the Kiev regional and city committees. I told him it was impossible for me to hold so many positions at once, but he was insistent. "You can manage," he said. "Just select whom you want to help you when you get there." I asked Malenkov to assign some Ukrainians to assist me. Malenkov made one of his own deputies, Burmistenko, my second secretary. I liked Burmistenko the moment I met him. We were cut from the same cloth. I told him to select 10 or so people from the Moscow organization and the Central Committee apparatus. When we got to the Ukraine, Comrade Kossier briefed us about the troubles they'd been having and introduced us to the few party leaders who had survived the purge. He formally introduced us to the Ukrainian party at a special Central Committee plenum. The party had been purged spotless. It seemed as though not one regional or executive committee secretary, not one secretary of the Council of People's Commissars, not even a single deputy was left. The party leadership was almost totally demolished. We had to start rebuilding from scratch. I asked Stalin for permission to bring Lukashev from Moscow. He's still alive but has been retired for a long time. He had been in charge of vegetable and fruit procurements for the workers' cooperatives in Moscow. I liked him for his efficiency and his capacity for hard work. I told Stalin I wanted to appoint Lukashev People's Commissar of Internal Trade in the Ukraine, and Stalin gave his consent. Then suddenly Lukashev was arrested. This was very unpleasant for me, first, because I liked Lukashev personally, and second, because I had requested his appointment to a responsible post. I knew it might reflect badly on me that Lukashev had been arrested as an enemy of the people. A considerable amount of time passed, and Lukashev was released. He returned to the Ukraine beaten up, crippled in body and spirit. He told me he had been tortured and ordered to denounce me as a member of a conspiracy. It had so happened that earlier, while working in Moscow, I'd once asked that Lukashev be sent to Poland and Lithuania to purchase onion seeds and vegetables. When he was arrested, he was pressured to testify that his trade mission to Poland had actually been a secret political assignment to establish contacts with anti-Soviet organizations abroad. He refused to confess and was released, a rare thing. I told Stalin about the episode. "Yes," he said, "I know what you mean, there are these kinds of perversions. They're gathering evidence against me, too." I began to feel even more uneasy about the activities of the NKVD after the following incident. The People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, when I arrived in the Ukraine, was Uspensky. I knew him slightly and liked him. He was a Russian even though his name was Polish. He'd been a worker in Yagoda Central NKVD apparatus, then an NKVD representative for the Moscow region, and later a commandant of the Kremlin. From that post he'd been sent to the Ukraine. The Central Committee evidently trusted him, and from what I could tell when I first arrived, this trust was well founded. But soon I started to have some doubts. The second secretary of the Kiev City Committee was a man named Kostenko. I didn't know him very well, but he seemed diligent and trustworthy. He was an honest, simple person. I forget if he was a worker or a peasant by background. Suddenly he fell under suspicion and was arrested. I was sent a lengthy testimony about his connections with the enemies of the people. It perplexed me very much. I told Uspensky, "I want to have a talk with this man Kostenko whom you've arrested." "That can be arranged, Comrade Khrushchev." I went to the Commissariat of Internal Affairs, and Kostenko was brought to me. He confirmed everything he'd said in his confession. "Yes," he told me, "I did all those things. I was part of a conspiracy. I made a clean breast of everything, about everyone I knew. I didn't keep anything back." I wasn't entirely satisfied. Kostenko's confession seemed to raise more questions than it answered, and that worried me. As I was leaving the NKVD offices I warned Uspensky, "Comrade Uspensky, if you sentence Kostenko to death as an enemy of the people, he may inform on someone else in his last words. If that happens, then I would urge you not to have him executed until we have a chance to check out his accusations. We must make sure that he doesn't incriminate anyone by slander. Sometime later Uspensky brought me a document saying that just before he was shot, Kostenko had claimed that his replacement on the Kiev Regional Committee, Cherepin, was guilty of the same crimes. I liked Cherepin. He was a simple peasant from Poltava, but a clever man. I was sure he was honest. When I heard that Kostenko had tried to implicate him, I was furious. 111 How could you let this happen, Comrade Uspensky? I explicitly told you to verify any charges Kostenko made against anyone before you had him shot. I immediately phoned Malenkov at the Central Committee because he was in charge of personnel and might be able to help. I told him what had happened. Do you trust Cherepin? Malenkov asked. Yes. Then let him keep his job. I was relieved. However, not too long after that phone conversation Malenkov called me back and said, now it looks as though we'd better not keep. Years later he was a member of the Ukrainian delegation to the founding of the United Nations in San Francisco. He annoyed our enemies very much, and they used to say, the Ukrainian bear is growling again. He really did have a voice like a bear and an irascible temper to go th. In my time there was a story in the Ukraine about this Medved which illustrates the crazy extremes which the situation reached at the height of the purges, when Medved was deputy chief of the regional health department either in Kiev or in Kharkov. Some woman got up at a party meeting, pointed her finger at him, and said, I don't know that man over there but I can tell from the look in his eyes that he's an enemy of the people. Registered. Can you imagine? Fortunately Medved didn't lose control of himself. He retorted immediately, I don't know this woman who's just denounced me, but I can tell from the look in her eyes that she's a prostitute, only he used a more expressive word. Medved's quick comeback probably saved his life. If he'd let himself be put on the defensive and had started protesting that he wasn't an enemy of the people, he would have fallen all the more under suspicion, and the woman who denounced HHN would have been encouraged to press her charge against him, knowing that she wouldn't have to take any responsibility for what happened. This kind of thing happened less and less after I got settled in the Ukraine and after Uspensky was removed as People's Commissar of Internal Affairs. I must say something about Uspensky's successor, Sergeevich. Sergeevich was punished during my time. I think he was careless, but he was an honest, uncorruptible, reliable comrade despite his mistakes. I respected and trusted him. He was a simple person, simple to the point of being naive. When I first knew him, he was still young and inexperienced. He had just graduated from an artillery academy. He was among those mobilized when we started drafting military men into the service of the NKVD. Naturally, he had no experience in security operations. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage for him. Before Sergeevich was assigned to security duty, people had been acquiring experience which proved harmful both to the country and to the party, as well as to themselves. They had become experienced at staging provocations, at arresting innocent people, and at extracting confessions by elaborate tortures. Sergeevich's predecessors in the NKVD weren't necessarily cruel men, but they had been turned into automatons. They were guided by one thought only. If I don't do this to others, then others will do it to me, better I do it than have it done to me. It's frightening to realize that in our time, in our socialist era, communists devoted to the party could be dictated to, not by conscience or by reason, but by an animal-like fear for their own hides. In order to protect their lives, they snuffed out the lives of completely innocent people. Sergeevich, fortunately, wasn't a product of that period, and that mentality registered with his help. I was able to put the Ukraine back on its feet. Industry started fulfilling its quotas, and the agricultural situation began to stabilize. The repressions diminished, and the ranks of the party and managerial workers were replenished until they returned to their normal size. Academician Raton. Here we contemplate Khrushchev, the practical man of action. His observations about the waste of time caused by the endless indoctrination meetings in which busy men were compelled to participate are very just. But they go on to this day. In refusing so indignantly to have the new bridge in Kiev named after him, Khrushchev may have forgotten that in the days when he ruled the Ukraine he managed to encourage a formidable personality cult of his own, which was deeply resented by some of his peers who were living more immediately in the shadow of Stalin in Moscow. Shortly after I took up my duties in the Ukraine, a well-known mechanical engineer named Yevgeny Oskarovich Paton called my office and asked for an appointment. When he came in to see me I found him a thick-set man with grey hair, already well along in years. He had a face like a lion's and bright, piercing eyes. He greeted me and immediately produced a lump of metal from his pocket. He thrust it onto my desk in front of me. "Look at this, Comrade Khrushchev, look what our institute can do. This is a piece of bar iron 10 mm thick, and look how well we've been able to weld it." I examined the joint closely. As a metal worker myself, I'd had many occasions to inspect welded joints. Here was a seam as smooth as if the bar had been cast in a single piece. "That's an example of fusion welding," said academician Paton. I'd never heard the term before and asked him what 119 it meant. Paton, who already had a number of other inventions to his credit, explained that he'd designed a new, much improved, welding technique. He drew me a sketch showing how we could make portable fusion welders for working on ships and bridges. I was literally enchanted by academician Paton. All my life I've been fascinated with metalworking. My father wanted me to become a shoemaker, but I chose to be a mechanic's apprentice instead. Once, as a boy, I even put together a motorbike from pieces of scrap. From the moment we met I knew that academician Paton was a man after my own heart. I decided then and there to do what I could to see that his invention received the attention it deserved. The next time I was in Moscow I told Stalin about Paton. Stalin was very impressed and asked if I thought Paton was up to being made a commissioner to the Council of People's Commissars. Would he be able to handle all the bureaucrats and make them do what he said if we gave him unlimited power to introduce his new welding method in our factories and at our construction sites. From what I've seen of Paton, Comrade Stalin, the bureaucrats wouldn't stand a chance against him. So Paton was given the authority to introduce fusion welding throughout our industry. One day I broached the idea with him of using fusion welding to build tank bodies on an assembly line. "Tell me, Comrade Paton, do you think your technique would work on tank steel?" "I'll have to study the problem." "How thick would the armor be?" "Perhaps 100 millimeters. That could make it difficult, but we'll try. I think we can do it." I sent Paton to the Kharkov tank factory and asked the party organizer there, Comrade Yepeshev, to introduce him to the designers and supervisors there. That was the beginning of an important stage in academician Paton's career. He played an important part in the war. Thanks to the improvements. 120. He introduced in our tank production, tanks started coming off our assembly lines like pancakes off a griddle. He moved with our armor works to the Urals when we had to evacuate our industry from Kharkov early in the war. In 1943 Paton happened to be in Moscow when Stalin called me back from the front for consultation. Paton asked to see me and brought me a letter he'd written to the Central Committee. Here's what his letter said. In 1917 I failed to take the revolution seriously. My father was a Tsarist consul in Italy, and I was a product of the old regime. Mine was an old-fashioned Tsarist upbringing. I did not sympathize with the October Revolution, but at the same time I took no part in anti-Soviet activities of any kind. But with every passing year I have been more and more won over to the side of Soviet power. Hitherto, I have never believed that I deserved any special confidence or recognition from the party. I have never forgotten my short-sightedness in the first days of the revolution. But now I have been on the side of Soviet power for a long time, and I believe I have recently made a significant contribution to the wartime defense of our country by helping in the production of tanks. Therefore I feel I have earned the moral right to address myself to the party with the request that I be accepted into its ranks. I enclose an application for party membership, and I ask the Central Committee for its endorsement. Needless to say, I was not only pleased by this letter, I was deeply moved. I told him I was sure he would be accepted. I immediately took his letter straight to Stalin. Stalin, too, was obviously very moved, although he rarely showed his emotion. He said simply, "So Peyton has decided he wants to join the party. I see no reason why he shouldn't. I propose we issue a special decree admitting Peyton to full membership right away and exempting him from the usual trial period." At that time there was a compulsory trial period or candidacy of 2 years for all party applicants who came from the bourgeoisie or intelligentsia. An exception was made in Peyton's case. J 121. After the war, Peyton returned to his job as a scientist at the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences. Later he became vice president of the academy. Shortly after that, a great misfortune befell the Ukraine and the Ukrainian scientific community in particular. Comrade Bogomolets, the president of the academy, passed away. Knowing the special regard in which I, Khrushchev, held academician Peyton, many people were sure that he would be named Bogomolets' successor. I should explain that Peyton was a rather controversial figure at the academy. Opinions about him varied. I remember once the chief of the propaganda section of the Ukrainian Central Committee complained to me about him. He said Peyton had showed disrespect to the Central Committee by walking out of a party meeting to which he'd been invited. What sort of subjects was this meeting meant to discuss? I asked. Oh, various questions pertaining to ideological work. No wonder he walked out. Comrade Peyton can't be wasting his time on meetings HKE that. He probably thought he should get back to his scientific work. The incident was typical of Peyton. He didn't have any patience with those fruitless, abstract discussions in which a lot of COE, pretentious people sit around playing at being learned. Such people felt threatened by Peyton. We could have had him elected president of the academy if we'd wanted to apply pressure, but we decided not to. Besides, Peyton had no aspirations to being president. He was wrapped up in his scientific work and in running his institute. When Peyton died, a bridge across the Dnieper was being completed in Kiev, the biggest bridge in the city. It's entirely welded, there's not a single rivet in it. The Ukrainians were thinking about naming the new bridge after me. I was shocked because we had already passed a decree forbidding the dedication of factories, public facilities, collective farms, and other enterprises to members of the party or government leadership who were in good health. We had even changed some 122 F names we felt were inappropriate. In short, we *D cracked down on this very unhealthy competition, which had started under Stalin, of seeing who could have his name put on the most plants and towns and collective farms. I told the Ukrainians, if you were to put my name on this bridge, it would be in direct violation of W Central Committee decree. I'm against the idea all the more because I was the one who initiated that decree. You must realize what sort of a position you would be putting me in. Why don't you name the bridge after I academician Peyton? And that's what they did. Today the bridge is, as they say, alive and well, and people crossing over it. I remember with respect and gratitude the man who made it possible, the father of industrial welding in the Soviet Union, academicism, Yevgeny Oskarovich Peyton. Troubleshooting in the tire industry. The extended anecdote that follows shows Khrushchev happily in action as a practical industrialist, lending a hand on the shop floor, hossing people about, and teaching a factory manager his own business. It illuminates both the wastefulness of the struggle to exceed the plan, regardless of quality, and the extremely patchy state of Soviet industry in 1939, after the first 2 5-year plans, in which all the best resources of the country had been concentrated on building up heavy industry. It illustrates also the remarkably hand-to-mouth way in which Stalin used his most powerful aides for quite small tasks, plugging gaps as he became aware of them. Khrushchev at this time was a full member of the Politburo, as well as viceroy over 40 million souls in the Ukraine, yet he was called away from his own bailiwick and sent off to report on the shortcomings of a tire factory in Yaroslavl. So distrustful was Stalin, so thin on the ground were competent managers in those days. For a period before the war, members of the Politburo and Central Committee were forbidden to fly in airplanes. This started after Mikoyan let some pilot take him for a joyride in Belorussia. The incident was written up in the newspapers. When Stalin read that one of his men had been up in a plane doing all sorts of aerobatics, he gave Mikoyan a stern dressing down and promptly made a rule that Central Committee members and first secretaries of the republics weren't allowed in airplanes. I was fairly disappointed because I loved to fly. For a while I either had to take the train between Kiev and Moscow or else drive. Alexander Georgievich Zuroflev was my chauffeur for almost 33 years. My children used to call him Uncle Sasha. He was good at his job, and he liked it, too. I respected and trusted him. During a trip from Lviv to Moscow in 1939, Alexander Georgievich told me that the tires which were being issued for our cars were wearing out much too quickly. In fact, they were blowing out at the sides while they were still almost brand new. When I got to Moscow, I told Stalin that this manufacturing defect was costing us a lot of time and money. Stalin never liked to hear anyone criticize something that was Soviet-made. He listened to my complaint with obvious displeasure. Then he angrily instructed me to liquidate the situation and to find the culprits. He said, "So you're criticizing our tire industry, too? Everyone's criticizing it. We are going to instruct you to deal with this situation yourself. You are going to look into it and recommend the measures necessary to eradicate these defects and to ensure the issue of good quality tires from our factories." I answered, "Comrade Stalin, I would accept this assignment with pleasure, but I'm absolutely unfamiliar with the rubber industry and tire manufacturing. I've had something to do with the coal industry, with metallurgy, and with the construction business, but the tire industry is completely unfamiliar to me. So familiarize yourself. Take over immediately. You won't go back to the Ukraine until you've taken care of this problem." 124. A resolution was drawn up establishing a commission, and I was confirmed as chairman of it. I was a bit worried. I didn't know how much time it would take, and I didn't know if I would be able to cope with the problem. I convened the commission and summoned specialists from the Yaroslavl tire factory, from Leningrad, from Moscow, and from various ministries. With the help of the Central Committee apparatus, I collected everyone who knew anything about tire manufacturing. Our consultations took place in the Central Committee building. Everyone had a chance to give his views. I remember that the director of the Yaroslavl factory made a particularly good impression on me from the start. After the first round of consultations I reported to Stalin what everyone had said and then offered my own considerations. Stalin said, "I suggest you go to Yaroslavl and work this out on the spot. The Yaroslavl tire factory is the best we have." So I went to Yaroslavl. I took some of the specialists with me from Moscow. The secretary of the regional party committee was Comrade Patalichev, who many years later became Minister of Foreign Trade. The chairman of the regional executive committee was a young Armenian who, like Patalichev, was a metallurgical engineer. They both made a good impression on me. As soon as I arrived, I told them why I had come to Yaroslavl and asked them to give me their help. First of all, I wanted to see how the rubber outer covering of the tires was made. I told the director of the factory, "Don't describe your whole operation to me now. That would be a waste of time. Just lead me along your assembly line. I want to start from scratch." I reviewed the whole assembly line, lingering here and there and watching any workers who were doing something that interested me. I didn't have time to see the vulcanization process, so I relied on the specialists who were reporting to me to fill me in on that subject. I was particularly interested in the technique by which the workers applied the wire cords to the tires. I watched them for a long time. They did this deftly and quickly, not even looking at their hands as I worked. Their hands moved like musicians' hands. I admired them and later asked about the production plans for what they were doing. I was told how many layers of wire cording were applied and what purpose the cords served. On the basis of what I was told, I sensed that I had found the weak spot. I had seen how quickly the workers applied the cords, and I knew that they had to be applied and stretched evenly, so that all the strands in each layer would work together like a single strand. If the cords were applied evenly, you could multiply the durability of one strand by the total number of strands, and that would be the resistance of the whole layer to rupture. However, if a layer were applied unevenly, each strand would work by itself and the cords would be torn one by one. That's why the tires were breaking down. There were other problems, too, but this was the main one. I called over the director of the factory. Comrade Mitrokhin, let me see the instruction manual you're using for the manufacture of tires. I want to see what sort of production process is recommended. Since we purchased the equipment for this plant from America, the Americans must have recommended a process for us to use. Yes, we have all the instructions. Then check those instructions against the process now being used and report to me exactly what changes have been made in the recommended process. According to Mitrokhin's report, there had indeed been some departures from the instructions recommended by the American firm. 1 or 2 layers of cording had been eliminated since it was thought that the number left would be sufficient to guarantee durability. I was also told that the amount of reinforcing wire had been diminished at the edges. 1 or 2 rings had been taken out. All this had been done to make the whole process more economical. I knew immediately we had found the bug. When were these changes made? I asked. Comrade Kaganovich came here to make an inspection tour and studied our production methods. He 126 recommended these changes. This had been Wher Kaganovich was head of the People's Commissariat of Transport. Apparently he had brought Sergei Orjonikich with him to Yaroslavl. All right, I said, give me the official minutes of your meeting with Kaganovich so that I can report to Comrade Stalin and the Central Committee. Now you should start following exactly the production method used in America. During my tour around the factory I'd noticed that in this one, as in any factory, there was an honor board with the photographs of the best producers or, as they were called, the shock workers. I asked the manager of the factory, how does the productivity of your workers compare with that of the workers in America who apply tire cording? I was told that we had made a giant step forward and had surpassed the American workers. We prepared a draft resolution based on our findings, and I returned to Moscow. When I reported to Stalin, I stressed that we were producing poor quality tires because, in our desire to economize, we had violated the production procedure recommended by the firm from which the equipment was purchased. We had corrected the American manufacturers and improved the production process, but as a result, one of their tires lasted 10 times as long as one of ours. That certainly is economizing for you. Then I told Stalin that I considered it a mistake to try to raise the productivity and output norms too high. We should avoid THIRD-WORLDISM to economize on production and to raise productivity at the expense of quality. The tire workers may have surpassed their quota, but they had overdone it. Our workers should have been encouraged to pay more attention to quality when applying the tire cording. In order to do that, we needed to lower their output norms. We were learning that if you aim for a level of productivity which deprives a worker of a chance to do quality work, the product will be spoiled. All the shock workers on the honor board at the factory were, in actual fact, ruining what they produced, lowering the productivity of our drivers, and preventing us from getting efficient use out of our motor pool. Stalin listened to me attentively. I could see he was terribly irritated by what I was telling him, and I understood why. Any man who cares for the welfare of the state, especially the man who holds the leading position in the state, ought well to have been disturbed by this kind of news. Stalin said, I agree with you. Give us your recommendations and we will approve them. In my report I introduced recommendations that output norms be lowered, that workers' wage rates be raised, and that a whole series of other measures be taken as suggested by the specialists from the factory, from the scientific research institutes, and from the People's Commissariats. Stalin then said, "We must pass a resolution to discourage excessive competition for quantity over quality among the workers by prohibiting the posting of honor boards at the tire factory." On general principle I would have been against this. It had always been a Leninist contention that competition is a healthy thing for productivity, and productivity is the bedrock of industrial development. However, I approved of Stalin's position in this particular case. I was pleased that with the help of the specialists, I had succeeded in pinpointing and liquidating the weak spot in the manufacture of tires. We sensed at the time that we were heading toward war, and in wartime the mobility of the army depends on the quality of the transport industry. I was pleased that as soon as we liquidated the defects and restored proper production methods, high-quality durable tires started to be issued. We conducted tests at various factories to see how long tires could last without repair. If the results of the test were positive, a factory would receive a prize which went to all the workers collectively for their contribution to the general good. Shortly afterward, Mitrokhin, the director of the Yaroslavl factory, became commissar of the chemical industry. I was pleased that Stalin hadn't forgotten 128 my high recommendation of this man and had assigned him to such a responsible post. In relation to the scale of our whole manufacturing industry, this episode concerned a minor matter, but it still had its significance for me. I've told this story to illustrate how Stalin was sometimes capable of a conscientious and statesmanly approach to problems. He was a jealous lord and master of the state, and he fought against bureaucracy and corruption and defects of all kinds. He was a great man, a great organizer and a leader, but he was also a despot. He often fought with harsh methods against the primitiveness which still afflicted our industry. In his desire to look out for the welfare of the state, he was merciless in liquidating any defect that came to his attention. But it shouldn't be forgotten that as a despot, Stalin also did much harm, especially in his treatment of the party and military leadership. This was all a result of his unhealthy mistrust of other people. We still have problems of productivity and output. You have probably seen on more than one occasion how men and women are engaged in chipping ice off the pavement with crowbars. This is unproductive labor. Such a sight really makes one uncomfortable. So much has been done in our country to mechanize complicated production processes, so many machines have been created to make work easier, and the first artificial Earth satellites have been developed, but as for replacing the crowbar and shovel with a machine, we have not yet gotten around to that. We pay too little attention to such matters and regard them as trivial. But is this trivial? No, it is trivial matters like this that constitute the work of many people. Prelude to the war. Soviet-German relations. It is clear that Khrushchev paid little attention to foreign affairs in the dangerous pre-war years. He was wholly wound up with running first Moscow, then the Ukraine. Stalin told him little of what was going on. Thus he has nothing to say about the rise of Hitler and about Litvinov's collective security campaign. He starts with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August, 1939, which threw Europe into confusion and gave Hitler the green light to invade Poland. The invasion duly took place on September 1, 1939. England and France declared war on Germany on September 3. The Red Army moved into eastern Poland on September 17. In his comments on the motives and behavior of the Soviet Union, Germany, Britain, and France, Khrushchev reflects the accepted Soviet line. The inevitability of war had been obvious long before Hitler and our enemies actually began preparing to attack us. Ever since the fascists first came to power in Germany, we'd known that sooner or later they would wage war against us. In his book Mein Kampf, which disgusted me so much that I could never finish it, Hitler spelled out the aggressive designs he had on the world and the misanthropic philosophy which motivated him. He set as his sworn duty the annihilation of communism and the storming of its citadel, the Soviet Union. When he came to power, he immediately started whipping his army into shape. This was no secret. Throughout Germany there were noisy military parades and belligerent speeches threatening the Soviet Union. Mein Kampf didn't say anything about peaceful coexistence with us. It talked about grinding us into the dirt. And it wasn't a change of heart that moved Hitler to send Ribbentrop to Moscow on the 23rd of August, 1939. No, he was still the same Hitler, with the same vision of himself as a warrior and a conqueror, bent on liberating the Russian people from Bolshevism. I first heard about Ribbentrop's visit the day before he arrived. I was at Stalin's dacha on a Saturday, and he told me that Ribbentrop was flying in the next day. Stalin smiled and watched me closely to see what sort of an impression this news would make. At first I was dumbfounded. I stared back at him, thinking he was joking. Then I said, "Why should Ribbentrop want to see us? Is he defecting to our side, or what?" "No," said Stalin, "Hitler has sent us a message saying, I ask you, Herr Stalin, to receive my minister, Ribbentrop, who brings with him some concrete proposals. We've agreed to meet with him tomorrow." I told Stalin that I'd already planned to go hunting with Bulganin and Malenkov at Voroshilov's preserve the next day. Stalin said, "Go right ahead. There'll be nothing for you to do around here tomorrow. Molotov and I will meet with Ribbentrop and hear what he has to say. When you come back from your hunt, I'll let you know what Hitler has in mind and what the outcome of our conversation with Ribbentrop is." That night Bulganin, Malenkov, and I left for the hunting preserve in Zavidova. When we arrived we found that Voroshilov was already there, so he couldn't have been with Stalin and Molotov for the meeting with Ribbentrop. There were some other marshals and generals at the preserve, too, and we all went on a hunt together. It was a wonderful day. The weather was warm, and the hunt was a great success for me particularly. Please don't misunderstand me, I'm not one to brag about my skill as a hunter, but that day I was able to bag one duck more than Voroshilov. I mention this only because the press had already begun to build up Voroshilov as our number one marksman. When we finished the hunt we went straight back to Stalin's dacha. I knew that Stalin would call us all together for dinner, so I brought my ducks along to share with the other Politburo members that evening. I told Stalin about the hunt and boasted jokingly about our successes of the day. He was in a very good mood and was joking a lot himself. Stalin's attitude toward hunting usually depended on what sort of mood he was in. If he were in an especially good mood, he might even think about going on a hunt himself. But there were other times when he sat at home and complained bitterly about hunters. His occasional opposition to hunting wasn't based on his conviction that all life was sacred, far from it, but simply on his feeling that hunting was a waste of time. Of course, as far as wasting time is concerned, I don't think there has ever been a leader in a position of comparable responsibility who wasted more time than Stalin did. Is sitting around the dinner table eating and drinking. Anyway, we met for dinner at Stalin's that Sunday in August, 1939, and while the trophies of our hunt were being prepared for the table, Stalin told us that Ribbentrop had brought with him a draft of a friendship and non-aggression treaty which we had signed. Stalin seemed very pleased with himself. He said that when the English and French who were still in Moscow found out about the treaty the next day, they would immediately leave for home. The English and French representatives who came to Moscow to talk with Voroshilov didn't really want to join forces with us against Germany at all. Our discussions with them were fruitless. We knew that they weren't serious about an alliance with us and that their real goal was to incite Hitler against us. We were just as glad to see them leave. That's how the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, as it was called in the West, came into being. We knew perfectly well that Hitler was trying to trick us with the treaty. I heard with my own ears how Stalin said, "Of course it's all a game to see who can fool whom. I know what Hitler's up to. He thinks he's outsmarted me, but actually it's I who have tricked him." Stalin told Voroshilov, Beria, myself, and some other members of the Politburo that because of this treaty the war would pass us by for a while longer. We would be able to stay neutral and save our strength. Then we would see what happened. Of course there were some people who thought that since Hitler wanted to negotiate with us, he must be too frightened of us to attack. This interpretation of the treaty was very flattering to us. Many people in the USSR eagerly believed it and congratulated themselves. But we, the leaders of the government, knew better. We weren't fooling ourselves. We knew that eventually we would be drawn into the war, although I suppose Stalin hoped that the English and French might exhaust Hitler and foil his plan to crush the West first and then to turn east. This hope of Stalin's must have been part of the strategy behind our agreement to sign the treaty. I believe that the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact of 1939 was historically inevitable, given the circumstances of the time, and that in the final analysis it was profitable for the Soviet Union. It was like a gambit in chess. If we hadn't made that move, the war should have started earlier, much to our disadvantage. As it was, we were given a respite. I think the vast majority of the party considered the signing of the treaty tactically wise on our part, even though nobody could say so publicly. We couldn't even discuss the treaty at party meetings. For us to have explained our reasons for signing the treaty in straightforward newspaper language would have been offensive, and besides, nobody would have believed us. It was very hard for us as communists, as anti-fascists, as people unalterably opposed to the philosophical and political position of the fascists to accept the idea of joining forces with Germany. It was difficult enough for us to accept this paradox ourselves. It would have been impossible to explain it to the man in the street. Therefore we couldn't admit outright that we had reached an agreement on peaceful coexistence with Hitler. Coexistence would have been possible with the Germans in general, but not with the Hitlerite fascists. For their part, the Germans too were using the treaty as a maneuver to win time. Their idea was to divide and conquer the nations which had united against Germany in World War I and which might unite against Germany again. Hitler wanted to deal with his adversaries one at a time. He was convinced that Germany had been defeated in World War I because she had tried to fight on two fronts at once. The treaty he signed with us was his way of trying to limit the coming war to one front. Oh, the while the English and French and the whole bourgeois press were trying to sick Hitler on the Soviet Union, trumpeting, "Russia is nothing but a colossus with feet of clay." England and France would have loved to have stood by and watched Germany and the Soviet Union go at each other and finish each other off. The English and French rubbed their hands in delight at the idea of lying low while Hitler's rampage took its toll of our blood, our territory, and our wealth. If you look at war as a game, you might put it like this: we were betting on the possibility that we could duck behind the treaty and escape the bullets which would soon be flying, thus avoiding the fate which the Western powers hoped would befall us. If it had worked out that way, then I believe the Ribbentrop-Molotov Treaty would have been completely justified. Hitler first approached us with his proposal for a treaty through his ambassador to Moscow, Schulenburg. As history has shown, Schulenburg was genuinely in favor of strengthening peaceful relations between Germany and the Soviet Union. There's no question that he opposed Hitler's plan to go to war against us. When Molotov summoned him to discuss some matter relating to the treaty, Schulenburg was radiant. "God himself has come to our aid," he declared. At the time we thought he was just acting, but later we realized that his delight about the treaty was sincere. He understood the necessity for building Germany's relations with the Soviet Union on a foundation of peace, friendship, and the mutually biadding principle of non-aggression. He must have reported his views to Hitler at some point, but Hitler paid no attention. Schulenburg took part in the plot against Hitler in 1944. The plot failed, and he was among those executed. During the period immediately after the treaty was signed, Stalin and Hitler fulfilled, or at least pretended to fulfill, their obligations to each other as stipulated by the treaty. There was an exchange of fairly detailed information, as I recall, with Molotov frequently reporting to Stalin, "Schulenburg has said. Schulenburg has transmitted." And so on. Of course, Schulenburg was more interested in picking up information from us than he was in passing any to us. I remember once when I was at Stalin's, Molotov told the following story: he had summoned Schulenburg to his office, where Schulenburg noticed stenographers making transcripts of radio broadcasts and remarked, "Why do you have to make stenographic copies?" Then he cut himself short, but Molotov stored the incident away in his memory. He realized from what Schulenburg had let slip that apparently the Germans had some sort of mechanical means of recording radio broadcasts and therefore didn't need stenographers. It was only after the war that we discovered the existence of tape recorders, which explained why German intelligence had been able to monitor radio broadcasts so much better than we could. Secret radiograms are transmitted very rapidly, and it's impossible for a stenographer to copy them down. What's more, they're in code. A tape recorder can take them down and then play them back slowly so they can be decoded. Thus, Schulenburg's offhand comment to Molotov gave us our first hint that the Germans had invented tape recorders. According to the treaty, we were supposed to give the Germans a certain amount of wheat, oil, and other products. We made all our deliveries punctually. Hitler was supposed to compensate us with a battle cruiser. Right away. When I got there, Stalin was lying on a couch reading. He told me he didn't feel very well. Then he started to talk to me about military matters. This was possibly the only time he ever talked about military matters when we were alone. Apparently he just needed somebody to talk to and didn't care who it was. He was always depressed when he was alone. It was as though the walls were closing in on him. I think our conversation about the coming war was just an excuse for having me around to keep him company. That's the only way I can explain it, because usually he felt no urge to exchange opinions with others. He valued his own abilities and views much more than those of anyone else. On that occasion in the winter of 1940-41, Stalin started complaining about being unable to take part in the military consultations which were then going on. While I was with him, he telephoned Timoshenko and started arguing angrily vdth him, stressing the importance of artillery and criticizing some decision which had already been made in favor of some other sort of weaponry. He was obviously very worried about the state of our defenses. I reacted very humanly to these outward manifestations of Stalin's deep alarm. A dark cloud was indeed hanging over our country. I remember we were all together in the Kremlin when we heard the news over the radio that the French army had capitulated and that the Germans were in Paris. Stalin's nerves cracked when he learned about the fall of France. He cursed the governments of England and France. Couldn't they put up any resistance at all? He asked despairingly. Molotov and I were with him at the time. Beria and Zdanov were probably there, too. Hitler had been stunningly successful in his conquest of Europe. He had swiftly moved his troops right up to the borders of the Soviet Union. After the fall of Poland, there was only a very tentative boundary between Hitler's forces and the Soviet Union. Germany, Italy, and Japan were formidable countries, and they were united against us. The most pressing and deadly threat in all history faced the Soviet Union. We felt as though we were facing this threat all by ourselves. America was too far away to help us, and besides, it was unknown at that time how America would react if the Soviet Union were attacked. And England was hanging by a thread. No one knew if the English would be able to hold out should the Hitlerites attempt an invasion across the Channel. Hitler knew how dangerous our situation was, and he did his best to humiliate us. I remember Stalin once told me that Hitler had sent a request for a favor through secret channels. Hitler wanted Stalin, as the man with the most authority and prestige in the communist world, to persuade the French Communist Party not to lead the resistance against the German occupation of France. Stalin was indignant. There was no question how he would answer. Hitler had stooped to new depths of filth and vileness. How could he expect Stalin to make such a degrading deal? How could he expect him to cooperate with the fascists against the Communist Party of France? Registered. I recall another example of Hitler's brazenness. The Germans staged their capture of Danzig as though it were a cinema spectacle. They set up movie cameras in advance and filmed the battle from sea and land. They tried to distribute this film to all the countries of the world. Hitler wanted to show off his might and to paralyze his future adversaries with fear. He wanted the whole world to see what irresistible blows their fascist troops could strike and to quake in terror. Hitler proposed that Stalin take this film and have it shown in our movie theaters. Stalin agreed on one condition: we'll distribute your film if you distribute ours. We had some very impressive films of our own, showing our troops on maneuvers and on parade. Naturally, as Stalin expected, Hitler wouldn't agree to this exchange. That's how Stalin countered Hitler's attempt to subvert our will. Hitler's film was sent to us anyway, and we watched it in the Kremlin with Stalin. It was very depressing. We knew very well that we were the next country Hitler planned to turn his army against. At that time we had a play called The Keys to Berlin running in a number of theaters. It was part of our campaign to toughen the country psychologically for the coming war. The Germans were trumpeting that they were invincible and that every country on earth would soon fall under their power. This play of ours was a reminder that there had already been occasions in history when Russian troops had crushed the Germans, captured the city of Berlin, and thereby received the keys to the German capital. Unfortunately, as it turned out, we didn't succeed in getting the keys to Berlin at the end of World War II, but by rights we should have. The advance into Poland. Here, and in the next chapter, Khrushchev deals with one of the more obscure and terrible episodes in the history of the Soviet Union, the Soviet seizure of East Poland, the Polish Ukraine, in accordance with the secret provisions of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, while the Polish army, facing west, was being shattered in the First German Blitzkrieg. The Red Army quietly and massively took the Polish army in the rear, and meeting next to no resistance, moved up to the new frontier and agreed with the Nazis to achieve what was nothing less than the fourth partition of Poland. Khrushchev, as Viceroy of the Soviet Ukraine, was responsible for setting up a civilian administration with its capital at Lvov, and in effect, for organizing the Sovietization of the annexed territory. It was an operation carried out with extreme rigor. It was the task of the Red Army, under Tymoshenko, to round up whole Polish army formations and arrange for their transportation to the prisons and labor camps in the interior of the Soviet Union. 15,000 Polish officers vanished from the face of the map, and the bodies of over 4,000 of them were later discovered in mass graves in Katyn Forest near Smolensk, having been shot by the NKVD. Over 200,000 Polish prisoners, WOM-N as well as men, were taken to the camps. Many died there. Others, released in accordance with the Stalin-Sikorsky Agreement after the German invasion of Russia, made their way south, many dying on the way. The survivors found haven under British auspices in Persia and the Middle East, where the soldiers formed a new army which fought so bravely with the Allies at Cassino and elsewhere. Meanwhile, the army and the bourgeoisie having been liquidated, a puppet government was set up by Khrushchev, elections being rigged in the Soviet manner, which asked for the occupied territory to be incorporated in the Soviet Union. It is impossible to tell whether Khrushchev was fully aware of the scale of this atrocity. He cheerfully talks of arrests and insists that they were necessary. But, as master of 40 million souls, it is improbable that he had any detailed understanding of what went on in his name. He was surrounded by sycophants and flatterers and renegades, and by some genuine enthusiasts for Russia, too. He would have beamed on cheering crowds, spontaneously demonstrating at carefully vetted public meetings. Having no idea of living conditions anywhere outside the Soviet Union, and believing in Leninist dogma, he would have found 142. It easy to believe that he was really bringing comfort and light to the oppressed. The dirty work was done by the head of the Ukrainian NKVD, Ivan Sarav. In the Polish Ukraine there were indeed large nufty bears of oppressed. The right wing of the government of Colonel Beck had been highly dictatorial. Further, the history of the Ukraine was a muddle. The first Russian state had been based in Kiev. After the Tartar invasion in the 13th century, Moscow won ascendancy, and by the end of the 15th century, when the Tartars were driven back, the Great Russians of Muscovy had become in many ways different from the Little Russians of the Ukraine, which was disputed territory, with now the Poles, now the Lithuanians, the dominant power. It was not until the 17th century that Kiev and the eastern Ukraine were brought back under the sway of the Muscovite Tsars. The western Ukraine remained part of Poland, until part of it went to Russia and part to Austria with the first partition in 1772. Lvov was then known as Lemberg. The Ukrainians had developed their own characteristics and their own Lar-R gauge very close to Russian. Although their lands were divided among the powers, they retained a strong feeling of national conscience and set up an independent state in 1918. This did not last. The Ukraine was divided again, now between Soviet Russia and the new Republic of Poland until, in 1939, the Red Army, under Tymoshenko and the Soviet government, scented by Khrushchev, forcibly recovered the western part and Poland once again ceased to exist as an independent power. After World War II the RV-SIA is kept their gains and compensated Communist Poland by pushing the boundaries of the new state deep in Sea Germany, the Oder-Neisse line driving out the Gürtchen inhabitants. This chapter is interesting, indeed, in that it offers a view of the Kremlin's attitude toward Eastern Europe so radically different from our own. How did German-Soviet relations look from my position in the Ukraine? The Germans, like all believers in bourgeois ideology, thought that since the Soviet Union was multinational, it would collapse at the first poke of a bayonet. Ray expected national discord to break out and the enter of the people's solidarity to give way. This delusion consoled the Soviet Union's ill-wishers throughout the world, and it encouraged the Germans to concentrate pressure on the Ukraine. After the fall of Poland, Hitler moved his troops up to our border and faced them east. Since we had signed the non-aggression and friendship treaty with the Germans, Hitler's feverish efforts to fortify the border looked suspicious. We reported to Stalin what was happening. Stalin must have realized the threat, but in order to allay our fears he would usually either ignore our reports or contradict our assessments of what the Germans were up to. One incident in particular sticks out in my mind. We were in close contact with the Germans when we began converting the railroad tracks in the western Ukraine from the narrow European gauge to our own wide gauge system. Germans appeared on a number of occasions and advised us against proceeding with the track conversion. I knew what they were thinking. I immediately reported to Stalin that the Germans must be planning to use our tracks for their own equipment in the near future. In this case Stalin had to agree. He cursed angrily and said, "Go ahead and give the order to convert the rest of the rails as quickly as possible." We did so, but it didn't make much difference because after their invasion the Germans simply converted the rails back to narrow gauge as they marched. Construction workers followed behind the fascist troops, ripping up spikes, moving the rails, and driving in new spikes. Despite all the taunting haughtiness of the Germans after the fall of Poland, they took care not to provoke a military confrontation with us until they were ready for a massive invasion. I had an opportunity to keep an eye on them at close quarters. As a member of the military council for the Kiev district, I often went out with the commander, Tymoshenko, to review our troops who were concentrated on the border. We were appalled at the complete breakdown of the Polish war machine and the Polish government after the Germans attacked on September 1, 1939. The Poles had been proud and cocky, and they had thrown back in our face our proposal that we join forces with them. And now their army was in a disgraceful shambles. Happy face, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Treaty set a new boundary between Poland and the Soviet Ukraine. We crossed the old border and moved west, meeting practically no resistance. First we moved our troops forward to Ternopil. We drove through Polish villages populated mostly by Ukrainians. On the second or third day of the campaign we approached Lvov. We got there just a little bit ahead of the Germans. We were anxious to avoid clashing with the Germans over who would enter Lvov, so we decided to send Yakovlev, who is now Marshal of Artillery, over to the German lines to negotiate. He knew a little German. If the Germans had had their way, they would have entered Lvov first and sacked the city. But since our troops, under the command of Golikov had gotten there ahead of them, the Germans were careful not to show any hostility toward us. They stuck to the letter of the treaty and told Yakovlev in effect, "Please, be our guests. After you." Hitler was playing for high stakes, and he didn't want to start a fight with us over small change. He wanted us to think he was a man of his word. So the German troops were pulled back to the border which had been set by the treaty. There was great elation both among our own troops and among the local population over the annexation of the western Ukraine to the Soviet Ukraine. Historically, these lands had been populated by Ukrainians. The only exception was in the big cities. Lvov, for instance, had many more Poles than Ukrainians. But this was an artificial majority. Ukrainians were barred from jobs in the cities, they weren't even given road work. This discrimination had been practiced as a matter of pussy to make sure that Poles dominated the cities. If you consider the Soviet Union's acquisition of the western Ukraine from a purely territorial point of view, you'll see that we gained practically nothing except what we were legally entitled to, that is, the Belarusian and Ukrainian lands which had been seized by Pilsudski in 1920. Naturally, there were some Ukrainians who, for nationalistic reasons, weren't very happy with the Ribbentrop-Molotov Treaty. They believed that the Soviet regime in the Ukraine was only temporary, and they would have preferred the Curzon Line, which was further to the west than the new border set by the Ribbentrop-Molotov Treaty. Ukrainian nationalists gave us more trouble than anyone else between the signing of the treaty in 1939 and the outbreak of war in 1941. Indisputable documentary proof fell into our hands that they were receiving instructions and money from the Germans. This information in turn constituted the definitive proof that Hitler was getting ready to invade us. He was using Ukrainian nationalists as his agents in the western Ukraine, and when he invaded, the nationalist pacts in the area helped the German intelligence service more than once. Before the invasion, the Ukrainian nationalists looked forward eagerly to the impending war because Goebbels had duped them into believing that Hitler would drive the Muscovites out of the Ukraine and give the Ukrainians their independence on a silver platter. These nationalists were too blind to see what the Soviet regime founded on Marxism-Leninism, the most advanced doctrine in the world, had to offer. When we moved into Lvov, we made the mistake of releasing the Ukrainian nationalist leader Stepan Bandera from prison. Who was this Stepan Bandera? Many people still don't know. Some even confuse him with the Ilf and Petrov character, Ostap Bender. Like his father before him, Stepan Bandera was a priest in the region of Stanislav. He once studied at the Lvov Polytechnic Institute. He was in prison in Lvov because he had been convicted in connection with the assassination of the Polish Minister of Internal Affairs. We were hardly inclined to mourn the passing of a minister of the reactionary Polish state. Nevertheless, we still showed a certain lack of judgment by freeing people like Bandera from prison without first checking up on them. We were impressed by Bandera's record as an opponent of the Polish government, but we should have taken into account the fact that men like him were also enemies of the Soviet Union. They were Ukrainian nationalists and therefore had a pathological hatred of the Soviet regime. Bandera himself was an outright agent of German fascism, and later he gave us a lot of trouble. It's true that when Bandera realized that the Hitlerites didn't intend to keep their promise to sponsor an independent Ukraine, he turned his units against them. But even then he didn't stop hating the Soviet Union. During the second half of the war he fought against both us and the Germans. Later, after the war, we lost thousands of men in a bitter struggle between the Ukrainian nationalists and the forces of Soviet power. I would like to say something about a tragedy which occurred in the Ukraine during the period just after the signing of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. I didn't have time to deal with these developments myself. Besides, in my very important position as Politburo member and secretary of the Ukrainian Central Committee, it would have been impolitic for me to have taken a direct hand in them. These events were reported to me by Comrade Serav, the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs in the Ukraine. Serav's duties required him to have contacts with the Gestapo. A Gestapo representative used to come to Lvov on official business. I don't know what sort of a network the Gestapo had in the Ukraine, but it was extensive. The cover for this network was an exchange agreement whereby people on German-occupied territory who wanted to return to their homes in the former Polish territory now occupied by Soviet troops were allowed to do so, and likewise, anyone in the Ukrainian population on Soviet territory who wanted to return to German-occupied Poland could do that. Sergeevich described the following scene to me: there are long lines standing outside the place where people register for permission to return to Polish territory. When I took a closer look, I was shocked to see that most of the people in line were members of the Jewish population. They were bribing the Gestapo agents to let them leave as soon as possible to return to their original homes. The Gestapo agents were eagerly accepting the bribes, getting rich, and shipping these people straight to the gas chambers. There was nothing we could do to stop them. They wanted to go home. Maybe they had relatives in Poland. Maybe they just wanted to go back to their birthplaces. They must have known how the Germans were dealing with Jews. Naturally, no better end awaited these Polish Jews who, by the will of fate, found themselves on Soviet territory but who wanted to get back to a land where fascism now ruled. The Polish intelligentsia in the western Ukraine reacted in various ways to the arrival of the Red Army. Many intellectuals were still in a state of shock. They had been subjected to the imposition of a Hitlerite state in Poland. They had seen the Polish government liquidated. Warsaw was in ruins, and other cities had undergone vast destruction. Brought up in a bourgeois culture on bourgeois ideas, the Poles felt they were losing their national identity. Since they neither understood nor accepted Marxist-Leninist teachings, they couldn't imagine that their culture would actually be enriched by the annexation of their lands to the Soviet Union. In other words, while the Ukrainian population in the western Ukraine felt liberated by the Red Army, the Polish population felt repressed. Most Poles on Soviet-occupied territory were against the Soviet system, but when confronted with the alternative of what Hitler had brought to the rest of Poland, they chose what they thought was the lesser of two evils. Regrettably, some Polish intellectuals fled, and most of those perished in the Gestapo's mobile gas chambers and ovens. I remember one incident which perplexed and grieved me very much. When we moved into Lvov, there was a famous Polish opera singer there named Wanda Bandrowska. I asked our people who handled cultural matters to negotiate with her and offer her a chance to sing in the Kiev, Charkov, or Odessa opera. I thought such an attractive opportunity would entice her to stay. I didn't want a famous singer like her to return to the Polish territory now occupied by the fascists. For her to sing in Poland would be an affront both to the Polish people and to the Soviet people. But Bandrowska outsmarted us. She pretended to be very interested in our offer, while at the same time she was conducting negotiations with the fascists behind our backs. She let them spirit her over to German-occupied territory, and one day Sergeevich told me, "Bandrowska is gone. She is in Krakow and has already appeared in the theater there and sung to officers of the German army." Despite setbacks like that one, we were sure that the Polish intellectuals, as well as the Polish workers and peasants, of the western Ukraine would correctly understand the necessity for the Ribbentrop-Molotov Treaty and would accept Soviet rule. It hadn't been our fault that we had had to sign the treaty. It had been the fault of an unwise Polish government, the government of the Pilsudskiites, who were blinded by their hatred of the Soviet Union and their hostility to the workers and peasants of their own state. They were afraid that any contact with us might encourage the freedom-loving elements in their own society. More than anything else they feared the Communist Party of Poland, and they didn't want to do anything that might strengthen the party. The Pilsudskiites knew that if they joined forces with us their fate would depend on the will of the Polish people. So they refused our assistance, and consequently most of Poland fell to Hitler while the western Ukraine was united with the eastern Ukraine and its people were given an opportunity to become citizens of the Soviet Union. Sovietizing the western Ukraine. Here Khrushchev continues his story of the incorporation of the Polish Ukraine into the Soviet Union, referring also to the occupation of the Baltic states in 1940. The Sovietization of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia was carried out arrests, deportations, and all in the manner already perfected in the Ukraine, with the difference that these small peoples were in no sense Russians and had achieved living standards much superior to those obtaining in the Soviet Union, which proceeded to drag them down to its own level. Under my leadership we got on with the job of establishing Soviet power and normalizing the situation in the lands annexed from Poland. Assisted by Comrade Sarav, I concentrated on the creation of local party organizations in the western Ukraine. Regional committees were formed mainly from people who came from the Soviet Ukraine, while district committees were drawn largely from local party activists. Despite strong Ukrainian nationalist influences, and resistance among the Polish intelligentsia, there were still plenty of people willing to recognize the Soviet reality. And even though the Communist Party of the Western Ukraine had been dissolved during the purges of 1936–37, there were many communists in the area who still sympathized with us. Some of the local party workers in the Western Ukraine had their hearts in the right place but were fairly unsophisticated. I remember one amusing episode in particular. I once called at the Lvov Revolutionary Committee to see how the chairman was getting along. His office was crowded with people who had come to see him about various matters relating to the management of the city, the condition of the trolley lines, roads which needed repair, and most important, the city's electricity and water supplies. The people who had run these services in the past were all Poles, and they were coming to the Revolutionary Committee to be certified by the new administration and to receive instructions. There, in the midst of all these people, sat the chairman. He was a huge man, and he was wearing high felt boots and an enormous overcoat on top of his sheepskin jacket. It was late fall and beginning to turn chilly. There were 2 revolvers sticking conspicuously out of his overcoat. It looked as though the only reason he didn't have a cannon slung over his shoulder was that it would have been too heavy. The people sitting around waiting to see him were obviously scared of him. When his office hours were over, I told him I was horrified to find the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee looking like that. "Listen," I said, "this will never do. You're making a terrible impression on these people, you're going to give a bad name both to yourself and to our party. What are you going to do if a terrorist comes charging in here and tries to kill you? He'll be able to shoot you with one of your own pistols. From now on, if you want to carry a revolver, make sure that the butt isn't sticking out of your coat like that." There was something else that surprised me in Lvov and other cities of the western Ukraine, and that was the attitude of the local Jewish population. There were many Jews among both the working class and the intelligentsia, and some of them were involved in anti-Soviet activities of one sort or another. Some Jews, along with Ukrainians, belonged to an anti-Polish, nationalist organization called the Communist Party for the Defense of the Ukraine. I remember that once we invited Ukrainians, Jews, and Poles, mostly workers but some intellectuals, to a meeting in the Lvov Opera House. It struck me as very strange to hear the Jewish speakers at this meeting refer to themselves as Yids. They said things like, "We Yids hereby declare ourselves in favor of such and such." Out in the lobby after the meeting I stopped some of these men and demanded, "How dare you use the word Yid? Don't you know it's a very offensive term, an insult to the Jewish nation?" "Here in the western Ukraine it's just the opposite," they explained. "We call ourselves Yids and consider the word Jew an insult." Apparently what they said was true. If you go back to Ukrainian literature, take Gogol for instance, you'll see that Yid isn't used derisively or insultingly. But even after this custom was explained to us, it continued to grate on our sensibilities until we got used to it. While we were trying to enlist support among the intelligentsia of the western Ukraine, I heard about a writer named Wanda Lvovna Vasilyuska, whose voice carried a great deal of weight among Polish intellectuals. She and I became fast friends. She was a good person, very smart and very honest. She became a communist of unimpeachable honor and boundless loyalty. She was later one of the few people who could talk back to Stalin and still keep in good graces. She had fled on foot from Warsaw to the territory occupied by our troops, dressed like a simple peasant in a sheepskin coat and plain black boots. She came from a distinguished Polish family. She was the daughter of a minister in the Pilsudski government. It was even rumored that she was Pilsudski's goddaughter, although I never asked her if this was true. The important thing was that she stood clearly and firmly for the establishment of Soviet power in the former Polish territory, and she helped us get through to those Poles in the western Ukraine who were clinging irrationally to the idea that we had negotiated the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact at their expense. Later I came to know Wanda Lvovna's daughter Eva, who lived in the Soviet Union and worked in one of the big libraries in Moscow. My main job was to set up organizations to represent the people of the western Ukraine and to give them a chance to declare themselves, did they want to join the Soviet state or not. Delegations were elected to an assembly in Lvov to decide this question. When the assembly was convened, I sat in a special box and observed how the first session progressed. It was a very encouraging event. The local presidium was made up of people from the western Ukraine. We knew where they stood politically because they had already declared themselves at public meetings and in the press. But while these men were well known to us, they were by no means our stooges or our planted agents. They were communists by conviction. The assembly continued for a number of days amid great jubilation and political fervor. I didn't hear a single speech expressing even the slightest doubt that Soviet power should be established in the western Ukraine. One by one, movingly and joyfully, the speakers all said that it was their fondest dream to be accepted into the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. It was gratifying for me to see that the working class, peasantry, and laboring intelligentsia were beginning to understand Marxist-Leninist teachings and that they all wanted to build their future on that foundation. Such was the power of Lenin's ideas. Despite all the efforts of the Polish rulers to distort our Leninist doctrine and to intimidate the people, Lenin's ideas were alive and thriving in the western Ukraine. At the same time we were still conducting arrests, the Finns put up a heroic resistance and humiliated the Red Army in its pride. It was not until Voroshilov had been superseded by Marshal Timoshenko, who brought the whole vast weight of the Red Army to bear, that the Finns finally surrendered. It was a traumatic experience for the Russians. After the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, the Finns were compelled to yield to Hitler's demands and fight on the German side. It is true that after the defeat of Hitler, Stalin could have taken the whole of Finland. Khrushchev's remarks about Stalin in this context are fair. Finland, apart from Karelia, was not necessary to the Soviet Union. Further, the Russians are uncomfortable with the Finns, who make awkward subjects. At the same time, Finland was isolated, and the event of a major war in Europe, could be knocked out with ease. As we became increasingly concerned about protecting per defenses against attack from the north, the question of Finland arose. We had to guarantee the security of Leningrad, which was within artillery range of the Finnish border and could easily have been shelled from Finnish territory. Moreover, the Finnish government was following policies hostile to the Soviet Union. It was demonstratively flirting with Hitlerite Germany. The Finnish commander-in-chief, Karl Mannerheim, was a former Tsarist general and a sworn enemy of the Soviet Union. Registered Vaino Tanner was an old social democrat, but he remained an irreconcilable foe of our Marxist-Leninist ideology until the end of his days. Consequently, Finland represented a real threat to us because its territory could be used by more powerful governments, and it was therefore sensible, indeed crucial, for the Soviet state to take steps to protect Leningrad. First we opened negotiations with Finland in order to come to some kind of diplomatic agreement. These talks took place while I was in the Ukraine. We wanted the Finns to give up a certain amount of territory and to move the border farther from Leningrad. I would have satisfied our need to protect the safety of Leningrad. The Finns refused to accept our conditions. So we were left with no choice but to decide the question by war. Whenever I came to Moscow from Kiev, Stalin almost always summoned me. Occasionally I found him alone when I went to see him. It was always easier to exchange opinions with him candidly if we were alone. But much more often than not, Stalin had Molotov, Voroshilov, Kaganovich, and sometimes Stanov with him when I called on him. Zdanov was the first I secretary of the Leningrad Regional Committee. Ikoyan and Beria were often there, too. One day when I came to Moscow, Stalin invited me to his apartment for dinner. He told me Molotov and Kyosinin would be there. Kyosinin was then attached to the Komintern. When I arrived at Stalin's apartment in the Ermlin, I had the feeling that Stalin, Molotov, and Kyosinin were continuing an earlier conversation about Finland. Apparently they had already decided to present Finland with an ultimatum. It had been agreed that Kyosinin would head the government of a new Karelo-Finnish SSR. Up to that time, Karelia had been an autonomous republic annexed to the Russian Federation. Now Karelia was to be made a union republic. The consensus of the group was that the Finns should be given one last chance to accept the territorial demands which they had already rejected during the unsuccessful negotiations. If they didn't yield to our ultimatum, we would take military action. This was Stalin's idea. Naturally, I didn't oppose him. Besides, in this case I agreed that it was the right thing to do. All we had to do was raise our voice a little bit, and the Finns would obey. If that didn't work, we could fire one shot and the Finns would put up their hands and surrender. Or so we thought. When I arrived at the apartment, Stalin was saying, "Let's get started today." We sat around for a long time. The hour of the ultimatum had already been set. After the prescribed time had elapsed, Artillery Marshal Kulik was dispatched to supervise the bombardment of the Finnish border. We waited to see what would happen. Stalin was confident. None of us thought there would be a war. We were sure that the Finns would accept our demands without forcing us to go to war. I repeat, our only goal was to protect our security in the north. Paired with our own vast territorial and natural resources, Finland had little to offer us in the way of land and forests. Our sole consideration was security. Leningrad was in danger. Suddenly there was a telephone call. We had fired our salvo, and the Finns had replied with artillery fire of their own. De facto, the war had begun. There is, of course, another version of the facts. It said that the Finns started shooting first and that we were compelled to shoot back. It's always like that when people start a war. They say, "You fired the first shot," or "You slapped me first, and I'm only hitting back." There was once a ritual which you sometimes see in opera. Someone throws down a glove to challenge someone else to a duel. If the glove is picked up, it means the challenge is accepted. Perhaps that's how it was done in the old days, but in our time it's not always so clear-cut who starts a war. There's some question about whether we had any legal or moral right for our actions against Finland. Of course we didn't have any legal right. As far as morality was concerned, our desire to protect ourselves was ample justification in our own eyes. A few days after the war began, I left for the Ukraine. Like everyone else, I was confident that our advantage would prove immeasurable and that our dispute with the Finns would be solved quickly, without many casualties for us. So we thought, and so we hoped. But the history of that conflict turned out very differently. The war dragged on stubbornly. The Finns turned out to be good warriors. They had organized their 9 defenses brilliantly along the Mannerheim line on the One Karelian Isthmus, and they thwarted our attempt to push through this strategically important passage. We soon realized we had bitten off more than we could chew. We found ourselves faced with good steel-reinforced fortifications and effectively deployed artillery. The Mannerheim line was impregnable. Our casualties mounted alarmingly. In the winter it was decided to bypass the Karelian Isthmus and to strike a blow from Lake Ladoga to the north where there were no fortifications. But when we tried to strike from the rear, we found ourselves in an even more difficult situation than before. The Finns, who are a people of the north and very athletic, can ski almost before they can walk. Our army encountered very mobile ski troops armed with automatic high-velocity rifles. We tried to put our own troops on skis, too, but it wasn't easy for ordinary, untrained Red Army soldiers to fight on skis. We started intensively to recruit professional sportsmen. There weren't many around. We had to bring them from Moscow and Lya, Ukraine, as well as from Leningrad. We gave them a splendid send-off. Everyone was confident that our sportsmen would return victorious, and they left in high spirits. Poor fellows, they were ripped to shreds. I don't know how many came back alive. This was a terrible time, terrible because of our 1. Losses, and even more terrible in the wider perspective. The Germans were watching with undisguised glee as we took a drubbing from the Finns. Our navy was engaged against the Finnish fleet. You wouldn't have thought that the Finns would have the advantage at sea, but our navy couldn't do anything right. I remember hearing when I was at Stalin's in Moscow that one of our submarines had been unable to sink a Swedish merchant vessel which it had taken for a Finnish ship. The Germans observed this incident and gave us a teasing pinch by offering their assistance. Are things that bad? You can't even sink an unarmed ship? Maybe you need some help from us. You can imagine how painful this was to us. Hitler was letting us know that he recognized our helplessness and was gloating over it. I recall how Stalin spoke with bitterness and sadness about the way the war was going. The snows are deep. Our troops are on the march. There are many Ukrainians in the units. At first they're full of spirit, saying, where are those Finns? Let us at them. Suddenly there's a burst of automatic fire, and our men fall to the ground. The Finns used the following tactic for fighting in the forest. They would climb up into the fir trees and shoot our men at point-blank range when they came along on patrol. Covered by branches and with white cloaks over their uniforms, the Finns were completely invisible. The Ukrainian troops called the Finns cuckoos because of the way they perched in the trees. There was a special campaign waged against these cuckoos. But it took time, and meanwhile we lost a lot of blood. Stalin was furious with the military, and with one Voroshilov justifiably, in my opinion. Voroshilov he understands artillery. Comrade Stalin, I don't doubt that Kulik was a good artillery officer at Tsaritsyn, but how many cannons did you have there? 2 or 3? And now he's in charge of all the artillery in the country. Stalin completely lost his temper with me. He told me to shut up and stop sticking my nose into things that weren't my business. This was what I had been afraid would happen. Stalin believed that the Red Army was his baby and that nobody else was competent to comment on it. However, events proved Stalin wrong and me right about both Pavlov and Kulik. Stalin made Pavlov commander of the Belarusian military district. I didn't even find out about the appointment until after the fact, which was also typical. Stalin hardly ever bothered to consult with members of the Politburo. So Pavlov was entrusted with the military district that was right in the line of attack from the west, and he did nothing to prepare his troops for Hitler's invasion. In the first days of the war, Pavlov's troops were routed and his air force was destroyed on the runways. Stalin had Pavlov, his chief of staff, and the local member of the military council court-martialed and shot. Stalin must have realized what a mistake it had been to give Pavlov the Belarusian command, but it was already too late. The front had fallen apart, and the Germans were driving deep into our country. As for Kulik, he proved to be totally incompetent as a military leader. I remember in 1943 Vachidin and I listened to Kulik report to Shepilov, who was a member of the military council for the Vorenus front. His report was a complete travesty. Finally, at our urging, Stalin gave in and demoted K from marshal to major general. After the war, Kulik was arrested and shot. Many years later, when Stalin's abuses of power were exposed at the 20th Party Congress, it was decided to rehabilitate Pavlov and the other generals who were court-martialed and executed in the first days of the war. I had some reservations about rehabilitating them. I knew that there had been legitimate grounds for court-martialing Pavlov and the others. But I also knew that Stalin was the real guilty party because he had given men like Pavlov their commands in the first place. Therefore I didn't use my influence to prevent their rehabilitation. I saw Zhukov a number of times early in the war. I was always glad when he flew in to take over the command from Ilirpanos. Once, after he'd been with us for a couple of days, he got a call from Stalin ordering him to drop what he was doing and return to Moscow. "Well," he said, "I'm afraid your commander here is pretty weak. But what can we do? There's nobody better available. You have to give Comrade Isarpanos all the support we can and hope for the best." He was right, that was all we could do. I was being very sincere when I told Zhukov how sorry I was he was leaving. People who came to the front from Moscow early in the war were not always as helpful or as welcome as Zhukov. For example, Marshal Budyonny Karad was sent to us from Moscow when the Germans were closing in around Kiev. I sat in on a session while the chief of our operational section, Colonel Bagramian Karad reported to Budyonny on the general situation, which was then looking grim. I don't remember exactly what was said. The whole discussion was conducted in Mihari jargon Karad, but I do remember how the conversation ended. Budyonny told Bagramian in a high-pitched voice, "I've been listening to what you've been saying, and it looks to me as though you aren't even in control of your own troops. I think we'd better have you shot." "Semyon Mihailovich," replied Bagramian, "why should I be shot? If I'm not fit to be chief of the operational section, then give me a division to command. But what purpose would it serve to have me shot?" Budyonny would hear nothing of a simple transfer or demotion and tried stubbornly to get Bagramian to agree that he should be shot. Naturally, Bagramian wasn't ready to agree to any such thing. It should be kept in mind that this friendly conversation took place after a hearty dinner and a lot of brandy. Despite these extenuating circumstances, I was still shocked. It was outrageous for a representative of the Supreme High Command HKE Budyonny to behave this way toward a good soldier like Bagramian. He certainly wasn't helping to solve any of the grave problems that were facing us. Our situation hadn't improved after Budyonny arrived, and it didn't get any worse after he left. Fortunately, nothing ever came of Budyonny's threat. Ivan Christoforovich Bagramian is still alive and well, may he live another 1,000 years. He's always been a decent man and a good soldier. Subsequently he was entrusted with many key sectors of the front in our effort to repulse Hitler's invasion. I should tell you of my association with Vlasov, who I later turned traitor and betrayed his homeland. Before the war he had commanded the heroic 99th Division, which was to go down in history as the first division in World War II to be awarded the Order of the Red Banner. He was widely respected as a good man and a very capable commander. When Kirpanos and I were looking for someone to command the 37th Army, which we formed to defend Kiev, the personnel section of the Kiev military district recommended that we appoint Vlasov. I decided to check up on him with Moscow. At that time we were still living under the suspicion that the enemies of the people were everywhere, particularly in the military, and I wanted to make sure that we could trust Vlasov with the selection of a staff for the 37th Army and the defense of Kiev. I called Malenkov, who was in charge of personnel for the Central Committee. Naturally I didn't expect him personally to know anything about Vlasov, but I thought he could put some of his men to work and give me an assessment of Vlasov's record. When I finally got him on the phone, I asked Malenkov, "What sort of reference can you give me on Vlasov?" Malenkov said, "You can't imagine what it's like around here. Our whole operation has come to a standstill. I don't have anyone free to help you out. You'll have to do whatever you see fit and take complete responsibility for what you decide." That left me with nothing to go on except the recommendations of other military men. On that basis Kirpanos and I decided to go ahead and appoint Vlasov to the command. He took charge decisively and effectively. He put together his army from units that were falling back from the front or breaking out of the German encirclement and proved himself to be a wise choice for the command. He always bore himself calmly under fire and provided firm, intelligent leadership in the defense of Kiev. He discharged his duty and kept the Germans from taking Kiev by a frontal assault. When Kiev finally fell, it was because of an encirclement and a concentration of German troops considerably to the east. It wasn't because Vlasov didn't put up a staunch defense. Vlasov broke out of the encirclement and made it back to our lines on foot. Stalin ordered that he be flown to Moscow. I thought that General Headquarters must have had some sort of evidence against Vlasov and that he was being called back for questioning. Later we found out that he had been called to Moscow to be decorated. Stalin himself praised him and put him in command of our counter-offensive against the Germans outside Moscow, and Vlasov distinguished himself once again. Stalin then gave him the critical job of defending the Valdai sector of our front. Again Vlasov fell into an encirclement, and again he broke out and made it back to our lines. Stalin even considered putting Vlasov in command of the Stalingrad front. I remember Stalin once told me, in the presence of witnesses, that if Vlasov had been available he would have been given the Stalingrad command rather than Eremenko. When Vlasov turned traitor, Stalin called me in and reminded me in an ominous tone that I was the one who had promoted Vlasov to the command of the 37th Army. In reply I simply reminded him that he had been the one who had put Vlasov in charge of the Moscow counteroffensive and had even suggested making Vlasov commander of the Stalingrad front. Stalin let the subject drop and never raised it again. Naturally the Vlasov affair was a bitter pill to swallow for me as well as for Stalin. It was difficult to understand how a man who had displayed such devotion, bravery, and SLDLL and who had earned such respect, could betray his country. Vlasov must have had a very unstable character to let himself be recruited as an agent by the Germans. He was supposed 191 to be a communist, but he must have had no real ideological substance to him at all. In civilian life he'd been a teacher. Apparently he wasn't a bad fellow. In the first years of the war he certainly seemed loyal to Soviet power. Of course it's possible he was just following mercenary motives when he became a soldier. Maybe he was hoping to set himself up with a comfortable position as a party official. Unfortunately, we've had such careerist types around in the past, and I'm afraid they're even more numerous nowadays. Of course Vlasov was guilty of more than just careerism. He was guilty of treason, which is a completely different order of crime. He got the punishment he deserved. He was tried and hanged. The Kharkov disaster in the spring of 1942, with the Germans held in the suburbs of Leningrad and pushed back at the 11th hour in front of Moscow, the Russians decided to mount a three-pronged offensive in the Ukraine. The central operation was to be a major assault toward Kharkov-Timoshenko, which turned out to be an unmitigated disaster for the Red Army. Khrushchev, at Timoshenko's headquarters, was deeply involved in the planning and execution of the offensive. Its failure was a traumatic experience for him. He went out of his way in the secret speech to exculpate himself and put all the blame on Stalin. Here, he goes over the ground once more. Zhukov, in his memoirs published after Khrushchev's fall, says that the ill-fated offensive was indeed Stalin's idea, and that he, Zhukov, opposed it for very good reasons. This is almost certainly true. But Zhukov goes on to say that Stalin was strongly supported by Timoshenko and Khrushchev. This is also likely. He then goes on to imply that there was no attempt on the part of Timoshenko and Khrushchev to have the offensive called off before disaster was upon them. Disaster came because the Germans were themselves deployed for an offensive designed to nip out a salient in the Russian line, and it was into this salient that Timoshenko poured his own army, which thus ved straight into the jaws of a trap. Stalin's dissatisfaction with me reached its peak during the period of our retreat, when he thought that we were going to lose the Ukraine. He was supreme commander, but he didn't want to take responsibility for the defeat. He started looking for a scapegoat. I was the obvious candidate since I was first secretary of the Ukrainian Central Committee and a member of the Military Council. Perhaps my most perilous hour was during the disastrous counter-offensive toward Kharkov in 1942. The operation had begun promisingly enough. We had broken through the enemy's front line of defense too easily. We realized that there were no forces massed against us. We seemed to have a clear road ahead, deep into enemy territory. This was unsettling. It meant we had stumbled into a trap. We reconnoitered and discovered that the enemy was concentrating his groupings in the Alvayansk sector of the southern front. Apparently the Germans planned to strike at our left flank and liquidate the salient which we had formed during the winter campaign. We could see that the deeper we penetrated to the west, the more we would stretch our flank and the easier it would be for the Germans to cut us off and encircle us. We had just barely figured out the enemy's scheme before it was too late. Now it remained for us to get permission to call off the offensive altogether and pull back. I forget who had taken the initiative for organizing the Kharkov operation in the first place. Later Stalin was to accuse me of having ordered the offensive. I don't deny that I may have had a part in it, but, as I asked Stalin, what about the commander, Timoshenko? No, said Stalin. It was your idea and Timoshenko simply gave in to you. That's impossible, I replied. You must not know Timoshenko very well. He's very strong-willed, and he would never have given his consent to the operation unless he thought it was a good idea. As a matter of fact, it was actually Comrade Bagramian who worked out the plan of attack for the Kharkov counteroffensive. Our own headquarters for the Southwest Front approved it, and so did General Headquarters. We had all been in on the original decision together, and now I had to persuade General Staff to call off the operation. I knew it wouldn't be easy. As soon as we realized the danger of proceeding toward Kharkov, we ordered a halt to our offensive. 194. And took steps to build up our defenses. We moved our artillery, armor, and anti-tank forces around to cover our exposed left flank. When all the necessary orders had been given and we had effectively shifted from the offensive to the defensive, I returned to my quarters to get some rest. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and already beginning to get hght. I was just taking off my clothes to lie down when Comrade Bagramian burst in on me. He was very upset. I'm sorry to bother you, Comrade Khrushchev, he said, but I thought you should know that Moscow has countermanded our order halting the offensive. What? How can this be? Who made the decision? I don't know. All I know is that if we go ahead with the offensive, we'll be heading straight for disaster. Our troops in the salient will be doomed. I implore you, speak to Comrade Stalin personally. Our only chance is that you can talk him into reversing his decision to countermand our order. I'd never seen Comrade Bagramian in such a state before. He's a rational, even-handed man. I like him. I can even say I'm very fond of him. I've always admired him for his sober mind, his party spirit, his wide-ranging knowledge of military affairs, and his uncorruptible integrity and straightforwardness. What's more, I completely agreed with him about the need for me to talk to Stalin. I had to try to change Stalin's mind even though I expected the worst. Comrade Bagramian was with me when I put through a call to General Headquarters. I got Alexander Mikhailovich Vasilevsky on the line. He already knew what had happened. Alexander Mikhailovich, I said, as a military man who has studied maps and who understands enemy strategy, you know the situation in greater detail than Comrade Stalin does. Please take a map along and explain to Comrade Stalin what will happen if we continue this operation. Vasilevsky understood what I was getting at. We had both seen how Stalin tried to plan battle movements by tracing troop lines and the front with his finger on a globe of the world. Stalin's now at the nearby dacha, said Vasilevsky. Then go talk to him there. You know he'll see you anytime. After all, there's a war going on. Take a map and show him how our decision to call off the offensive is the only rational thing to do. No, Comrade Khrushchev. Comrade Stalin has already made up his mind. He has already issued his orders. Anyone who has ever dealt with Vasilevsky will be able to imagine the steady, droning voice with which he said this. I was on very good terms with him, so, After hanging up, I decided to call him back and try again. This time I pleaded with him urgently to help, but he still refused. Nikita Sergeevich, Comrade Stalin has made up his mind and that's all there is to it. If only Zhukov had been at General Headquarters instead of Vasilevsky, I'm sure he would have driven straight out to the nearby dacha and intervened on our behalf. Anjayruwe, I had no choice but to try to call Comrade Stalin myself. This was a very dangerous moment for me. I knew Stalin by now considered himself a great military strategist. I called the nearby dacha and Malenkov answered. We exchanged greetings, and then I asked, "May I please speak to Comrade Stalin?" Stalin must have been there. I knew the layout of the dacha very well. I knew exactly where everyone would be sitting and how many steps it would take Stalin to reach the telephone. I had watched many times as he went to answer a phone call. I could hear Malenkov saying that I was on the phone and asking Stalin to come talk to me. Malenkov came back and told me, "Comrade Stalin says you should tell me what you want, and I'll pass on your message." This was a sure sign of trouble. I insisted, "I want to speak with Comrade Stalin personally. I have to report to him about the situation at the front." Malenkov passed this on to Stalin and then came back on the line. "Comrade Stalin repeats that you should tell me what you want." So I had to tell Malenkov that by continuing our offensive we would be playing right into the enemy's hands. We had overextended and weakened our front, we were exposing our flank to the Germans. There was another pause while Malenkov reported to Stalin. When he came back, he said, "Comrade Stalin knows you didn't get the front commander's approval on your decision to halt the offensive. He knows that calling off the operation was your idea and your idea alone, and he's against it." I still can't believe that Timoshenko told Stalin I had forced the decision down his throat. I think Stalin was simply TRJDNG to throw me off balance and undercut my argument. Comrade Malenkov, you know Timoshenko's character better than that. He would never have accepted the decision unless he too were convinced that the operation must be called off. There's no point in discussing it further. Stalin says the offensive must continue. All right, I said, orders are orders. Continuing the offensive is all too easy since we have no enemy troops in front of us. That's exactly what worries me. Malenkov hung up. Comrade Bagramian was with me and overheard this conversation. His nerves cracked, and he burst into tears. He foresaw what was going to happen. He was weeping for our army. Catastrophe struck a few days later, exactly as we expected. There was nothing we could do to avert it. Many generals, colonels, junior officers, and troops perished. The staff of the 57th Army was wiped out completely. Almost nobody managed to escape. The army had advanced deep into enemy territory, and when our men were encircled, they didn't even have enough fuel to escape. It was too far to return on foot. Many were killed, but most were taken prisoner. General Gurov somehow managed to escape in a tank. Some people suggested that he should be court-martialed for desertion, but I told them, "Sirely, we've lost enough generals already. Do you want to lose the few who managed to escape as well? Have you all gone mad?" Naturally, Stalin would never admit his mistake. A few days after the disaster I received a call from Moscow. They weren't Simeoning Timoshenko, the front commander, back to Moscow, but me. As you can imagine, I was very depressed. I hardly need describe what I was feeling. We had lost many, many thousands of men. More than that, we had lost the hope we had been living by, the hope that we might be able to turn back the tide of the invasion in 1942. Suffering the defeat of the Kharkov operation was bad enough. To make matters worse, it looked as though I were going to have to take the blame for it personally. I knew it wouldn't make any difference that I had tried to call off the offensive and avert the disaster. For Stalin to have agreed that we had been right when we halted the operation would have meant admitting his own mistake. And that sort of nobility was not for him. He would stop at nothing to avoid taking the responsibility for something that had gone wrong. As I flew toward Moscow, I could see clearly the tragic aspect of my own predicament. I put myself in the hands of fate. I was ready for anything, including arrest. At first Stalin didn't give any sign of whether he was furious with me or sympathetic toward me. He was a good actor. His face was a mask of inscrutability. Then he said, "The Germans have announced that they captured more than 200,000 of our soldiers. Are they lying?" "No, Comrade Stalin, they're not lying. That figure sounds about right. We had approximately that number of troops, perhaps a few more. We must suppose that some were killed and the rest taken prisoner." Carrot. Stalin didn't say anything more, but now I could see he was seething. I didn't know when this boiling kettle would explode and who would get scalded when it did. But he restrained himself. He didn't say anything more for the moment. Later we started to talk things over. What would we do now? What chance was there of building up our defenses along the Donets River in order to prevent the enemy from crossing? How could we contain the German advance via our limited resources? After this discussion we went in to dinner. I stayed in Moscow for a number of days. The longer I stayed, the more wearisome and painful became the process of waiting to see what would happen to me. I doubted very much that Stalin would forgive the defeat. He still must have wanted to find a scapegoat. Here was a chance to demonstrate his implacable toughness and dedication to the principle of harsh retribution when the interests of the people were at stake. I knew exactly how Stalin would formulate his revenge. He was a master at this sort of thing. A few days after I got to Moscow, we were sitting at Stalin's table having dinner. Stalin started a conversation in a calm, non-committal tone. "You know," he said, looking at me closely, "in World War I, after our army fell into a German encirclement in East Prussia, the general commanding the troops was court-martialed by the Tsar. He was condemned and hanged." "Comrade Stalin," I answered, "I remember this event well. The Tsar did the only right thing. Myasnikov was a traitor. He was a German agent." Stalin didn't say anything. He didn't develop his thoughts on this subject any further. But he'd already said enough to give me some idea of where I stood. You can imagine how I felt. I saw the analogy he was implying between the encirclement of our troops in East Prussia and World War I and the encirclement of our troops east of Kharkov. Stalin was reminding the member of the military council responsible for the Kharkov defeat that this kind of thing had happened before in history. Besides, there had already been a precedent in World War II, the arrest, court-martial, and execution of General Pavlov along with his chief of staff and the local member of the Military Council after the Germans overran Belorussia with impunity in the first days of the war. Stalin was preparing me psychologically for understanding why, in the interests of the fatherland and in order to mollify public opinion, he might have to punish severely all those who were responsible for the Kharkov disaster. So there I was, waiting to see what my fate would be. The only thing that made it difficult for Stalin to blame me for what had happened was that I had tried stubbornly to persuade him to call off the offensive, and I had done so in the presence of witnesses. I had transmitted my opinion and my advice to him through Malenkov, and I'm sure Beria, Mikoyan, Molotov, and possibly even Voroshilov were there at the dacha with Stalin when I called from the front. Even though all these people were very close to Stalin, it was impossible for him to ignore the fact that I had vigorously opposed continuing the offensive. These men could have been very disagreeable witnesses for me if the offensive had turned out differently, but as it was, they were disagreeable witnesses for Stalin himself. Finally Stalin called me into his office and said I could return to the front. I was relieved, but I realized I wasn't safe yet. I knew of many cases when Stalin would reassure people by letting them leave his office with good news, and then have them picked up and taken somewhere other than the place they expected. But nothing happened to me during the night after I left his office, and the next morning I flew back to the front. When I got back I found the situation very bad. Marshal Timoshenko told me that the army had been so utterly routed by the enemy that the only way to rally the troops was to set up mobile kitchens and hope that the soldiers would return when they got hungry. He was drawing on his Civil War experience here. We set up field kitchens and slowly but surely reorganized our defenses. After these many years, I often look back on the Kharkov episode as an agonizing moment for our homeland and a milestone in my own life. Stalingrad. Stalingrad was Khrushchev's greatest hour. As political advisor to Marshal Eremenko, who was responsible for the defense of Stalingrad until Zhukov turned to the attack, he was very much the man on the spot, although, of course, once the Germans destroyed the city and were fighting in its ruins, Eremenko's headquarters had to move to the other side of the river. His account of the development of the battle furnishes illuminating first-hand glimpses of the fearful struggle which ended in the destruction of Paulus's Sixth Army and marked the turning of the tide. When the Battle of Stalingrad started, our armed forces were still very weak. We were suffering from a shortage of heavy artillery, machine guns, anti-aircraft, and anti-tank weapons. The Germans were still pressing us hard. But now our troops had begun to put up a stubborn resistance. There was none of the disorderly flight which had characterized the situation earlier in the war. Our troops were now fighting heroically and retreated only when there was no other way out. They retreated in a disciplined fashion from one position to another and never allowed themselves to be routed. Our setbacks, although less frequent, were still very painful. During the battle I received a report that Rub Eberary had been killed early in the war. Ruben Eberary and my own son Leonid were in the same casualty ward in Kuibyshev. Leonid, who was a pilot, later died in battle. Then I learned that Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan's son, also a pilot, had perished. This was all very familiar to me. It was war, and many good men died as they do in every war. But the Red Army was suffering more than it ought to have because it was badly prepared and insufficiently armed. I remember a tragic sight that I saw when I went out to the battle zone south of the city near the Noriman ravine. Some of our fighter bombers flew over, heading toward the front. Suddenly German Messerschmitts appeared. Before our very eyes, our bombers were hit and caught fire one after the other. The pilots bailed out. Our own planes looked very much like the Messerschmitts. Our infantry thought the stricken fighter bombers were German, so they opened fire on our pilots as they parachuted to the ground. I remember how one pilot screamed as he came down, "I am one of you. I'm one of you." Then there was a burst of machine gun fire, and it was all over. Our Air Force units were commanded by Kliryukhin, a young fellow who had been made a hero of the Soviet Union for his part in the war against Japan when we were fighting in China on the side of Chiang Kai-shek. Registered the Germans reached the Volga and half encircled us, closing off our railroad contact with the north and stopping all navigation on the river. I got a call from Stalin. He asked me menacingly, "What's this about you starting to evacuate the city?" 202. Comrade Stalin, who said anything about evacuating the city? Who reported this to you? Nothing of the kind is even planned. I don't know how you came by this information, but it's absolutely untrue. He hung up. I began wondering, who could have concocted this filthy lie? It was obviously aimed against me personally. I decided to call Malyshev, although I didn't think he would stoop that low. I told him about Stalin's call and he said, "Yes, I just got an indignant call from Stalin myself. He said the very same thing to me that he said to you. I have no idea who could have planted this lie." Then I thought maybe it was Chuyanov, but Chuyanov was hardly the sort to stoop that low either. I called him Anjanve. He said that he'd had a nasty phone call from Stalin, too. Stalin never mentioned the evacuation again. Later I realized that the rumor about an evacuation was Stalin's own doing. It was what he would have called a preventive device. For anyone else to have suggested an evacuation would have been to invite some very unpleasant consequences, so Stalin took the initiative of planting the idea himself, just to let us know how he felt about it in case the idea were ever to come up. This was typical of Stalin's conduct of the war. He wanted to regulate everything from Moscow. By carrying centralized control to such an extreme, Stalin hamstrung his commanders and commissars at the front. Our battle headquarters in Stalingrad was situated on the Tsaritsa River in a ravine which had been eroded by many years of rain and melting snow. When we first came to Stalingrad, we were surprised to discover that there was already a command post dug into the steep slope of this ravine. It had been prepared and fortified long before the present war. The entrance was protected by baffles against shock waves from explosions, and the doors were reinforced with thick girders to keep them from being beaten in. Everything in this underground bunker on the Tsaritsa had a curiously familiar look about it. It was decorated very much according to Stalin's taste. The walls had oak plywood trimming, just like all Stalin's dachas. The place was very well equipped. It was even fitted out with a toilet. No real military man would have considered having a toilet like this under field conditions. I never heard, before or since, for whom this command post had originally been prepared. Early in the battle the enemy subjected Stalingrad to the cruelest air raids. Wave after wave of German planes bombed the city. Stalingrad was in flames. We found ourselves cut off from the left bank of the Volga. Communication with the left bank was crucial to our supervision of the battle. The commander Eremenko registered, and I decided that our continued presence in Stalingrad was inadvisable. We sent off the appropriate dispatch to General Headquarters requesting permission to transfer our command post to the left bank so we could be in immediate contact with all our armies. A day passed, and there was no reply. We repeated the request. Again, there was no word from Moscow. We couldn't move the command post without permission. Then Stalin called about something else entirely. I talked to him myself and said, "Comrade Stalin, we've already had to repeat our request for permission to transfer our command post to the left bank, but General Headquarters still hasn't answered. Time is of the essence, so I ask you to give us the go-ahead right now." "No, that's impossible. If your troops find out that their commander has moved his headquarters out of Stalingrad, the city will fall." I tried to explain to Stalin as best I could that his fears were unfounded. "Comrade Stalin, I don't look at it that way. The 62nd Army under the command of Chewikov has undertaken the defense of Stalingrad. We've also appointed Gurov to the military council and instructed him to stay in the city and strengthen the leadership of the army. We're absolutely sure that Chewikov and Gurov will do their jobs. They will keep the enemy from penetrating our defenses and capturing the city." "Well, all right. If you're certain that the front will hold and our defenses won't be broken, I'll give you permission to move to the left bank. Just make sure you leave a representative of the front headquarters in Stalingrad who can report to you on the way things are going. I want to make sure that you have somebody in the city to back up Chewikov's reports." Eremenko and I prepared to move our command post. We asked our Chief of Staff, Zakharov, to help us. 22 We decided to leave General Golikov in Stalingrad to keep us advised on how Chewikov was doing with the defense of the city. Golikov had been sent to us by Stalin as first deputy commander of the front. I'd known him during our occupation of Lvov in 1939 and also when he was chief of personnel for the Red Army. I'd often seen him in Stalin's presence when he was head of army intelligence, but before now I'd never had a chance to assess him as a human being and as a communist. We called Golikov in and Eremenko told him, "Comrade Golikov, we've received permission to move our command post to the left bank. We want you to remain with our headquarters here and to maintain communications with Comrade Chewikov." A look of terror came over Golikov's face, but for the moment he contained himself. As soon as Eremenko left the room, Golikov pleaded with me not to leave him alone in the city. I never saw anyone, soldier or civilian, in such a state during the whole war. He was white as a sheet and begged me not to abandon him. He kept saying over and over, "Stalingrad is doomed. Don't leave me behind. Don't destroy me. Let me go with you." "What are you talking about? How dare you say Stalingrad is doomed? Can't you see that things have changed? We're no longer retreating from the enemy. Our army is making a stand here. What's the matter with you? Pull yourself together. How dare you behave like this? You've been ordered to stay in the city, and you will obey. A few days later we received a message from an officer in Stalingrad informing us that Golikov had gone completely off his head and was behaving like a madman. His presence in the army wasn't doing us any good, and he was even becoming a hostility to us. The officer who lodged the complaint asked that appropriate measures be taken. We relieved Golikov of his duties and had him recalled. Later he complained to Stalin about us. During one of my visits to Moscow, Stalin reproached me angrily for having the wrong attitude toward our generals and for failing to give them the support they needed. I asked him, exactly what general do you have in mind? Well, take Golikov for example. We sent him down to help you and look how you treated him. Then he launched into a tirade against Eremenko, calling him a worthless so-and-so. I was shocked. Before this I had often heard Stalin praising Eremenko in the most glowing terms, virtually worshipping him as our best field general and so on. Part of the reason for Stalin's disillusionment with Eremenko must have been that the Germans were still driving us back and had broken into Stalingrad. There were skirmishes and even pitched battles going on inside the city. But instead of telling me what was really bothering him, Stalin ranted on about Eremenko's alleged mistreatment of Golikov. Comrade Stahn, I don't know what Comrade Golikov has told you, but if he has complained about our treatment of him, I have no choice but to tell you the reasons for our attitude. Then I told Stalin the story of how Golikov had behaved when we ordered him to stay with our headquarters in the city. From the way Stalin's expression changed I could tell that he had known nothing about the incident. Therefore, I concluded, we were perfectly justified in having Golikov sacked. I really don't see why you're lashing out at Eremenko and myself like this. I will defend anyone who has been punished unfairly, but Golikov got exactly what he deserved. Then Stalin told me that the decision had already been made to relieve Eremenko of the Stalingrad command. I told him I thought this would be a serious mistake. I realize there may be varying opinions about Eremenko around here, I said. Like everyone, he has his enemies and there are those who don't respect him. But in my capacity as a member of the military council, I've gone through a critical period with Eremenko, and in my opinion he's fully worthy of his rank and of his current assignment. I'm only talking about his virtues as a commander. I won't address myself to his other qualities. The important thing is that he's efficient, experienced, and a good leader of his troops. At first, naturally, Stalin resisted stubbornly, but after a while he began to soften. Finally he said I could fly back to the front. As we were saying goodbye, he shook my hand and said, I'm glad we called you back for consultations. If it weren't for what you've told me, we would have sacked Eremenko. I'd already made up my mind to do so. Your arguments have changed my mind. Eremenko can stay at his post. You won't be sorry, Comrade Stalin. You're doing the right thing. Meanwhile, the enemy pressed on, but our army made the Germans pay in blood for every inch they gained. Our slogans were not one step back. We will stand our ground at the Volga. And fight to the death, don't give up Stalingrad. It seemed that whenever the situation was looking gravest Malenkov would fly in with Vasilevsky, Voronov, Novikov, or some other representative from General Staff. Frankly, I was never very pleased to see them. Unless they were bringing us tangible assistance, and that would have meant troop reinforcements, air support, infantry, and artillery units, they weren't doing the cause any good by showing up when we already had our hands full. These celebrities always chose the wrong time to make a personal appearance, and they weren't very popular at our command post when they showed up. It was so crowded you could hardly move. Always at the most critical moment, I sensed that Stalin was paying especially keen attention to me and that he had sent Malenkov to keep an eye on me. I would notice Vasilevsky and Malenkov whispering together. Malenkov would have to return to Moscow and report to Stalin about why the battle was going so badly, and naturally he wanted to avoid any personal responsibility for what was happening. In his whispered talks with Vasilevsky, Malenkov was preparing to denounce someone, and I knew that I was the obvious choice. He didn't know anything about military matters, but he was more than competent when it came to intriguing. In the end Vasilevsky and Malenkov would tell me they had received orders to return to Moscow. After they left, Eremenko and I were left alone with a small operational staff in the command post. An eerie silence seemed to fall over the area, as often happens in a forest after a storm. At one point in the battle, Konstantin Simonov came to Stalingrad and asked where he should go on the front lines to see some action. I told him where, but warned him that it was a very dangerous sector. "That's all right," he said, and off he went. As the battle progressed, our armies of the Stalingrad front swung south against Manstein. The armies of Rokossovsky and Kistiakov began to close in on the Ermans 27 JG. Q know Kistiakov's chief of staff, General Penkovsky, and liked him very much. He was diligent and efficient, and later he made a substantial contribution to the performance of the 6th Guards Army. General Penkovsky is still alive and well. I wish him 100 years of life and happiness. Registered as we began to press the enemy in the direction of Kotelnikovo, it became more and more difficult for a single command to conduct two very different operations simultaneously. The front command had to direct our armies that were holding Paulus in an encirclement vd Stalingrad, and at the same time direct OIU, attack toward Rostov. Therefore General Staff proposed that we divide the front in two, forming the troops facing Paulus into the Don front and the troops facing Manstein into the southern front. I don't know if this was Stalin's idea or the idea of someone else at General Headquarters. Registered. Given the difficulties which had developed, it made sense to divide the Stalingrad front, but nonetheless it was sad for Eremenko and me to have to part with the armies of the new Don front, which had already earned their place in history. Armies like the 62nd, which had parried the enemy's main strike and taken the full brunt of Paulus's blow on its chest. Then there was the 64th, commanded by Comrade Shumilov, and the 57th, and others. We had grown close to all these men, but I knew it was in the interests of the cause to leave them to seal off the encirclement of Stalingrad while we pushed south. When Stalin called, I told him I agreed with the decision to SPHT up the front. Then Stalin called Eremenko. I don't know how their conversation went, but afterward I found Eremenko literally in tears. "Andrei Ivanovich," I said, "what on earth is wrong? Don't you see that we must split up the front? Our armies have turned south, and our task now is to strike at the enemy's flank in the northern Caucasus. Stalingrad will manage on its own. All that remains is to surround the enemy and close him off. Then our comrades can just wait for him to run out of food and ammunition. Comrade Khrushchev, you don't understand. You're a civilian. You don't know how much we've been through. You forget how in the early days of the war we thought we were doomed, how Stalin used to ask us if we could hold out for 3 more days. We all believed that the Germans would capture Stalingrad, and we would be made scapegoats for the defeat. And now look. We've turned on the offensive. Maybe you don't foresee what will happen, but I do. The new Don front will get all the glory for the Stalingrad victory, and our armies of the new southern front will be forgotten." He was still weeping bitterly. I tried to calm him down, saying, "Of course the personal satisfaction of one soldier or one commander is important, but it isn't the main thing. The main this is the glory of the people, the victory of our people and of our cause." But I couldn't do anything to console him. I really did feel sorry for him. I knew how much he'd been through. He'd devoted every ounce of his strength and skill to assuring our victory. I can find no words in the Russian language that aid. 211. Quattily express my admiration for Eremenko's contribution to the cause as commander of the Stalingrad front. We encircled Paulus's army in the fall and finished it off in the winter. I saw a horrible scene when we moved into the city in the early spring. Of course, there are always horrors in time of war. Our troops were busy gathering up the corpses of German soldiers. We were afraid of what might happen if we left them lying around with spring coming on and a hot summer ahead. We knew that unless we did something quickly they would begin to decompose and an epidemic might break out. But it wasn't easy. The earth was still frozen, and it was hard to dig them out. We gathered thousands of corpses and stacked them in layers alternating with layers of railway ties. Then we set these huge piles on fire. I once went out to watch, but I didn't go back a second time. Napoleon or someone once said that burning enemy corpses smell good. Well, speaking for myself, I don't agree. It was a very unpleasant smell, and altogether a very unpleasant scene. Around Stalingrad we found dead German soldiers who had been stripped half naked. Their trousers and boots were often missing. It wasn't the wolves who had gotten to them. It was the work of pillagers, I'm sorry to say. I think probably both soldiers and civilians had taken part in the pillaging. As we pushed forward after the Battle of Stalingrad, I saw many large heaps of German soldiers who had been shot. I asked General Volsky-O about this. Were these men executed? No, they were all killed in battle. Well, the enemy always sustains huge losses when an army is advancing, but I didn't rule out the possibility that some of our men had violated our strict instructions not to use force against prisoners. In addition to the moral consideration, we didn't want to give enemy propaganda an excuse to claim that the advancing Soviet forces were shooting their captives. However, it was perfectly understandable that some of our men might have given in to their hatred of the Germans and killed any fascist soldier they could get their hands on in revenge for the atrocities committed by the Germans on occupied Soviet territory. General Malnovsky. Fresh light is shed here on the career of Marshal Malnovsky, who was, in due course, to become Minister of Defense under Khrushchev. The section also provides a graphic example of the atmosphere of intrigue and suspicion surrounding Stalin's court and threatening to suffocate, if not destroy, anyone who was touched by its mistna. It is worth noticing that the Lerin episode occurred not in the confused arid treacherous first months of the war, but after the triumph of Stalingrad. During the early years of the war I got to know Rodion Yakovlevich Malnovsky very well. He fell into disfavor for a while after Rostov was surrendered to the Germans, but he was still widely acknowledged as one of our ablest commanders. He used to tell me fascinating stories about his early career. I don't think his mother was married. In any case, he'd never known his father. He was raised by his aunt and spent his childhood in Odessa. He had nothing but spite for his mother, but he always spoke with great tenderness about his aunt. He worked as an errand boy in Odessa, and then, when the First World War came along, he too ran away and fell in with the regiment which took him to the front. That's how he joined the army. He ended up as a machine gunner with a detachment of Russian troops that was sent to France as part of the Russian Expeditionary Force. Many years later, when he was Minister of Defense of the USSR, Malinovsky accompanied me on my trip to Paris to meet with the heads of the three great powers. This meeting collapsed just before it was to begin because the Americans sent one of their U-2 spy planes over our territory and we shot it down, a landmark event in the history of our struggle against the American imperialists who were waging the Cold War. While we were in Paris, Malinovsky suggested, let's go visit the village where our unit was stationed during World War I. The old peasant whose house we lived in is probably dead, but his wife was a young woman. Maybe she's still alive. We got in a car and drove along one of those beautiful French roads. Malnovsky directed us to the village without difficulty. We found the house where he had lived. The housewife and her son, who now had children of his own, welcomed us graciously. My old man died a long time ago, she told us. Friends started coming around, champagne was broken out, and Malinovsky started to reminisce and ask questions about people and places he had known. Didn't there used to be a saloon of some kind near here where the peasants used to gather? You still remember? Yes, I remember very well. Then you probably also remember that girl so and so. Yes, said Malinovsky, smiling, "Of course I do." They all laughed. He remembers. She was our beauty. But she's been dead for a long time. Other Frenchmen started arriving. The word spread quickly that the visitor was the Soviet Minister of Defense who had been a soldier in a Russian IMIT stationed in this village almost 50 years before. "Of course we remember you," they all said. "You had a Russian bear in your unit, didn't you?" Malinovsky laughed and explained to me that he and his comrades had picked up a bear cub on the way to France and taken it with them. Malinovsky had been in France when the revolution broke out back home. "I remember when he told me his life story," Malinovsky said, "it used to hang heavily on me that the revolution found me serving in the Russian Expeditionary Force abroad. With great difficulty he returned to Russia via Vladivostok and made his way through Siberia. 214. Which was then under the control of Kolchak. Finally he met up with the Red Army. I'm recounting this part of Malinovsky's biography because it's important for an understanding of the Stalin period. For years suspicion hung over Malinovsky like the sword of Damocles, first because he had been part of the Tsarist expeditionary force in France during World War I and second because he had been on white-occupied territory before he joined up with the Red Army. He fell under Stalin's personal suspicion again while we were working together on the Southern Front after the Battle of Stalingrad. Here's the story of what happened. One day Malinovsky burst in on me at my quarters in Verkhny Tsaritsynsk. He was very upset. Tears were streaming down his face. "Rodion Yakovlevich, what on earth is V-ong? What's happened?" "A terrible thing. Larin has shot himself." Larin was a member of the Military Council for the 2nd Guards Army. He was also a real soldier and a good general. He and Malinovsky were close friends. Larin had been his commissar when Malinovsky was given his 1st Corps command, and since then he had more than once requested that Larin be his commissar. Larin's adjutant later told me the circumstances of his death. It's an incredible story in itself. Apparently he purposely let himself be shot at by the enemy when he went out to inspect the lines at the front. Instead of taking cover behind a haystack when the Germans opened fire, he strutted about, taunting the enemy with an enticing target and deliberately inviting death. He was wounded, but it wasn't serious. The bullet lodged in the soft part of his calf, the bone wasn't even damaged. When I went by to see him at his quarters, he was sitting up and chatting cheerfully with an Armenian woman doctor. He seemed in good spirits right up until he shot himself. We know how Larin committed suicide, but we don't know why. It would have been more understandable at the very beginning of the war, when a number of generals shot themselves during our retreat. But now. 215. The tables were turned and we were on the attack. We had surrounded Paulus, and the 2nd Guards Army, for which Larin was a member of the Military Council, was putting up a good fight against Manstein. So there seemed to be no reason at all for his suicide, at least as far as our struggle against the Germans was concerned. Larin left behind a note. This note, too, was very strange. The gist of it was simply that he couldn't go on living. Over his signature was the slogan, "Long live Lenin." We immediately sent Larin's suicide note off to Moscow, where Shcherbakov got hold of it. One shouldn't say unkind things about the dead, so I won't say anything about Shcherbakov except that he was an upper echelon party worker for many years and chief of the political directorate of the Red Army during the war. Shcherbakov showed his true colors when he got his hands on Larin's suicide note. He used it to fan Stalin's suspicion against Malinovsky and also to get in a dig against me, since I was a member of the Military Council for the front where the incident had occurred. Shortly after we sent off Larin's note, I was called back to Moscow. As usual, there was an interminable dinner with all the trimmings at Stalin's. In the course of the meal, Stalin turned to me and asked, "Who's this Malinovsky?" "I've reported to you about Malinovsky more than once in the past," I replied. "He's a fairly well-known general who commanded a corps at the beginning of the war and then an army. Later he was in command of the Southern Front, where he suffered some reverses, as you know. Malinovsky had been relieved of his command after the fall of Rostov and reassigned to the rear, where he formed the Second Guards Army. Then Shcherbakov started playing on Stalin's suspicions in a way calculated to turn Stalin against Malinovsky and indirectly, against me as well. "You know, this whole thing is very puzzling," said Shcherbakov. "Maybe it's no accident that Lenin wrote 'Long live Lenin' and not 'Long live Stalin.' What do you think he meant by saying Lenin instead of Stalin?" "I have no idea," I replied. "Lenin was obviously under the influence of some sort of psychological disturbance when he shot himself." Shcherbakov was clearly trying to get me to denounce Lenin and Malinovsky, too, but I had no intention of letting him use me like that. Later Stalin asked me again, "Who is this Malinovsky?" "Comrade Stalin, I've known Malinovsky since the beginning of the war, and I can give him only the highest recommendation, both as a general and as a human being." I could see Malinovsky was in trouble. His early career, the failure at Rostov, and now Lenin's suicide, these things were all tied up together in Stalin's mind. Evidence was piling up against Malinovsky, despite my staunch efforts to stick up for him. "When you return to the front," said Stalin, "you'd better keep a close watch on him. I want you to keep an eye on the Second Guards Army headquarters, too. Check up on all his orders and decisions. Follow his every move." "Very well, Comrade Stalin. I won't let Malinovsky out of my sight." When I got back to the front, I had to spy on Malinovsky every hour of the day. I had to watch him even when he went to bed to see if he closed his eyes and really went to sleep. I didn't like having to do this one bit. It wasn't until after Stalin's death, when Malinovsky and I went on a hymn together, that I told him how Stalin had reacted to Lenin's suicide and how I had had to report on him to General Headquarters. Malinovsky told me he had known all along why I was following him around and taking quarters next to his. He said he had understood the awkwardness of my position and hadn't held it against me. He had known that as long as he did an honest and competent job, I wouldn't interfere vdth him and I would give a good report on him to Stalin. I don't know what actually saved Malinovsky from falling victim to Stalin's compulsive urge to arrest 217 people and have them eliminated. Perhaps the practical demands of wartime reality compelled Stalin to hold his anger and his suspiciousness in check. Then again, perhaps it had something to do with my own intervention on his behalf that Malinovsky was spared. After all, my influence with Stalin was not inconsiderable. A visit from Comrade Ulbricht. Here we are given a first glimpse of Walter Ulbricht, the present master of the German Democratic Republic, or Communist East Germany. With other German communists he spent the war in the Soviet Union being groomed for his future role. In Moscow he had been head of the political department of the German Communist Party in exile and had helped to further his own advancement by denouncing some of his most able colleagues. In 1942 the Russians set up the Free Germany Committee in Moscow to recruit German prisoners of war for political training and to conduct propaganda among the German front-line troops. After Stalingrad, a number of prominent German officers were recruited to this committee. The best account of this operation is given in The Shadow of Stalingrad by Heinrich von Einsiedeln. At one point Walter Ulbricht, along with a couple of other German communists, came to Verkhny Tsaritsynsk in order to broadcast propaganda to the enemy through bullhorns and loudspeakers. They urged the German troops to give themselves up. This work was usually carried out at night. Ulbricht and I often had dinner together after he came back from the front lines. I used to joke with him a lot, "Well, Comrade Ulbricht, it doesn't look like you've earned your dinner today. No Germans have given themselves up." Then one day I received a report that a German soldier had come over to our side. "Bring him here," I said. "We'll see what sort of man he is, and we'll also find out what he has to say about the morale of his comrades." They brought the man to me. "Who are you?" I asked. "What nationality are you?" "I'm a Pole." "How did you get into the German army?" "I'm from the part of Poland that was annexed to Germany." I was called up. I had an uneasy feeling about this man. "We're planning to form a POHSH army to liberate your country," I told him. "What do you think about that?" "I'm pleased. Naturally I want Poland to be liberated." "When then, do you want to sign up for the Polish army?" "No." "Then how is Poland going to be liberated?" "The Russians will liberate Poland." I didn't like his tone of voice when he said this. I turned to Comrade Ulbricht and said, "So here's what you've managed to attract with your propaganda. He's not a German soldier at all, but a Pole who's fleeing from the Germans. And he's not even ready to join in the liberation of his ovni country." Later, a few real pure-blood Germans defected and were taken prisoner. When Christmas time came around, I ordered that they be offered the hospitality of our headquarters, that is, Malinovsky's headquarters. But first I instructed that they be taken to the baths, debussed, given a chance to wash, and dressed in some new clothes. Then we brought them around to our quarters and gave them each 100 grams of vodka and something to eat. Ulbricht was there, too. During the conversation that followed, one of the German prisoners told us he was against the Nazis, against Hitler, and against the war. He stood out clearly as the best of the group. Ulbricht asked him, "Would you be willing for us to send you back to your own lines to work for our side?" 219. "I'd be willing," said the German. "Let us go one at a time, and we'll tell our officers that we escaped from you." An argument broke out in the group. One of the other Germans said, "If we try to go back to our own lines, we'll be shot. No one will believe that we escaped. Nor will anyone believe any other story you come up with." Our German retorted heatedly, "You coward! I'll go. Let them shoot me. I don't mind dying for the cause." Comrade Ulbricht and I were in complete agreement about the desirability of sending the German defectors back to their own lines. Then Talbukhin found out about our plan. J came to see me and said, "Comrade Khrushchev, don't go through with this idea of yours. These German prisoners know the location of our headquarters. If we let them go, they might give us away, and we'll be bombed." "There's no danger," I said. "We led them to and from the headquarters blindfolded. They don't have any idea where they are. Nevertheless, I can't risk it. At least don't send them back until I've had a chance to move my headquarters to a new spot." I could see there was no use in persisting. I knew Stalin wouldn't support me if Talbukhin went over my head. I didn't tell Ulbricht about Talbukhin's objections. I simply said, "Comrade Ulbricht, apparently we'd better put this plan aside because there's some risk that these Germans may give away the location of our headquarters if we let them go." "Well," he shrugged, "I guess that's that." And he went on with his job of transmitting propaganda across to the German lines. Kursk. The Battle of the Kursk salient was by far the greatest tank battle in history. Stalingrad had been the turning of the tide, but in front of Kursk in July, 1943, Zhukov tore the heart out of the German army and doomed it to ultimate annihilation. Some 6,000 tanks and self-propelled guns were engaged, tearing up the open steppes in the nearest thing to a sea battle that could ever take place on land. Freedom of maneuver was so absolute. It never caught the imagination of the West as Stalingrad had done. But it was a stupendous feat of arms, a set-piece battle on a colossal scale, which displayed to the utmost advantage the skill, nerve, and ruthlessness not only of Zhukov and Vasilevsky, who planned it, but also of Rokossovsky, in command of the Central Front, and Vachetin, in command of the newly strengthened Voronezh Front. They fought the most experienced German tank formations to a standstill and utterly destroyed them. On this extraordinary occasion Khrushchev was present as political advisor to Lieutenant General N.F. Vachetin, who had by now emerged as one of the most gifted generals on either side, highly intelligent as well as filled with boundless energy. He was killed by rebel Ukrainian nationalists in February, 1944. For a lucid account of the Battle of Kursk, as indeed of the whole war between Germany and the Soviet Union, see Barbarossa by Alan Clark. Our detractors used to say that the only reason we were able to defeat Paulus's colossal army at Stalingrad was that we had the Russian winter on our side. They had said the same thing about our defeat of the Germans outside Moscow in 1941. Ever since Russia 221 turned back Napoleon's invasion, people claimed that winter was our main ally. However, the Germans couldn't use this excuse to explain their defeat at the Battle of the Kursk salient in 1943. They fired the first shot, they chose the time, place, and form of the battle. Oh, the cards were in the hands of Hitler and his cutthroats. It was high summer. If you like fancy phrases, you could say that the countryside was in full bloom, dripping with fragrant juices. Our armies under Rokossovsky were supposed to start an offensive of their own on July 20th. We were sure we would be successful, that we would crush the Germans and push west to the Dnieper. We were all driven by a single desire to break through the German lines and to liberate Kharkov. Suddenly, about 15 or 16 days before our operation was to begin, we got a call from the 6th Army. The commander told us that a German soldier had defected from a front-line SS division and that he had some important information. He says the Germans are going to attack tomorrow morning at 3 o'clock. We ordered that the prisoner be brought to us immediately. Vachidin and I interrogated him. "What makes you think they're going to attack?" I asked. "Naturally, I didn't actually see the orders for the offensive," he answered, "but the troops can sense what's about to happen. And it's more than just intuition. First, we have been issued dry rations for 3 days. Second, tanks have been moved up all the way to the front lines. Third, an order has been given to stack ammunition right next to the heavy artillery and field pieces so as not to lose time loading once the artillery opens fire." "But what makes you so sure the attack will start at 3 o'clock in the morning?" I asked. "Well, figure it out yourself. At this time of year dawn begins to break at about that hour, and that's when the German command likes to open an attack." This defector was a young fellow, handsome and elegant looking, obviously not from worker stock. He was from one of the fairly well-known SS armored divisions, Adolf Hitler or Reich or Death's Head. All 3 of these divisions were pitted against us. I used to tell Vachidin that no matter where I went on the front, I always found the Death's Head division facing me. I asked the German if he was a Nazi. "No. I'm against the Nazis. That's why I've come over to your side." "But you're with the SS, and they're all Nazis." "Not anymore. That was true in the first and second years of the war, but now the SS will take anyone it can get. They took me because of my height and appearance. Anyway, I'm not even the same sort of German as the Nazis. My parents came from Alsace, and I was brought up as a Frenchman. My parents are against Hitler, and they raised me accordingly. I don't want to risk my neck for Hitler. That's why I've defected. It's in the best interests of the German people for Hitler to be defeated and exterminated." When we finished interrogating the prisoner, our intelligence officers took him away. We immediately called Moscow to warn the High Command that the Germans were preparing to launch an offensive. A short time later Stalin phoned me back. I don't know if he'd talked earlier with Vachidin or not. Whenever I say that Stalin called me, I'm not claiming that he didn't call the commander as well. I don't want people thinking, there goes Khrushchev, building himself up again, all the time saying no. My esteemed friends, I'm not trying to build myself up. I'm just trying to tell you what happened as I saw it. I sat on the Military Council and the Politburo. Stalin knew me and trusted me. Even if he did sometimes make me a scapegoat for his own mistakes, and even if he did take out his frustration and anxiety on me sometimes, he still had great confidence in me. He often called and asked my opinion. He did so when I was in Stalingrad and in the south, and he did so here at the Kursk salient. Stalin listened calmly as I explained the situation. He wasn't rude or impatient as he had sometimes been in the past. This pleased me. I have no idea why he was so cool and controlled on this occasion, while on other occasions he flew completely off the handle. It was as though the devil himself held a string attached to Stalin's main nerve, and no one knew when the devil would give the string a jerk, sending Stalin into one of his fits of rage. Both Stalin's temper and his self-control were developed to an advanced degree. He was, in short, an overpowering persona uti. After I finished briefing him on the situation, Stalin asked me, "What do you think we should do?" The commander and I have been exchanging opinions, and we're very optimistic. We're just as glad that the Germans are opening an offensive tomorrow. Why? Because our defensive positions are solid, and we'll make the enemy pay in blood when he tries to break through. Even though we're still waiting for the reinforcements, we'll be able to hold our ground. It takes fewer forces to defend than it does to attack. We've already learned that in practice as well as in theory. The enemy, too, was confident of victory. Later I saw an order we captured from a demolished German armored unit. It contained a message addressed to the German troops which went something HKE this: "You are now waging an offensive with tanks far superior to the Russian T-34s. Until now the T-34 has been the best tank in the world, better even than our own. But now you have our new Tiger tanks. There is no equal to them. With such a weapon you warriors of the German army cannot fail to crush the enemy." Their new tanks were very menacing indeed, but our troops learned quickly how to deal with them. At Kursk we won a battle which tipped the balance of the war in OIU** favor. In my opinion the Battle of Kursk-Sahent was the turning point of the Great Patriotic War. It was decisive in determining the defeat of Hitlerite Germany and the ultimate triumph of our Soviet Army, our ideology, and our Communist Party. Victory. Khrushchev entered Kiev on November 21, 1943. He was a lieutenant general now and certainly felt at one with the soldiers with whom he had lived for over 2 years. He went on with them as far as the new Polish border, but his military days were over and he had to turn back to Kiev and face the task of rebuilding the administration of the party and government of the Ukraine. After their defeat at Kursk, the Germans began to stagger westward under the blows of our army. I'm not without certain human weaknesses, including pride, and I'm certainly pleased to have been a member of the Military Council for the fronts involved in the huge battles which the Red Army waged at Stalingrad and Kursk. After Kursk I was connected first with the Voronezh front, then with the First Ukrainian Front. We were pushing hard toward Kiev. It was a triumphal hour when we reached the west bank of the Dnieper. We were fighting for the liberation of the capital of the Ukraine, the mother of Russian cities. Everyone felt tears of joy welling up inside him. Since 1941 we had been thrown back all the way to Stalingrad. And now, tomorrow or the next day, we would be in Kiev. While we were still outside the city, Zhukov arrived from General Headquarters. 33 An underground bimjaker was prepared for him and me to sleep in. During the day we sat around joking and discussing the situation. On the second or third day we didn't even bother to use the dugout anymore. We had driven the Germans into the woods, and our troops were skirmishing on the outskirts of the city. We were fighting from our bridgehead west of the city in order to prevent the enemy from breaking out on the Zhytomyr-Kiev road. The deputy commander of the Voronezh front was Grecko ***. We had sent him to arrange a field headquarters for himself in Mezgora and to help organize the troops from there. I remember the sun was setting when Grecko arrived at our own command post outside Kiev. It was a warm evening, though autumn was already setting in. We had come outdoors with our burkas thrown back over our shoulders. Grecko drove up and reported directly to me. I had known him for a long time and respected him very much, so I allowed myself to joke about his incredible height. "Comrade General, please stand back a bit so I can look you in the eye." He laughed. I don't remember exactly what he said in his report, but his main point was what we already knew: the enemy had been smashed. Shortly afterward there was a sudden explosion, and a cloud of smoke went up from the city. I knew Kiev like the palm of my hand and said, "The Germans are blowing up the Bolshevik factory in the western part of the city. If they've started blowing up buildings, they must be fleeing." Before our offensive I had asked that special squads be appointed to go straight to the Central Committee buildings, the headquarters of the Kiev Military District, the Council of Ministers buildings, the Academy of Sciences, and other important spots as soon as our troops broke into Kiev. These squads were to make sure that the Germans didn't have time to start fires or set explosives. They were to drive the German demolition teams away and disarm any explosives that might have been fused. When the explosions started, I told the artillery commander, Comrade Vorontsov, give an order to cover Kiev with scattered shelling. He looked at me in surprise. He knew that I was a loyal Kievan and that I loved the city dearly. So why was I suddenly ordering him to fire on Kiev? Comrade Vorontsov, if you open fire on the city, I explained, it will send the Germans into a panic. They'll try to clear out even faster, and they'll do less harm to the city. We can always repair the damage caused by a few scattered shells. Our troops entered Kiev on November 6, an especially triumphal day because it was the eve of the anniversary of the Great October Revolution. It might have looked as though we deliberately arranged the liberation of Kiev as a celebration of the anniversary, but actually it was only a happy coincidence. Early in the morning on November 6 I sent my chauffeur, Comrade Zuroflev, into Kiev to check on what the road was like. He reported that the road was perfectly clear. Some Ukrainian leaders and I drove into the city. I can't express the emotion which overwhelmed me as I drove along the road into Lviv. It was an old familiar one we used to take to and from our dacha before the war. We passed through the suburbs and came to the Crankshaw. I went straight to the Council of Ministers to inspect the building. It was all right on the outside. The Central Committee building was still standing, too, and so were the Academy of Sciences zy the theaters, but both the Bolshevik and Khrushchev factories had been destroyed. There was something eerie about the city. It had been such a noisy, lively, youthful place before the war, and now there was no one around. As we walked along the Khrushchev and turned onto Lenin Street, our footsteps echoed along the empty stretch of pavement around us. Soon people began to emerge from hiding. They appeared as though they had come out of the ground. As we were walking along Lenin Street in the direct 227 tion of the opera, talking and comparing impressions, we suddenly heard a hysterical scream, and a young man came running toward us. He kept shouting, "I'm the only Jew left. I'm the last Jew in Kiev who's still alive." I tried to calm him down. I could see he was in quite a state, and I worried that maybe he had gone insane. I asked him how he had survived. "I have a Ukrainian wife," he said, "and she kept me hidden in the attic. She fed me and took care of me. If I'd shown myself in the city, I would have been exterminated along with the other Jews." Happy face. Later we met an old man with a grey beard who was carrying a lunch bag just HKE the one I used to take to work with me at the factory at Yuzovka. He threw himself on my shoulder and kissed me on both cheeks. I was very touched. A photographer was able to get a picture of this scene, and it appeared in many newspapers and magazines. I got my first glimpse of Americans in the late spring or early summer of 1944 near Kiev. It was a bright, warm day. Suddenly we heard a rumbling noise in the distance. We scanned the sky and saw a large formation of airplanes flying toward us. I'd never seen this type of plane before. I realized they must be Americans because we didn't have anything like them in our own Air Force. I certainly hoped they were American. The only other thing they could have been was German. I later found out that these planes were B-17 Flying Fortresses and were based outside of Poltava as part of our agreement with Roosevelt. They used our territory to rearm and refuel after bombing missions over Germany. We would often see them flying overhead at night, on their way to targets in Germany, and then returning at daybreak. Somehow the Germans were able to track the American bombers back to Poltava and bomb their base. I received a report that many planes had been destroyed and many lives had been lost. Most of the casualties were our own men whom we had provided as maintenance personnel at the base. As we pushed the Germans west, we encountered an old enemy, Ukrainian nationalists, We learned from Comrade Begma, the commander of our partisan headquarters in the Ukraine, that the bandrites were setting up partisan detachments of the UN. They were based in the forests around Rovno. Then, leader was called Taras Bulba, after Gogol's hero. We instructed Begma to find out in detail what the Banderite partisans planned to do. Then we told him to give Bulba an opportunity to join forces with us against the Germans. Bulba refused. We soon realized that the Banderites were trying to conserve their strength and consolidate their forces so that they could open a partisan campaign against us at our rear after we drove the Germans out of the Ukraine. I went to Rovno myself in the winter of 1944 to consult with Comrade Begma and the commander who had captured the city and who was liberating the area. I think it was Moskalenko. The ground was covered with snow, and it was bitterly cold. I decided to return to Kiev as soon as the meeting at division headquarters was over. The commander tried to persuade me to stay the night, but I insisted on getting back to Kiev right away. I headed north along our old border with Poland. I stopped for a rest at one of our rear supply bases and noticed a curiously large number of people loitering about. I wondered to myself how many of them were banderites in disguise, eating our food, warming themselves in front of our fires, and spying on us. I was warned that the area was swarming with banderites. Rather than spend the night at this supply base, I pushed on to a little village on the old Polish border and stopped there. I wish I'd had more chance to visit the front headquarters after our troops crossed over into Poland. I would have loved to see something of our pursuit of the Germans into Eastern Europe, but I had my hands full in Kiev, supervising the reconstruction of the Ukraine and the reorganization of the party. There was great elation in the army as we drove the enemy out of our country. The Guard units particularly distinguished themselves in the last year of the war. Their slogan was "On to Berlin." From Stalingrad to Berlin. A favorite subject for jokes and toasts was who would get to be commandant of Berlin when we finally captured the German capital. Everyone wanted the job. Any man who had seen and personally suffered the hardships which this war had brought to our country wanted to do his part to make sure that the Germans paid for what they had done. I remember one day in Kiev getting a call from Zhukov. He was jubilant. "Soon I'll have that slimy beast Hitler locked up in a cage," he said. "And when I send him to Moscow, I'll ship him by way of Kiev so you can have a look at him." I wished Zhukov every success. I knew that with him commanding the front, our offensive was in good hands. Then, after Germany capitulated, Zhukov called me again and said, "I won't be able to keep my promise after all. That snake Hitler is dead. He shot himself, and they burned his corpse. We found his charred carcass." Registered. Thus ended the great epic of our people's war against the Hitlerite invaders. We were overjoyed at the destruction of our enemy, and we felt a lofty moral satisfaction with OIU** victory. The words of Alexander Nevsky rang in our ears, "He who comes to us with a sword shall perish by the sword." Happy face. I should have known better, but I decided to call Stalin in order to congratulate him on the capitulation of Germany. When he answered the phone, I said, "Comrade Stalin, permit me to congratulate you on the victory of our armed forces and our people over the German army." And what was his response? He cut me off rudely and said I was wasting his time. I was simply dumbfounded. I rebuked myself for having called him in the first place. I knew what sort of person he was, and I should have expected exactly what happened. As I've already said, Stalin was a good actor. He was pretending now that since the war was over and done VDTH, he was already thinking about other, more important matters. Why should I waste his time talking about yesterday when he was straining his mind, thinking about tomorrow? He acted as though he weren't in the least surprised by our victory. He wanted me to think that he had known all along how the war would turn out. But I knew better. I had watched him during moments of crisis. I knew that during the war he had been even more worried and afraid than the people around him. In this chapter we have the first public acknowledgement by any Soviet politician of the immense part played by Lend-Lease and American and British aid to the Soviet army. It is a pity that Khrushchev felt unable to speak in these terms when he was in power. The Soviet people have never been told what this aid amounted to, and the whole issue has been so clouded with propaganda of one kind and another that there are all too many people in the West who have never properly understood the magnitude and importance of the Allied contribution. Khrushchev does not tell the half of it, but at least he has begun to set the record straight. For the rest, we see the old agonizing about the Second Front, the profound suspicion of Allied motives, and the total failure to comprehend the colossal naval operation necessary to invade across the Channel on Russian maps so trivial an obstacle. The section also casts further light on the almost total ignorance in which Khrushchev kept of the vast movements presided over by Stalin. At this time, when all is said, he was not only muster of the Ukraine but also a long-standing member of the Politburo, the supreme policy-making body, yet it is clear that far from being consulted about foreign policy as it developed, he was never even informed about Stalin's plans and his negotiations with Churchill and Roosevelt, except casually, in the form of anecdotes told by Stalin over the supper table. In this connection it is worth noting that in a later chapter Khrushchev remarks that until he was called back to Moscow finally, in 1950, he was not even on the distribution list of papers circulated among his Moscow colleagues. It was a strange preparation for the man who was in due course to become the chief architect of Soviet policy. It says a great deal for Khrushchev's basic sense and capacity to learn that he succeeded as well as he did. It also explains in large measure his failings. 232. A victory parade in Red Square was scheduled for June 24, 1945. I came to Moscow for the occasion. I wanted to watch our troops marching and to rejoice with all our people in the capital of our homeland. Eisenhower came to Moscow, too. He stood with us on the Lfiniq Mausoleum to review the parade. This was the first time I met Eisenhower. Stalin gave a huge banquet. All our military leaders were there. So was Eisenhower. I don't think Montgomery, the English commander, was there. Stalin had formed good relations with Eisenhower and even better ones with Roosevelt. He had bad relations with Churchill and even worse ones with Montgomery. After the war, but before my transfer from the Ukraine back to Moscow, I frequently heard Stalin speak about Eisenhower's noble characteristics in conversations with his inner circle. Stalin always stressed Eisenhower's decency, generosity, and chivalry in his dealings with his AUs. Stalin said that if it hadn't been for Eisenhower, we wouldn't have succeeded in capturing Berlin. The Americans could have been there first. The Germans had concentrated their forces against us as they prepared to surrender to the Americans and British. Stalin appealed to Eisenhower in a letter to hold back his armies. Stalin told Eisenhower that according to his agreement with Roosevelt and in view of the amount of blood our people had shed, our troops deserved to enter Berlin before the Western Allies. Eisenhower then held his troops back and halted their offensive, thus allowing our troops to take Berlin. If he hadn't done this, Berlin would have been occupied by the Americans before we reached it, in which case, as Stalin said, the question of Germany might have been decided differently and our own position might have turned out quite a bit worse. This was the sort of chivalrous generosity Eisenhower demonstrated. He was true to Roosevelt's word. However, at this time Truman was president, and Stalin had no respect at all for Truman. He considered Truman worthless. Rightly so. Truman didn't deserve respect. This is a fact. 233. At the very end of the war Stalin was very worried that the Americans would cross the line of demarcation in the West. He was doubtful that they would relinquish the territory which Roosevelt had previously agreed to give us in Tehran. The Americans could have said that the line their troops reached was the new boundary dividing the zones of occupation. But the Americans pulled their troops back and deployed them along the line which had been set in Tehran. This too says something about Eisenhower's decency. The Germans were hard pressed by our troops and couldn't resist any longer. They were supposed to throw down their arms and surrender to us. However, they refused to do this and moved west instead to surrender to the Americans. Once again, Stalin addressed himself to Eisenhower, saying that Soviet troops had shed their blood to crush the Germans and now the Germans whom they encountered were surrendering to the Americans. Stalin complained that this wasn't fair. This was on the Austrian front, where Malinovsky was directing our advance. Eisenhower ordered the commander of the German army to surrender to the Russians who had defeated his army. Stalin once made a similar request to Churchill. The Germans were fleeing from Rokossovsky and surrendering to the English in a region occupied by Montgomery. Stalin asked the English not to take prisoners and to compel the Germans to surrender to our troops. But nothing of the sort, said Stalin angrily. Montgomery took them all, and he took their arms. So the fruits of our victory over the Germans were being enjoyed by Montgomery. Both General Eisenhower and Field Marshal Montgomery were representatives of the same class, the bourgeoisie. Yet they decided this question differently. They interpreted differently the principles of partnership, agreement, and honor. Whenever I had dealings with Eisenhower in later years, I always remembered these actions of his during the war. I kept in mind Stalin's words about him. Stalin could never be accused of liking someone without reason, particularly 234. A class enemy. He was uncorruptible and irreconcilable in class questions. It was one of his strongest qualities, and he was greatly respected for it. Stalin invited Eisenhower to our victory parade and expressed his recognition of Eisenhower's merits by presenting him with our highest medal, the Order of Victory. It's true the same medal was given to Field Marshal Montgomery, but in that case it was a formal fulfillment of our duty as an ally because the English were presenting their medals to our military leaders. It was merely reciprocity. What were my impressions of the opinions Stalin expressed about the interrelations of the Allies during the war and specifically about Roosevelt and Churchill? Judging from what he said, I think Stalin was more sympathetic to Roosevelt than Churchill because Roosevelt seemed to have considerable understanding for our problems. Roosevelt and Stalin had a Kahneman antipathy for monarchy and its institutions. Once he told me about the following episode. When they were in Tehran sitting over dinner, Roosevelt raised his glass and proposed a toast to the President of the Soviet Union, Mr. Kalinin. Everyone drank, and after a few moments Churchill raised his glass and proposed a toast to the King of Great Britain. Roosevelt said he wouldn't drink that toast. Churchill's back went up, but Roosevelt was firm. No, he said, I won't drink. I cannot drink to an English king. I can never forget my father's words. Stalin explained that when Roosevelt's father left for America from England or Ireland, he said on the boat to the young Roosevelt, the king is our enemy. Roosevelt had never forgotten his father's contempt for the King of England. Despite all the requirements of etiquette, Roosevelt didn't raise his glass in disputes during the working sessions in Tehran. Stalin often found Roosevelt siding with him against Churchill. Thus, Stalin's personal sympathies were definitely reserved for Roosevelt, although he still held Churchill in high esteem, too. Churchill was not only a great English statesman, he held one of the leading positions in the conduct of world politics. At the time of the Allies' failure in the Ardennes, which threatened their invasion landing, Churchill asked Stalin to divert the forces of the German army onto us. This required that we launch an offensive which wasn't part of our plans at the time and which shouldn't have come until considerably later, but it turned out to be most profitable for us. Stalin did well to demonstrate our goodwill toward our ally in a time of need. Churchill certainly played an important role in the war. He understood the threat hanging over England, and that's why he did everything he could to direct the Germans against the Soviet Union in order to pull the Soviet Union into war against Germany. When Hitler attacked us, Churchill immediately declared that England considered it necessary to make a treaty joining forces with us against Germany. Here, too, Stalin did the right thing. He accepted Churchill's proposal and signed the treaty. After a certain time America entered the war, and a coalition of the three great powers came into existence. It's difficult to judge what the intentions of the Allies were toward the end of the war. I wouldn't exclude the possibility that they desired to put a still greater burden on the shoulders of the Soviet Union and to bleed us even more. Or perhaps it's as they explained, they weren't sufficiently prepared for a landing. Their arms production wasn't sufficiently developed. They needed more time, and so on. Both explanations were probably true, but I think they were mostly dictated by their desire to bleed us dry so that they could come in at the last stages and determine the fate of the world. They wanted to take advantage of the results of the war and impose their will not only on their enemy, Germany, but on their ally, the USSR, as well. I can easily imagine how this thought played a significant role in their thinking. To look at it from a class position, it was in the Allies' interest to rely on the Soviet Union as a wartime ally, despite the fact that our country was founded on socialist principles. We had to unite our forces against a common enemy. None of us could have won the war single-handedly. But while exerting our collective efforts against the common enemy, each of us relied on his own class position. The Western Allies were certainly not interested in strengthening us. England and America, from their class positions, knew they had to help us to an extent, but they still wanted the Soviet Union to be considerably weaker after the war so that they could dictate their will to us. For our part, we knew it would be useful to become considerably stronger at the end of the war in order for our voice to carry more weight in the settlement of international questions. If we had succeeded, the question of Germany wouldn't have been decided the way it was at Potsdam. The Potsdam decision was a compromise based on the distribution of power among the Allies at the end of the war. The one-sidedness of the agreement was particularly reflected in the clauses concerning Berlin and Vienna. These cities were located in the zone occupied by Soviet troops, and it would have seemed that they should have been part of our zone. However, the Allies didn't give them to us. Berlin and Vienna were each divided into 4 sectors. We received one sector, and the Western powers England, America, and France received the other 3. This says something about the distribution of power at the end of the war. When we began our advance west and were approaching the border of Germany, the Allies were compelled to hurry up and launch their landing. They were afraid we might push considerably farther than the boundaries defined at Yalta. Nevertheless, we must still give credit to the Allies for their contribution to the common cause of defeating Hitlerite Germany. In order to avoid excessive haughtiness, the people and the party of the Soviet Union must be properly informed about the contribution of the Allies to the common cause and to the Soviet Union itself. If the past isn't analyzed objectively, the building of the future will be based on illusions and primitive patriotism instead of proved facts. Unfortunately, our historical works about World War II have perpetrated an illusion. They have been written out of a false sense of pride and out of a fear to tell the truth about our allies' contribution, all because Stalin himself held an incorrect, unrealistic position. He knew the truth, but he admitted it only to himself in the toilet. He considered it too shameful and humiliating for our country to admit publicly. But, telling the truth needn't have been a humiliation. Recognizing the merits of our partners in the war need not have diminished our own merits. On the contrary, an objective statement would have raised us higher in the eyes of all peoples, and it would not in the least have diminished our dignity and the importance of our victories. But in this case truthfulness was unthinkable for Stalin. He tried to cover up our weaknesses. He figured that it would make us stronger than our enemy and that we would be feared more. This was stupid. He should have known that you can't fool the enemy. The enemy can always see for himself and analyze on his own. It's also possible that Stalin feared that openness about the history of the war might backfire on him personally. That's a different matter. But I still think we should have openly ad. 238. Admit what happened and not tried to cover up. We would have been helping our country and our cause by not trying to hide our mistakes, by revealing them for the people to see, no matter how painful it might have been. The people would have understood and supported us. If necessary, they would have forgiven the mistakes which had been committed. When I did expose the mismanagement of the war, the people were able to say, "Here Khrushchev is criticizing STAHN, but he is using Stalin only for purposes of illustration in a constructive analysis. That's perfectly true. I don't think it's ever too late for the new generation, which will soon replace the current leadership of our country, to cast objective light on the beginning of the war. We must study the past in order not to permit in our own time those mistakes which were permitted earlier. We must prevent them both in the present and in the future. To acknowledge the material aid which we received in the past from our adversaries of the present doesn't have any bearing on the situation of today. We shouldn't boast that we vanquished the Germans all by ourselves and that the Allies moved in only for the kill. That's why I give my OV-N view of the Allies' contribution, and I hope that my view will be confirmed by the research of historians who investigate objectively the circumstances which developed between 1941 and 1945. The English helped us tenaciously and at great peril to themselves. They shipped cargo to Murmansk and suffered huge losses. German submarines lurked all along the way. Germany had invaded Norway and moved right next door to Murmansk. As Mikoyan confirmed after his trip to America, we received military equipment, ships, and many supplies from the Americans, all of which greatly aided us in waging the war. After Stalin's death, it seemed that all our artillery was mounted on American equipment. I remember proposing, let's turn all the automotive equipment we're producing over to the military so that the tractor mounts in our parades will be Soviet-made. Almost all the artillery in the GDR was mounted on American Studebakers. I said, this simply won't do. It's disgraceful. Just look how many years have passed since the war ended, and we're still driving around in American equipment. By this I wanted only to stress how many of our cars and trucks we had received from the Americans. Just imagine how we would have advanced from Stalingrad to Berlin without them. Our losses would have been colossal because we would have had no maneuverability. 43 In addition, we received steel and aluminum from which we made guns, airplanes, and so on. Our own industry was shattered and partly abandoned to the enemy. We also received food products in great quantities. I can't give you the figures because they've never been published. They're all locked away in Mikoyan's memory. There were many jokes going around in the army, some of them off-color, about American Spam. It tasted good nonetheless. Without Spam we wouldn't have been able to feed our army. We had lost our most fertile lands, the Ukraine and the Northern Caucasus. I repeat, the Allies gave us this help neither out of compassion for our people, nor out of respect for our political system, nor out of hope for the victory of socialism and the triumph of Marxism-Leninism. The Allies helped us out of a sober assessment of the situation. They were facing a matter of their own life or death. They helped us so that our Soviet army would not fall under the blow of Hitlerite Germany, and so that, supplied with modem weapons, we would pulverize the life force of the enemy and weaken ourselves at the same time. They wanted to wait to join the war actively against Germany at a time when the Soviet Union had already spent its might and was no longer able to occupy a decisive position in the solution of world problems. Famine in the Ukraine. The Great Ukrainian Famine of 1946–47 went almost completely unnoticed in the West. It was not until December 1947 that Andrei Zhdanov in one of his last public speeches referred to this famine, declaring that it had been caused by the worst drought in the history of the Ukraine, worse even than the Great Drought of 1890. It was not, however, as bad as the famine of the collectivization years, which has even now never been officially admitted. The famine was due largely to drought, but it was drought affecting a ruined agriculture. Khrushchev has something to say about the lack of manpower on the farms. The devastation was such that the bulk of the population in the Ukraine and Belorussia were living in dugouts, pits in the ground and roughly roofed over. This was the background of Khrushchev's second spell as Viceroy of the Ukraine. His accounts of hunger and cannibalism, far from being exaggerated, give only the faintest idea of the ruinous state of affairs. But there was one aspect, contributing to the famine, which Khrushchev does not mention. Under the German occupation the collectivization had broken down, and it was one of the party's tasks to reimpose it. Resistance was strong, not only from the peasants but also from the farm managers who, in countless instances, were 241. 242. Turning a blind eye to the private acquisition of communal land in exchange for a Khrushchev for themselves. It was this situation which Khrushchev had to cope with, and he could not cope fast enough. It was evident at the time that he was in trouble and that Sergeevich himself had been sent out from Moscow to be his superior and to bring all possible ruthlessness to bear on the recollectivization. The glimpse we have of Khrushchev fighting for his own Ukrainians against what he calls the state is sufficiently revealing. In a sense it was 1930 all over again, with the peasants being starved to feed the towns, but this time Khrushchev was caught between two fires. He was responsible for the well-being of the Ukraine, at the same time it was his job to carry out Stalin's orders. We see how those orders were conceived, and we are given a close-up of the personal intrigues among Stalin's closest colleagues in Moscow. The great row about spring wheat versus winter wheat, about shallow versus deep plowing, was all part and parcel of the rows between individuals, who, as always, would seize on any technicality as a weapon in their perpetual guerrilla warfare and would play on Stalin's prejudices to incite him against their rivals. Malenkov was very active in all these matters. Once the Ukraine was liberated from the Hitlerite invaders in 1944, I worked hard reorganizing the party and restoring the economy. All able-bodied men had been drafted into the army. As it battled its way forward, the Red Army reinforced itself with men who had been in occupied territory. The recruits from the liberated areas understood their duty and didn't need to be preached at about their obligation to join the ranks of the Soviet army to fight against Hitlerite Germany. The job of reconstructing the people's economy of the Ukraine, especially agriculture, fell upon those who were left behind the Red Army's advance, old men, invalids, those unfit for military service, and particularly the women. Some engineers, miners, and industrial workers were exempt from military service. Those who were mobilized into industry, including many young girls, went willingly. Their zeal was understandable. For one thing, patriotism drew many of them to the cause. So did the party agitation and propaganda campaigns stressing that the restoration of industry was the only salvation from economic disaster and the only way to raise the living standard of the people. For another thing, the areas where industry was being restored were better supplied than rural areas. There was more food in the cities than in the villages. In the Donbass, coal mining, steel manufacturing, machine shops, and local industries were all restored. Reconstruction progressed rapidly. It was astonishing to see how tenacious the people were and how they understood the necessity of exerting all their power to build up industry and agriculture. Lenin's wise and forward-looking policies instituted after the October Revolution had done much to heal nationalist antagonisms between Russians and Ukrainians. Naturally, there were still problems. It will take decades to eradicate all the evils of the past. But the basic goal had already been realized. The people, the workers, peasants, and intelligentsia knew that only through unity could we be strong and could we achieve material as well as cultural growth. The war had united us once and for all and shattered the hopes of our enemies that we might fall prey to their divisive pressure. After the war had ended and the jubilation of the people had died down, our workers returned to the factories, the shops, the mines, the state farms, and the collective farms. Reconstruction proceeded at a still faster pace. But 1946 was a very dry year, and the agriculture of the Ukraine suffered badly. A poor harvest was expected. Severe climatic conditions combined with 244. The poor mechanization of our agriculture made it inevitable. We were short of tractors, horses, and oxen. In addition, our organization of manœuvre was still very weak. Men were coming back from the war ready to work, but no one fitted into his old place. After a long time away, some men were no longer qualified for skilled farm labor, and others had never been qualified in the first place. All possible measures were taken to supply enough grain to the state. It must be said that the Ukrainian collective farm workers understood their duty. They did everything in their power to provide the rest of the country with bread. They had suffered from hunger themselves while their own country was occupied by the Germans, and they knew what having enough bread meant. They understood that heavy industry couldn't be restored without bread. The same went for mining, steel making, and the chemical industry. Besides, the collective farmers had great confidence in the party. After all, victory over the Germans had been achieved under the party's guidance. Among the collective farm workers in the Ukraine, there was a widespread feeling of responsibility for contributing to the security of the rest of the country by providing the necessary agricultural products. We were supposed to supply the state first and ourselves second. We had been assigned an output plan of something like 400 million pud for the year 1946. This quota was established arbitrarily, although it was dressed up in the press with supporting scientific data. It had been calculated not on the basis of how much we really could produce, but on the basis of how much the state thought it could beat out of us. The quota system was really a system of extortion. I saw that the year was threatened with catastrophe. It was difficult to predict how it would end. I was getting letters from collective farm workers and from their chairman. These were heartbreaking letters. A typical one comes to mind. It was from the chairman of a collective farm, who wrote, "Well, Comrade Khrushchev, we have delivered our quota to the state. But we've given everything away. Nothing is left for us. We are sure the state and the party won't forget us and that they will come to our aid." He must have thought their fate depended on me. I was the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Ukraine and first secretary of the Ukrainian Central Committee. He imagined that since I was the head of the Ukrainian state, I could help him. Well, he was deceiving himself. There was nothing I could do once the grain had been turned over to state Sergeevich points. It was no longer in my power to dispose of it. I myself had to make a special request from the state for grain to feed our own people. I could already see that our output plan wouldn't be fulfilled. I assigned a group of agricultural experts and economists under Comrade Starchenko to make a realistic calculation of how much grain we really could produce. They came up with a figure of somewhere between 100 and 200 million pud. This was very little. Before the war the Ukraine had produced as much as 500 million pud, and the state had already assigned us an output plan of 400 million pud for 1946. I felt it was best to approach the problem honestly. I hoped that if I reported the situation to Stalin candidly and supported my report with facts and figures, he would believe me. I wanted to do everything in my power to make Stalin understand our position. In the past I had sometimes succeeded in breaking through the bureaucratic resistance of the Moscow apparatus and appealed directly to Stalin on a few matters. Sometimes, if I was able to present carefully selected material with logically constructed conclusions, the facts would speak for themselves and Stalin would support me. I hoped I could prove I was right this time, too, and that Stalin would understand that my request wasn't sabotage. This term was always on hand as a justification for the repression and the extortion of products from the collective farms. In this case, I would be trying to convince Stalin that we couldn't supply the agricultural products we wanted and needed. Our own country needed them, and Stalin also wanted to send food to the other socialist countries, especially Poland and Germany, which couldn't survive without our help. Stalin was already building up an alliance and fitting himself with the toga of the leader of future military campaigns. He would be very unhappy to hear that the Ukraine not only couldn't fulfill its assigned quota for delivery to the state, but in fact needed food from the state to feed its own people. However, I had no choice but to confront Stalin with the facts. Famine was imminent, and something had to be done. I gave orders for a document to be prepared for the Council of Ministers of the USSR in which I asked that the state issue us ration cards so that we could supply the farm population with a certain quantity of products and organize the feeding of the hungry. I was very doubtful of success. I was hesitant to send the document to Moscow because I knew Stalin, his rudeness, and his fierce temper. But my comrades persuaded me. They said, "We've already arranged it so that if you address this document to Stalin, it won't ever get to him personally. He'll never see it. We've talked to Kosygin, and he has agreed to give us the ration cards we need. Kosygin was then in charge of these matters. I hesitated a long time, but finally I signed the document. When the document reached Moscow, Stalin wasn't there. He was vacationing in Sochi. But Malenkov and Beria saw a chance to exploit my document to discredit me in Stalin's eyes. Instead of deciding the matter themselves, which they could easily have done on Stalin's behalf, they sent it on to him. All official documents to the government were addressed personally to Stalin, but he never set eyes on most of them, just as many government decrees he'd never seen appeared over his signature. But thanks to Malenkov and Beria, this request of mine went straight to Stalin in Sochi. In reply, Stalin sent me the rudest, most insulting telegram. I was a dubious character, he said. I was writing memoranda to prove that the Ukraine was unable to take care of itself, and I was requesting an outrageous quantity of cards for feeding people. I can't express how murderously this telegram depressed me. I saw clearly the whole tragedy, which was hanging not only over me personally, but over the whole Ukrainian people. Famine was now inevitable. Stalin's response dashed our last hopes that it could be avoided. Stalin returned from Sochi, and I immediately went from Kiev to meet him in Moscow. I was ready for the worst dressing down imaginable. In this kind of situation anything could happen. You could end up on the list of enemies of the people in no time at all. In the blink of an eye you could be thrown into the Lubyanka. I told Stalin that I had taken pains in my memorandum to reflect accurately the state of affairs in the Ukraine. I insisted that the Ukraine really did need help. My arguments just aggravated his anger all the more. He flatly turned down our request for ration cards. By now, as I had predicted, famine was underway. Soon I was receiving letters and official reports about deaths from starvation. Then cannibalism started. I received a report that a human head and the solace of feet had been found under a little bridge near Vasilkovo, a town outside of Kiev. Apparently the corpse, 248, had been eaten. There were similar cases. Kirilenko*, who was then secretary of the Odessa Regional Committee, told me that he had gone to a collective farm to check on how the people were surviving the V-mitre. He was told to go see a woman who worked there. Here is how he described it: I found a scene of horror. The woman had the corpse of her own child on the table and was cutting it up. She was chattering away as she worked, "We've already eaten Mainika. Now we'll salt down Vainika. This will keep us for some time." Can you imagine? This woman had gone crazy with hunger and butchered her own children. As I retell this story, my thoughts go back to that period. I can see that horrible scene vividly in my mind. There was nothing I could do. I reported all these things to Stalin, but it only fanned his anger all the more. He would say, "You're being soft-bellied. They're deceiving you. They're counting on being able to appeal to your sentimentality when they report things like that. They're TRJDNG to force you to give them all your reserves." Apparently Stalin had channels of information which bypassed me and which he trusted more than my OV-M reports. Some people were spreading the rumor that I was giving in to local Ukrainian influences, that I was under pressure from Ukrainian interest groups, and that I was already becoming a Ukrainian nationalist myself. People were saying that I didn't deserve full confidence anymore, and Stalin started to regard my reports with a certain familiar cautiousness. And where was this other information coming from? From the Chekists, of course. They were traveling around the country and reporting back to the Central Committee. Some of this information filtered up to Stalin himself. Usually people were afraid to give Stalin information because they knew that discouraging reports would displease him and jeopardize themselves. Stalin liked to think the country was thriving. He liked to think, as Taras Shevchenko once said, "From the land of Moldavians to the land of the Finns, all tongues are silent because the times are good." The only difference was that Shevchenko was writing during the reign of Nicholas I, and this was the reign of Joseph I. Stalin raised the question of convening a Central Committee plenum to discuss agriculture. I don't know how long it had been since a plenum had been held. There had been plenums in the late 30s, first to discuss the struggle against the enemies of the people and then to discuss the excesses which had been permitted during the struggle against the enemies of the people. At that time Stalin had played the role of a benevolent fighter against the excesses which he had initiated himself. Anyway, Stalin now raised the question of calling a plenum to discuss how to raise the productivity of our agriculture. The question came up of who should be instructed to deliver the general report. Stalin was thinking out loud in front of everybody. Who should deliver the general report? He asked. Malenkov. He's in charge of agricultural matters, but what kind of report can he deliver? He doesn't know the first thing about agriculture. He doesn't even know agricultural terminology. Stalin said this in Malenkov's presence. He was absolutely correct, but it was all the more astounding that Stalin had assigned Malenkov to handle agriculture if he knew that Malenkov was totally incompetent in this area. The paradox was interesting to me, and I have no ready explanation for it. But then, anything was possible with Stalin. Suddenly Stalin said to me, "You make the general report." I was simply terrified by this instruction and said, "Comrade Stalin, please don't assign this to me." "Why not? I could deliver a report on the Ukraine. I've been 250 concerned with the Ukraine for some years now, and I know more or less what the situation is there. But I don't know anything about agriculture in the Russian Federation, and I haven't the slightest idea about Siberia. I've never even been in Central Asia. I've never seen cotton, and I don't know how it grows. Actually, before going to the Ukraine, I had almost nothing to do with agriculture at all. I'm an industrialist. I've been concerned with industry and with the city administration." But he was insistent, "That doesn't matter. You'll make the general report anyway." I said, "No, Comrade Stalin, I ask you please to release me from this. I don't want to mislead the Central Committee, nor do I want to put myself in a stupid position by trying to make a report on subjects which I really don't understand." He thought about it for a few moments and then said, "Well, all right. We'll assign the report to Andreev." Carried. Andreev had earned himself a reputation as the party's expert on agriculture. Compared with the other members of the Politburo, he knew quite a bit about agriculture, although personally I wasn't very impressed by his knowledge. He was a rather dry and formal person. I knew he would throw together his general report by drawing on papers written by other agricultural experts. In any event, I couldn't suggest anyone better, and I was relieved that this cup had passed from me. Andrei Andreevich Andreev was confirmed as speaker for the Central Committee plenum. The plenum took place in Sverdlov Hall. Andrei Andreevich's report turned out to be fairly coherent and logically constructed as Andrei Andreevich's report usually were. I sat next to Stalin and saw that he was listening attentively. During the recess, we went into a lounge where members of the Politburo got together for refreshments. We sat down at a table, tea was served, and Stalin asked me, "What did you think of Andreev's report?" I said, "It certainly cast light on all the main problems. But you were sitting there absolutely indifferent to what he was saying." "I was watching you. If you want me to be frank, I'll tell you I think these problems should have been posed somewhat differently. All the necessary matters were touched on, but in a very stereotyped fashion." Stalin was furious. "First you refused to deliver the report yourself and now you're criticizing it." I hadn't wanted to criticize the report, especially since I had declined to give it myself. However, I still told Stalin honestly that I thought Andreev had done a pretty second-rate job. Now I could see Stalin was very displeased with me indeed. After the recess, we started discussing the report. Many people spoke, including myself. I talked about the problems of reconstructing the economy of the Ukraine. I said I considered mechanization and the questions of seed stocks to be the key subjects. Before this plenum there had been a decree laying down the first commandment for a collective farm worker. His first obligation was to meet his output quota and make his required deliveries to the state. Only then could he supply seed and other products to his fellow laborers on his collective farm. I believed that this first commandment, which had been Stalin's idea, should be revoked and seed should be set aside for sowing on the farm before grain was turned over to the state. In the old days a peasant would starve to death before eating grain he had set aside for seed. His seed was his future, the very life of his farm. How could we take his seed away from him? It made little difference that the state was supposed to compensate him with new seed for sowing. The farmer had no way of knowing what strain of seed it was or where it had come from. The state was making farmers sow their fields with unknown seed which may not have been acclimatized to their own region. It was no way to manage agriculture. My remarks during the discussion of Andreev's report aggravated Stalin even more. A still darker cloud hung over me after Maltsev's speech. He was an experienced farmer who managed the agriculture of the Urals excellently. In his speech he said that everything was going very well in the Urals and that they were bringing in a good harvest of spring wheat. As soon as Maltsev mentioned spring wheat, I knew that I was in even deeper trouble than before. I knew that Stalin wouldn't stop to examine details but that he would grab the question of spring wheat and throw it in my face. I had already declared myself against the sowing of spring wheat according to rigid, compulsory rules. Spring wheat was less high-yielding in the Ukraine, especially in the south, but it yielded a decent harvest on certain collective farms. Therefore I thought Ukrainian collective farms should be able to sow it if they wanted to, but there should be no blanket order from Moscow compelling every collective farm to sow a specified percentage of spring wheat. In some cases a harvest of spring wheat didn't even yield enough of a harvest to pay for the cost of the seed. Stalin didn't understand this, and he didn't want to hear anything about it. I had told him about our problem with spring wheat before the war. At that time he had agreed with me and approved a decision to release Ukrainian collective farms from compulsory cultivation of spring wheat. There was another recess. When we went into the lounge, Stalin snapped menacingly at me, "Did you hear what Maltsev said about spring wheat?" "Yes, but Comrade Stalin, he was speaking about the Urals. In the Ukraine our highest yielding crop is winter wheat. In the Urals they don't sow winter wheat at all. They sow only spring wheat. They have studied it. They know how to cultivate it and how to harvest it profitably. That doesn't matter. If they're able to get such a good harvest of spring wheat in the Urals and if he slapped himself on the stomach have such good rich, dark soil, then we should get an even better harvest. There should be a resolution taken to that effect." I said, "If you want to put it in a resolution, then go ahead. You can also record that I'm opposed. Everyone knows I'm against spring wheat. But if it's what you want to do, then issue a resolution to the Northern Caucasus and to the Rostov region. No, this resolution will apply directly to you." By that he meant that I would have to take the initiative so that the other grain-growing areas would follow my lead. 7 A commission was created with Andrei Andreevich as chairman. I was appointed to this commission, too. When the Central Committee plenum ended, I had to get back to the Ukraine. The commission hadn't yet finished its work, and Malenkov and Andrei Andreevich were left to work out the resolution Stalin wanted. Just before I left, I proposed that the commission recommend revoking the first commandment for collective farm workers. I proposed that the stocking of seed for the collective farms should proceed in parallel with the delivery of grain to the state in a certain proportion. This was a concession on my part, but I believed it would be better than no change at all. As it was, the state wasn't leaving anything at all for the farmers. According to my proposal, the farmers would deliver a certain percentage of their grain to the state while retaining a certain percentage for their OI seed stores. Then I left for Kiev. Malenkov phoned me a few days later and said, "The resolution is ready. We have not included your proposal regarding seed stores for collective and state farms. We are now going to report to Stalin. Do you want us to report your proposal separately? Or perhaps we shouldn't mention it at all. This was clearly a provocation. Everyone knew, and Stalin knew, that I had fought hard for my proposal at the commission meetings. If I were to tell Malenkov not to mention my proposal to Stalin, I would look like a coward, so I answered, "No, Comrade Malenkov, please go ahead and report my point of view to Comrade Stalin." "Very well," he said. So they reported it. Not long afterwards Malenkov phoned me again and said that my proposal had angered Stalin and he had rejected it out of hand. The next thing that happened was that Stalin suddenly raised the question of what sort of help I should be given in the Ukraine registered. This meant he had his eye on me. "Apparently we'd better bolster up Khrushchev's leadership in Kiev," he said. "The Ukraine is being ruined, which could be a disaster for our whole country." He was obviously up to something, but wasn't sure what he was driving at. Then he said, "I think we had better send Kaganovich to help you. What do you think about that?" "Well," I said, "Kaganovich was once secretary of the Central Committee in the Ukraine, and he knows the Ukraine very well. Naturally, since the Ukraine is such a huge republic, there's enough for tens or hundreds of people to do, not to mention just two." Stalin then said, "We'll send Patalichev to help you, too." I answered, "By all means. That will be fine." The decision was recorded and published. Stalin suggested that the post of chairman of the Council of Ministers in the Ukraine be separated from that of first secretary of the Central Committee. A few years before, when these two offices had been merged at Stalin's suggestion, I had tried to persuade him that it was a bad idea. Now Stalin said, "Khrushchev will be chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Ukraine, Kaganovich will be first secretary of the Central Committee, and Patalichev will be the Central Committee secretary in charge of agriculture. Registered?" "Very well," I said. We convened a Central Committee plenum in the Ukraine and ratified Stalin's decision. Everyone went to his post and proceeded with his duties. I told Kaganovich and Patalichev, "We have to get ready for the sowing campaign. People are starving. Cannibalism has broken out. If we don't organize famine relief, there's no point in talking about a sowing campaign." We feared it might already be too late to secure a good harvest in 1947 and to lay in grain for 1948. We asked Stalin for aid and received a certain amount of seed and food rations from Moscow. It was February. The sowing had already started in some places in the south. By March many collective farms all over the Ukraine would be sowing. We would have to be finished with a massive sowing campaign in the Kiev region by April. I said to Kaganovich, "Let's make up our minds about what to do." "We should make a tour of the Ukraine," he replied. "Yes, but right now that's not the most important thing. You haven't been in the Ukraine for a long time, so you make a tour around the republic." "I'll stay in Kiev. Right now it won't do much good for me to make an appearance at a handful of collective farms. The main thing is to rush the seed consignments out by rail and get them to the farms where they're needed. The success of the Sovdan campaign depends on this." So Kaganovich left and I stayed in Kiev like a telephone dispatcher, trying to push through the seed, fuel, and other supplies vital to the sowing campaign. There was no thought of supplying mineral fertilizers because we simply didn't have any. Kaganovich made a trip to the Poltava region. What he saw there convinced him that, however honored his position as first secretary may have been, it was also a grievously responsible position. He saw that collective farmers were virtually blowing over in the wind. They couldn't work, and many of them were dying of starvation. After he returned to Kiev he shared his impressions with me about one collective farm in particular. He told me about its chairman, a man named Mogilchenko. "I've never met anyone like him," said Kaganovich, "he's so grim and stubborn. I'm afraid he may really get a good harvest after all." And what's the matter with that?" I asked. "Well, when I got to Mogilchenko's collective farm, I saw they were using a show tillage method. You'd have to know Kaganovich to imagine how he would have barked at this collective farm chairman, 'Why the hell are you plowing so shallow? Mogilchenko, who knew his business well, said, "I'm plowing the way I should be plowing." Kaganovich snapped back at him, "If you plow this shallow, you'll end up having to beg for bread from the state." "Not me, Comrade Kaganovich, never," answered Mogilchenko proudly. "I've never asked for bread from the state. I myself give bread to the state. And what's more, I don't care if you are first secretary of the party, I'm going to keep plowing like this no matter what you say. We'll sow these fields my way. And we'll get a good harvest, you'll see." A year later I made a special trip to meet this Mogilchenko. His collective farm was one of the most prosperous in the country. It would deliver its quota to the state 6 months or more in advance. All this disturbed Kaganovich very much. That's why he had said to me, "I'm afraid this Mogilchenko really will have a good harvest using shallow tillage." I should mention that Kaganovich had a personal stake in discrediting Mogilchenko. He had had a hand in the struggle against the proponents of the shallow tillage method. People who used this method were actually put on trial and in some cases even condemned to death. The practice of shallow tillage had been declared against the law. The theory behind it had been developed in Saratov by some professor who was later punished. I think they put him in jail or maybe worse. From the very beginning of his activities in the Ukraine, Kaganovich looked for every opportunity to show off and to throw his weight around. He took it into his mind to distinguish himself by making the Ukraine exceed its industrial output plan, especially for local industry. I remember one year, as chairman of the Council of Ministers for the Ukraine, I had to introduce to the Ukrainian Politburo the target figures which had been proposed by the State Planning Commission. Kaganovich very reluctantly agreed to accept this plan. He thought the figures were too high and doomed us to failure, and he didn't want to accept an output plan which we would fall short of. He wanted one which could be exceeded. It's much easier to put lower figures into a plan and then shout later about how the plan has been fulfilled and even exceeded. Unfortunately, this is a very common device. I think it's still used fairly widely today. About this time I ran into some bad luck. I caught a cold, and it developed into pneumonia. I had to lie for a long time in an oxygen tent. I barely survived. While I was sick, Kaganovich had a chance to do whatever he pleased without me around, looking over his shoulder. He bullied Patolichev so much that Patolichev came to me while I was still sick in bed, just after I had passed my crisis, and complained. "I can't take being pushed around by Kaganovich anymore," he said. "I don't know what to do." I could see he had been driven to his wits' end. Later he wrote a letter to Comrade Stalin requesting that he be relieved of his job because he couldn't work with Kaganovich. Patolichev was released from his post in Kiev and transferred to Rostov. My health soon started to get better, but I stayed in bed for another 2 months before returning to work. After my recovery and resumption of my duties, my own relations with Kaganovich went from bad to worse. He became simply unbearable. He developed his intensive activities in 2 directions, against the so-called Ukrainian nationalists and against the Jews. A Jew himself, Kaganovich was against the Jews. His anti-Semitism was directed mainly against the Jews who happened to be on friendly terms with me. For instance, there was a newspaper editor in Kiev named Traskonov. Kaganovich had him fired. He treated him very badly. He mocked and taunted him. Traskonov was an honest man. During the war he had been the editor of one of the very best front newspapers. I knew him from the Yuzovka Workers' Faculty, where he had edited the newspaper. I had also endorsed his candidacy when he applied for party membership. Kaganovich punished Traskonov simply for his association with me. All the while Kaganovich was grinding out a steady stream of political complaints against everybody in sight. As chairman of the Ukrainian Council of Ministers, I left the party secretariat to take care of them. Many of Kaganovich's political complaints against party members found their way to Stalin in the form of interoffice and CE personnel reports. One day Stalin called me and said, "Why isn't your signature on these memoranda of Kaganovich's?" "Comrade Stalin," These memoranda aren't government business, they're party business, therefore my signature isn't required. Not so. I've told Kaganovich that I won't accept any more of his memoranda unless they're co-signed by you. Almost as soon as I hung up, the phone rang again, of promising young men, Kuznetsov, Voznesensky, and Kosygin. I more or less knew Kuznetsov, and I knew Voznesensky very well. He still hadn't been arrested when I arrived in Moscow, but he had been removed from all his posts. He was out of work and was expecting them to come for him any day. For a period after Voznesensky was put on ice, he still used to come to dinner at Stalin's. He was a changed man. He wasn't the same bright, self-assured, tough-minded Voznesensky I'd known earlier. In fact, it was precisely these virtues which had been his undoing. While chairman of state planning, he had been brave enough to tangle with Beria. He had sought to redistribute the country's economic resources more evenly, and this meant taking money away from certain commissariats which enjoyed Beria's patronage. Beria had many commissariats under him, and he always demanded that they receive much more than their share of funds. Beria was extremely powerful because of his closeness to Stalin. You'd have to have seen Beria's Jesuitical shrewdness in action to imagine how he was able to pick the exact moment when he could turn Stalin's goodwill or ill will for someone to his own advantage. Voznesensky dared to cross Beria's path, and before Beria finished with him, Voznesensky was just a shadow of his former self. I remember that more than once during this period Stahn asked Malenkov and Beria, "Isn't it a waste not letting Voznesensky work while we're deciding what to do with Hun?" "Yes," they would answer, "let's think it over." Some time would pass and Stalin would bring up the subject again, "Maybe we should put Voznesensky in charge of the state bank. He's an economist, a real financial wizard." No one objected, but nothing happened. Voznesensky was still left hanging. Stalin obviously felt a certain residual respect for Voznesensky. Before the whole Leningrad affair started he had nourished high hopes for that troika of bright young men and in fact had been systematically promoting them before the plot was exposed. Kuznetsov once seemed destined to replace Malenkov. Voznesensky had been made a first deputy of Stalin's and was often entrusted with the job of presiding over the Council of Ministers. Kosygin had been given a responsible post in charge of trade and finance. It's my opinion that the downfall of these men was determined by precisely this fact: Stalin had been preparing them as successors to the Kremlin old guard, which meant that Beria first and foremost, then Malenkov, Molotov, and Mikoyan, no longer enjoyed Stalin's confidence. It's difficult for me to say exactly how the old guard managed to undermine Stalin's confidence in these young men and how he was, to put it crudely, sicked on them. I can only offer the conclusions which I reached on the basis of my own observations and on the basis of remarks which I overheard in conversations between Malenkov and Beria. I could plainly see how Beria and Malenkov behaved with Stalin when the names of these three young men were mentioned. I quickly formed the impression that Beria and Malenkov were doing everything they could to wreck this troika of Kuznetsov, Voznesensky, and Kosygin. As I've already mentioned, Beria was the most accomplished at undermining Stalin's confidence in others, and he had Malenkov to use as a battering ram. Malenkov sat on the Central Committee Secretariat and had access to all the information which was given to Stalin. He could manipulate it in such a way as to provoke Stalin's anger and distrust. Beria and Malenkov's scheming against the Leningrad Troika involved another, earlier case, that of A.L. Shukurin, who was already in jail when the imprisonment of the Leningraders began in earnest. He had been People's Commissar of the aviation industry during the war. I'd known him very well when he was a party organizer for the Central Committee in charge of the 30th Aviation Factory. While I was in the Ukraine, Shukurin was arrested for having allegedly allowed the production of defective airplanes during the war. Malenkov later told me that Vasya Stalin, who was a pilot, had denounced Shukurin to his father, and Stalin had ordered an investigation. Malenkov was indirectly implicated in the Shukurin case himself. Part of his job during the war had been to supervise the aviation industry, which made him responsible for the bad job being done by the People's Commissar. There was some justice here because the drive for quantity during the war certainly had been conducted at the expense of quality. Anyway, Shukhurin was thrown in prison, and Malenkov was discharged from the Central Committee Secretariat and sent somewhere in Central Asia to Tashkent, I think. Beria used his influence to get Stalin to let Malenkov come back to Moscow, and the two of them, Beria and Malenkov, had been inseparable ever since. Aviation Marshal A. Novikov was also in jail at the beginning of the Leningrad affair. Registered he'd been arrested after the war for having accepted defective airplanes. He, too, was reportedly denounced by Vazhia Stalin. I knew Novikov well. He commanded the Red Army Air Force through most of the war and had visited our command post during the Battle of Stalingrad. He had his faults. He drank more than was probably good for him, but he was a devoted, honest, and honorable man. Apparently even after these arrests, Stalin felt a certain amount of goodwill toward Shukhurin and Novikov. He used to turn to Beria and Malenkov during dinner and ask, say, are Shukhurin and Novikov still in jail? Yes. Don't you think it might be all right to release them? But Stalin was asking the question to himself. He was just thinking out loud. No one would say anything, and the matter would be left up in the air until some time later when he'd bring it up again. Once he even went so far as to say, you should give serious thought to releasing Shukhurin and Novikov. What good are they doing us in jail? They can still work. He always directed these remarks to Malenkov and Beria because they were in charge of the case against Shukhurin and Novikov. After dinner at Stalin's we used to collect in the bathroom to wash our hands. It was a big, roomy bathroom, and we sometimes stood around in there before and after sessions. We always called dinners with Stalin sessions discussing what needed to be done and what the consequences of a session were likely to be. Once I overheard Beria say to Malenkov in the bathroom, Stalin's brought up the subject of those two aviators again. You know, if they're released, it could spread to others. What did Beria mean, it could spread to others? Who were the others? Beria must have been afraid that if Shukhurin and Novikov were released, Stalin might return to the matter of Kuznetsov and Voznesensky. He might start thinking about having them released before they were brought to trial. Malenkov and Beria were afraid that if Kuznetsov and Voznesensky, who were considered the ringleaders of the Leningrad plot, were released, the campaign against the whole Leningrad organization might collapse. Therefore Malenkov and Beria did everything they could to keep Shukhurin and Novikov in jail. They succeeded, and consequently the Leningraders weren't released either. I never saw the indictments in the Leningrad case, but I assume also on the basis of conversations I overheard between Malenkov and Beria that the charges against Kuznetsov's group were Russian nationalism and opposition to the Central Committee. The investigation began. And who directed the investigation? Stalin himself did. But if Stalin was the conductor, then Beria was the first violinist. Why do I say that? Because Abakamov, who actually supervised the prosecution, was Beria's man. He never reported to anyone, not even to Stalin, without checking first with Beria. I was never really in on the case myself, but I admit that I may have signed the sentencing order. In those days when a case was closed and if Stalin thought it necessary he would sign the sentencing order at a Politburo session and then pass it around for the rest of us to sign. We would put our signatures on it without even looking at it. That's what was meant by collective sentencing. In comparison with Stalin's usual method for dealing with enemies of the people, the Leningrad case was a model of justice. It gave the appearance of being handled in accordance with all the proper judicial procedures. Investigators conducted the investigation, a prosecutor handled the prosecution, and a court trial was held. The active members of the Leningrad organization were invited to observe when the accused were interrogated in the courtroom. Then the accused were given a chance to say something in their defense before the sentence was read. I was with Stalin when he was told about what Voznesensky said just before it was announced that he had been sentenced to be shot. Voznesensky stood up and spewed hatred against Leningrad. He cursed the day he had set foot in the city when he came there to study from the Donbass. He said that Leningrad had already had its share of conspiracies, it had been subjected to all varieties of reactionary influence, from 272. Byron to Zinoviev. Obviously he had lost his sanity. It*s nonsense to talk about Byron and Zinoviev in one breath, as though they were the same thing. Zinoviev represented a political view, conflicting with Stalin's, on how to build Socialism in our country. You could be either for him or against him. For my part, I always stood for the Stalinist position and therefore fought against Zinoviev and his followers. But Byron, he was something else altogether. I don't know what Kuznetsov and the others said in their last words, but whatever they said, it didn't have any bearing on their fate. They had already been sentenced a considerable time before the sentence was officially passed and even before the trial began. In fact, they had been sentenced by Stalin himself at the time of their arrest. Many people perished in Leningrad. So did many people who had been transferred from Leningrad to work in other regions. As for Kosygin, his life was hanging by a thread. Men who had been arrested and condemned in Leningrad made ridiculous accusations against him in their testimonies. They wrote all kinds of rot about him. Kosygin was on shaky ground from the beginning because he was related by marriage to Kuznetsov. Even though he'd been very close to Stalin, Kosygin was suddenly released from all his posts and assigned to work in some ministry. The accusations against him cast such a dark shadow over him that I simply can't explain how he was saved from being eliminated along with the others. Kosygin, as they say, must have drawn a lucky lottery ticket, and this cup passed from him. In those days anything could have happened to any one of us. Everything depended on what Stalin happened to be thinking when he glanced in your direction. Sometimes he would glare at you and say, "Why don't you look me in the eye today? Why are you averting your eyes from mine?" Or some other such stupidity. Without warning he would turn on you with real viciousness. A reasonable interrogator wouldn't behave with a hardened criminal the way Stalin behaved with friends whom he'd invited to eat with him at his table. Bulganin once described very well the experience we all had to live with in those days. We were leaving Stalin's after dinner one night and he said, "You come to Stalin's table as a friend, but you never know if you'll go home by yourself or if you'll be given a ride to prison." Bulganin was fairly drunk at the time, but what he said accurately depicted how precarious our position was from one day to the next. One of the most interesting aspects of this narrative is the way in which Khrushchev goes out of his way to condemn anti-Semitism. Guilt feelings must play their part here. There is no evidence to indicate that Khrushchev himself was ever committed actively to anti-Semitic policies. Time and time again he is on record as making disparaging remarks about Jews and insisting that they should be kept in their place. He may have been horrified by the pogroms of his childhood, but he did not like Jews, and as master of the Ukraine, he kept silent about the mass murdering carried out by the Nazis. In accordance with Stalin's policy, which he later made his own, he refused to admit that Jews had suffered more than non-Jews on Soviet territory. He must also have connived at Stalin's own post-war deportation of Jews from the Ukraine into deep Siberia. Everything he had to say about the fate of individual Jews in this period is true. He might have said much more. It is interesting to get the story of Mikhail's murder officially confirmed and to have an illuminating sidelight on the fate of poor Lazovsky. None of this, incidentally, was mentioned in the secret speech. Nor was the arrest and imprisonment of Molotov's wife. On the other hand, the secret speech contained more information than occurs in this chapter on Stalin's destruction of whole peoples in the Crimea and the Caucasus, as a punishment for collaboration with the Germans. Khrushchev's own slapdash attitude toward violence and arbitrary rule comes out in this chapter, as in the earlier chapters on the Great Purges. "I'm all for arresting people," he says, but with the implication that it should be done in the proper form. While we were still punishing the Germans out of the Ukraine, an organization had been formed called the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee of the Sovinform Bureau. It was set up for gathering materials, positive materials, naturally about our country, about the activities of our Soviet army against the common enemy, Hitlerite Germany, and for the distribution of these materials to the Western press, principally in America where there is a large, influential circle of Jews. The committee was composed of Jews who occupied high positions in the Soviet Union and was headed by Lozovsky, a member of the Central Committee and former chairman of Profintern. Another member was Mikhoels, the most prominent actor of the Yiddish theater. Yet another was Molotov's wife, Comrade Jemhuzhina. I think this organization was first created at the suggestion of Molotov, although it may have been Stalin's own idea. The Sovinform and its Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee were considered indispensable to the interests of our state, our policies, and our Communist Party. Lozovsky used to get in touch with me whenever I came to Moscow, and sometimes he would call me on the telephone asking for material to use as propaganda about the Hitlerite fascists. I gave orders for the preparation of such material over the signatures of various authors, and it was sent to America, where it was widely used to publicize the successes of the Red Army and to expose the atrocities committed by the Germans in the Ukraine. On the whole, Lozovsky's activities were very worthwhile. He was an energetic person and sometimes almost annoyingly persistent. He used virtually to extort material from me, saying, "Give me more material. More. More." We were busy with the reconstruction of the economy and didn't have much time for such matters. He wouldn't let up on me. "You must understand how important it is for us to show the face of our common enemy to the world, to expose his atrocities, and to show the process of reconstruction which is taking place in our cities and villages." Once the Ukraine had been liberated, a paper was drafted by members of the Lozovsky Committee. It was addressed to Stalin and contained a proposal that the Crimea be made a Jewish Soviet Republic within the Soviet Union after the deportation from the Crimea of the Crimean Tatars. Stalin are behind this proposal the hand of American Zionists operating through the Sovinform Bureau. The committee members, he declared, were agents of American Zionism. They were trying to set up a Jewish state in the Crimea in order to wrest the Crimea away from the Soviet Union and to establish an outpost of American Imperia USM on our shores which would be a direct threat to the security of the Soviet Union. Stalin let his imagination run wild in this direction. He was struck with maniacal vengeance. Lozovsky and Mikhoels were arrested. Soon Jemhuzhina herself was arrested. The investigation of the group took a long time, but in the end almost all of them came to a tragic end. Lozovsky was shot. Jemhuzhina was exiled. I thought at first she had been shot, too, because nothing of what had happened was reported to anyone except Stalin, and Stalin himself decided whom to execute and whom to spare. I remember Molotov calling to ask my advice about this whole affair. Apparently Jemhuzhina had pulled him into it. Molotov never did agree with Stalin about the necessity for arresting Jemhuzhina. When the question of removing her from the staff of the Central Committee came up at a Central Committee plenum and everyone else voted aye, Molotov abstained. He didn't vote nay, but he still abstained. Stalin blew up at this, and the incident left its imprint on Stalin's attitude toward Molotov. He started kicking Molotov around viciously. Kaganovich's maliciousness was a particularly good barometer of Molotov's precarious position. Incited by Stalin, Kaganovich played the part of a vicious cur who was unleashed to tear limb from limb any member of the Politburo toward whom he sensed Stalin's coolness, and Kaganovich was turned loose on Molotov. I didn't find out that Jemhuzhina was still alive until after Stalin's death, when Molotov told me that she was living in exile. We all agreed she should be freed. Beria released her and solemnly handed her over to Molotov. Beria used to describe how Molotov 277 came to his office at the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be reunited with Jemhuzhina. Molotov was overjoyed that she was still alive and threw himself into her arms. Beria expressed his sympathy to Molotov and Jemhuzhina at the time, but he made a point of reminding them that she had been freed on his initiative, and he told this story with a touch of irony in his voice. A question of substance, Was it necessary to create a Jewish Union or autonomous republic within the Russian Federation or within the Ukraine? I don't think it was. A Jewish autonomous region had already been created which still nominally exists, so it was hardly necessary to set one up in the Crimea. But this question was never discussed in substance. We had been conditioned to accept Stalin's reasoning, and we gave in to his absolute authority. He contended that if a Jewish republic were created in the Crimea, then Zionism, which is rampant in America, would gain a foothold in our country. That was all there was to it. He had made up his mind, and he had people arrested, arbitrarily and without any regard for legal norms, regardless of the important and positive role which the accused had played during the war in helping to bring to light the atrocities committed by the Germans. Theirs had been constructive work, but now it counted for nothing. They were deprived of their liberty and in many cases their lives. I consider the whole affair to have been a disgrace. Stalin could have simply rejected their suggestion and rebuked them. But no, he had to destroy all those who actively supported the proposal. It was only by some miracle that Jemhuzhina stayed alive and got off with a long term of exile. More typical was the cruel punishment of Mikhoels, the greatest actor of the Yiddish theater, a man of culture. They killed him, you beasts. They killed him secretly. Then his murderers were rewarded and their victim was buried with honors. The mind reels at the thought. It was announced that Mikhoels had fallen in front of a truck. Actually, he was thrown in front of a truck. This was done very cleverly and efficiently. And who did it? Stalin did it, or at least it was done on his instructions. After Stalin's death, when we opened the archives of the Ministry of State Security and interrogated Beria's men, we found out that they had planned to murder Litvinov by a similar method. Litvinov was to have been ambushed and killed on the road while he was traveling from Moscow to his dacha. Later, a group of Jews at the Stalin automobile factory were put on trial. In this case, too, Stalin was looking for schemes of American imperialism operating through Zionists. It was all pure nonsense, of course. But this was the sort of thing that happened as a result of Stalin's arbitrary rule and the absolute absence of any restraints on his authority. It seems inconceivable to me that this kind of thing happened in our time. I'm all for arresting people, but the accused should be given a fair trial and exiled or imprisoned only if an honest approach to their cases proves that they really are criminal or political offenders. A prosecution and a trial should proceed according to the norms of the law. Trials should be conducted in the open so there will be no doubt in anyone's mind that the accused actually are guilty. That way no one will come to the defense of people who have been punished, and public opinion will genuinely support the punitive agencies. In our day we had people lifting up their voices in court, vouching for the truth of accusations, beating their breasts, and swearing that the accused were enemies of the people, all without any real knowledge about what had happened. A witness would endorse the verdict and raise his hand, voting for the elimination of the accused without really knowing about the facts of the alleged crime, much less the role of the alleged criminal. These were not real trials anyway. They were closed courts in the hands of troikas. And who made up the troikas? 3 men who arrested, prosecuted, and judged the accused all by themselves. Most of the people who lost their heads in Stalin's time were tried by this kind of court. I've tried to give Stalin his due and to acknowledge his merits, but there was no excuse for what, to my mind, was a major defect in his character, his hostile attitude toward the Jewish people. As a leader and a theoretician he took care never to hint at his anti-Semitism in his written works or in his speeches. And God forbid that anyone should quote publicly from any private conversations in which he made remarks that smelled sharply of anti-Semitism. When he happened to talk about a Jew, Stalin often imitated in a well-known, exaggerated accent the way Jews talk. This is the same way that thick-headed, backward people who despise Jews talk when they mock the negative Jewish traits. Stalin also had to put on this accent, and he was pretty good at it. I remember when I was working in Moscow, some kind of trouble at the 30th Aviation Factory was reported to Stalin through party channels and by state security. During a meeting with Stalin, While we were sitting around exchanging opinions, Stalin turned to me and said, "The good workers at the factory should be given clubs so they can beat the hell out of those Jews at the end of the working day." When he said this, I wasn't alone. Molotov, Beria, and Malenkov were there. I thought to myself, what is he saying? How can he say that? As we left the room, Beria asked me ironically, "Well, have you received your orders?" "Yes," I said, "I've received them. My father was illiterate, but he never took part in a pogrom. It was considered a disgrace. And now this directive is given to me as a secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the USSR. 280. Even though Stalin had given me a direct order, I knew that if something like what he suggested were done and if it were to become public knowledge, a commission would no doubt be appointed and the culprits would be severely punished. Stalin would have stopped at nothing to punish anti-Semitism publicly. Orders or no orders, he would have strangled anyone whose actions would have discredited his name, especially with something as indefensible and shameful as anti-Semitism. There were many conversations like the one about the 30th Aviation Factory, and we became accustomed to them. We listened to what Stalin told us and then put it out of our heads right away. After I was transferred from the Ukraine to Moscow, my successor as first secretary in the Ukraine, Melnikov, and Korochenko were with me in Moscow. Stalin invited us to the nearby dacha for dinner. He pressed them to drink and achieved his goal. Melnikov and Korochenko were at Stalin's for the first time. They drank eagerly, they considered it an honor that Stalin was entertaining them. I knew Stalin better than they did. I knew that he liked to get people drunk and that hospitality wasn't the main thing he had in mind. He was interested in getting his guests into a state where their tongues would be loosened. He wanted them to start blabbing out things which they would have thought twice about if they'd been sober. I sat there nervously while this was going on. I had to answer for Melnikov since I had summoned him to Moscow. There's nothing much to say about Korochenko. I knew him to be an honest but a very limited man. At that time Stalin couldn't seem to keep his anti-Semitism hidden, and he started to make anti-Semitic remarks. Melnikov's own attitudes made him most receptive. He was ripe for just the sort of thing Stalin started saying. He and Korochenko let their jaws drop and listened to Stalin without saying a word. The dinner ended and we left. Melnikov and Korochenko went back to the Ukraine. After my transfer to Moscow, the Politburo of the Central Committee passed a resolution instructing me to keep an eye on the activities of the Ukrainian Communist Party. In this capacity I received all the Ukrainian newspapers. I checked the central papers, and my assistants handled the others, reporting to me anything that deserved attention. Shortly after that dinner at Stalin's dacha, my assistant Chuisky brought me a Ukrainian newspaper and showed me an editorial criticizing some defects and deficiencies. 16 names were singled out for criticism in this editorial, and they were all Jewish. I read it and became indignant. How could this kind of thing be permitted? I immediately understood which way the wind was blowing. Melnikov and Korochenko, who were typical Ukrainians, had taken it into their heads that Stalin was launching a criticism campaign against the Jewish people. Thinking they were following Stalin's lead, they had started to act on their own. I telephoned Melnikov and said, "I've read your editorial. You should be ashamed. How dare you let this sort of thing get into the newspaper? Why, this is an invocation of anti-Semitism. Why are you doing this? I know what you're thinking, but you misunderstood Stalin. Keep it in mind that if Stalin should read this editorial well, I don't know what will happen to you as Secretary of the Central Committee of the Ukraine. Here is the central organ of the Ukrainian party preaching anti-Semitism. How can you fail to see that this is ammunition for our enemies to use against us? Our enemies will exploit this disgrace and say that the Ukraine is raising the banner of the struggle against the Jews, the banner of anti-Semitism." Registered. Melnikov started to justify himself. Then he began sobbing. I didn't let up on him. If this scandal continues any further, I will report it to Stalin myself. Of course, I was taking a risk because I had no guarantee that our telephone conversations weren't being monitored. And I wasn't certain that Melnikov wouldn't write to Stalin himself, saying that Khrushchev was giving him directives contradictory to those which he had received from Stalin when he was at Stalin's dacha. Stalin would never have stood for that from me. A little later Nina Petrovna received a letter from Kiev and told me another story which relates to Melnikov and anti-Semitism. In Kiev there is a clinic for children with tuberculosis of the bone. The head of this clinic was Professor Frumina. In the days when we lived in Kiev, before I was transferred to Moscow, Professor Frumina was often at our apartment. She treated my son Seryoza when he had tuberculosis, and she cured him. Now Sergei has no signs of the disease. He is completely recovered. We attribute this mainly to Frumina. Another specialist in tuberculosis of the bone, an academician in Leningrad, had told Nina Petrovna that there was no better specialist for dealing with this disease than Frumina. Then, after we moved to Moscow, Frumina wrote Nina Petrovna a letter telling us that she had been fired from her job at the clinic. The reason given was that she lacked the necessary qualifications. I was indignant and telephoned Melnikov again. I said, "How could you allow this? How is this possible to discharge so deserving a person, and with such an excuse? How can you say she's not qualified when this academician in Leningrad says that no one knows more than she does about tuberculosis of the bone? Who could have evaluated her differently and said she isn't qualified?" Myakov started to justify himself. In cases like this there are always people available who will assure you that everything has been handled correctly. I said, "You're simply disgracing the name of communism." As I recall, Frumina was restored in her position, but the outrage of anti-Semitism has persisted. Why does this shameful phenomenon keep cropping up? Partly it's because anti-Semitism was very much with us in the old days and it's hard to get rid of. The older generation remembers countless pogroms, and it remembers Vladimir Purushkevich, who was the leading representative of the Black Hundreds in the Duma. In my childhood in the Donbass, I once witnessed a pogrom with my own eyes. I went to school 4 versts from the mine where my father worked. One day I was coming home from school. It was a lovely, sunny, autumn day, with spider webs flying about in the air like snow. We were barefoot that day, like every day from spring until late autumn. Every villager dreamed of owning a pair of boots. We children were lucky if we had a decent pair of shoes. We wiped our noses on our sleeves and kept our trousers up with a piece of string. It was a beautiful day, and we were in a carefree mood. My schoolmates and I met a man driving a wagon. When he saw us he stopped and started to weep. "Children," he said, "if only you knew what they're doing in Yuzovka." We started to walk faster. As soon as I arrived home, I threw down my book bag and ran all the way to Yuzovka. When I approached the town, I saw a huge crowd lined up on top of the heaps of iron ore that were being stored next to the railway tracks. The ore had been brought there from Krivoy Rog for use in the blast furnaces during the winter. The sides of these red mounds of iron ore were crisscrossed by footpaths which the miners used coming to and from the market in Yuzovka. I saw that the Cossacks had already arrived. A bugle started to blow. I had never seen soldiers before. We had no soldiers in Yuzovka, so it was all an exciting novelty for me. When the bugle started to blow, the old soldiers among the workers around me explained it was the signal to get ready to open fire and any minute we would hear the first fusillade. The mob surged to the south side of the slope, but the soldiers didn't let the workers into the city. A volley of rifle fire rang out. Someone shouted that they were shooting into the air. Someone else shouted that they were shooting with blanks and that only 1 or 2 soldiers were shooting with live bullets, just to scare the Jews a little. Everyone was inventing his own version of what was happening. The crowd dispersed late in the evening. The workers from our mine were bragging the next day about how many boots and other trophies they'd picked up during the looting. One man said he had made off with 10 pairs of boots. Some of the miners were telling about how the Yids marched around calling the Russians abusive names, carrying banners, and bearing their Yid Tsar on their shoulders. When the Russians attacked them with clubs, he hid in a leather factory. The Russians set this factory on fire, and the Yid Tsar was burned alive inside. The day after the pogrom started, I ran straight from school to Yuzovka to see what was going on here. There was still a lot of looting. I saw clock repair shops which had been broken into, and feathers were flying along the streets where the looters were ripping open mattresses and shaking the feathers out the windows of Jewish homes. Then a rumor started that there had been a decree that for 3 days you could do whatever you wanted to the Jews. For 3 days there was no check on the looting. After the 3 days were up, the police, who along with the Black Hundreds had taken advantage of the workers' primitive mentality to incite the pogrom in the first place, started to restore order. But nothing was done about all the looting and rampage. The powers who had decreed the pogrom kept their word. 3 days had been put at the disposal of the Black Hundreds, and all the pillage and murder went unpunished. I heard that many of the Jews who had 285 been beaten were in the factory infirmary. I decided to go there and have a look with one of my friends, another Huddle boy. We found a horrible scene. The corpses of Jews who had been beaten to death were L5DNG in rows on the floor. Later the workers came to their senses. They realized that the pogroms were a provocation staged against the people by the Tsarist POHCE. The workers realized that the Jews were not their enemies when they saw that many leaders of the factory strikes were Jews, and the main speakers whom the workers eagerly listened to at political meetings were Jews. In the late fall my father's brother Martin took me with him from the mines to the village. My mother and father sent me with him because they wanted me to be close to the soil. Before taking a job in the mines, my father had been a farmhand. We had been poor then, and we were poor now. My mother earned extra money by taking in washing. I used to make a few kopecks cleaning boilers after school and on Saturdays. Both my father and mother, but particularly my mother, dreamed of the day when they could return to the village, to a little house, a horse, and a piece of land of their own. That's why I have sometimes with my father at the pit and sometimes with my grandfather in a village in Kursk province. I left for the village when the strikes started in the Donbass. Red flags were flying, and huge meetings were taking place. When I returned to Tov-M from the village, I was told about all that had happened. I was told about the organizers and leaders of the strikes. I noticed that the large majority of them had Jewish names. People were saying good things about these orators. The workers all spoke warmly of them. Thus, the workers realized they had been duped into taking part in the pogroms, and they were ashamed of themselves for not resisting the Black Hundreds and disguised policemen who organized the persecution of the Jews. Years later, after Stalin came to power, instead of setting an example of how to liquidate anti-Semitism at its roots, he helped spread it. Anti-Semitism grew like a growth inside Stalin's own brain. Then, after 286 Stalin's death, we arrested the spread a bit, but only arrested it. Unfortunately, the germs of anti-Semitism remained in our system, and apparently there still isn't the necessary discouragement of it and resistance to it. My guards aren't bad fellows, but anti-Semitism crops up even in my conversations with them. Stalin's theoretical writings. Here Khrushchev touches on an aspect of Stalin which I was incomprehensible to his entourage. Stalin wished to leave his mark on communist theory, and he felt the need to establish theoretical justification for certain of his actions. Stalin's operatiotes in the field of linguistics, Greek to Khrushchev, important for an understanding of Stalin's mentality, were scarcely noticed in the West. The Georgian scholar referred to must have been a disciple of the linguist Professor N. Weimar. In the summer of 1950, Stalin, who had made no public utterance for years, suddenly burst into print in Pravda with a long and abstruse article about the falseness of the theories of Mar, and then followed it up with answers to correspondence, in which he elaborated his own ideas. Pravda readers were bewildered, but the essence was this: Mar, with official approval, had argued in Marxist terms that language was an aspect of the superstructure of society and would change as society changed, that is, in due course, with the global advance of communism, language differences would wither away and there would be one universal language. Stalin decided it was time to put a stop to woolly internationalism of this kind. The language of the future would be Russian. It was necessary, therefore, to prove in Marxist terms that language was an aspect of the unchanging base of society, not of its 287 superstructure. Far from getting nothing out of this foray into linguistics, as Khrushchev suggests, Stalin must have derived extreme satisfaction from a theoretical exercise in the grand manner. The second example of Stalin's theorizing, to which Khrushchev here refers, was delivered to the world on the eve of the ICE-19th Party Congress as a pamphlet entitled The Economics of Socialism. The speakers at the Congress, the delegates too, must have been given this to digest before it was finally published. None of them seems to have made much of it. It was a long and dreary polemic, but it contained one line of thought of great importance for the future. Until October 1952, Stalin had to all appearances accepted Lenin's thesis that the way to world revolution must lead through wars seen as stresses in the disintegration of capitalist society. He clung to this article of faith long after the advent of the atom. BCNNB had made nonsense of it. But in his Economics of Socialism Stalin at last announced, in effect, that things had changed, that the Soviet Union was now so strong that with good luck and good judgment she could keep out of future wars, leaving the capitalist powers to destroy themselves in the struggle for dwindling world markets. By the time of the 19th Party Congresses, Stalin had already taken on the role of great thinker and was the author of a number of theoretical works. It all started a few years before the Congress, when he became involved in a polemic about linguistics. It was a very strange debate, and it was of absolutely no use to him whatsoever. He invited a Georgian scholar friend of his to dinner and for some reason started talking about linguistics with the man. Subsequently Stalin wrote his articles on linguistics in which he attacked this same Georgian friend of his. That's how Stalin's theoretical work started to appear during the last stage of his life. He struck out at economic problems, too. He organized a public debate and published his own theories. When Stalin began to dictate and publish installments 288 of his work on the economic problems of socialism just before his death, he made everyone read and study them. The whole party was supposed to sit down and pore over his pamphlet. Stalin went so far as to propose that the speakers at the 19th Party Congress address themselves to the theoretical questions he had raised. Malenkov doted at great length over Stalin's theories in his general report to the Congress. All the other speakers, with the exception of myself, did the same, but it wasn't because I was daring or clever or because I was critical of Stalin's writings that I omitted any mention of them in my speech. No, it was because at the 19th Party Congress I wasn't a regular speaker. I was supposed to make a report on the party statutes, and there was nothing in the party statutes that compelled me to mention Stalin's writings on linguistics and economics. Besides, Malenkov had given them more than enough attention in his general report. One fine summer day we were all gathered at Stalin's dacha. We sat down to a TJ-pickle Stalin-style dinner, long and painful. Suddenly Voroshilov launched into the strangest tirade. I couldn't imagine what had gotten into him. Koba. He said he often called Stalin by his nickname. You haven't read the paper this scholar so-and-so has sent around, have you? And then Voroshilov started calling this scholar all sorts of names, saying, look what a piece of scum, what a scoundrel he is. He writes such and such. You don't remember? You haven't read it? Stan said, no, I haven't read it. Voroshilov looked at the rest of us. We all said we hadn't read whatever he was talking about. Malenkov said he knew that some specialist in economics had written a book and requested that the Academy of Sciences organize a symposium based on his theories. I don't remember the scholar's name, but it sounded Ukrainian. He had gone on a rampage, writing letters to the Central Committee, demanding that we intervene and see that his work be given the attention he felt it deserved. Malenkov went on to explain that the scholar had also sent copies of his book around to 289. The Central Committee. Voroshilov renewed his stream of abuse against the author. This chiseler should be arrested, he should be arrested. Stalin supported Voroshilov. What a swine. Arrest him. A short time later Stalin gave us a fierce dressing down for carelessness in selecting people for our office staffs. He complained that secret documents were leaking out through our secretariats. He said there would have to be an investigation to find out who the culprit was. We all looked at him in bewilderment, wondering what he was driving at. Suddenly Stalin was coming straight for me. It's you, Khrushchev. The leak is through your secretariat. I said, Comrade Stalin, I'm certain that's not true. My assistants are all trustworthy. I have great confidence in them. They're honest party people. It's simply impossible that one of them would divulge secret information. That doesn't matter. Information has still been leaking out through someone in your secretariat. And Stalin started telling us that some position he had formulated in his work on economics coincided almost word for word with the formulation of the scholar whom Voroshilov had denounced. How did this man get hold of my work? He asked. How did he find out what I've written? He couldn't have overheard. This means he received the materials which I dictated and distributed to you. And now he's published this formulation as his own. As Stalin talked, he got angrier and angrier. Then I understood what had happened, or at least why he was blaming me. The scholar in question had a Ukrainian name. Stalin knew I had a number of Ukrainians in my secretariat, notably my assistant Shuisky, an irreproachably honest man. So Shuisky and the other Ukrainians on my staff had fallen under suspicion. Stalin thought they were the leak. I realized he was trying to stun an admission out of me. He often did this. He would look you in the eye, make an accusation, and watch to see if you would blink. The next morning, I went to the Moscow committee. 290. Office and summoned Shuisky. Do you know this scholar so and so? I asked him cannily. No, he said, I don't know him. And you've never heard of him? Asterisk. Yes, I've heard of him. Is he an acquaintance of yours? Asterisk. No, I've never met him. All right. Get me his file. Shuisky brought me the scholar's file. I familiarized myself with it and noted that even though he had a Ukrainian name, he was actually a Siberian. His grandfather had left Poltava province in the Ukraine and moved out to Siberia. The scholar himself had been a party member since 1918 or 1919, and had been through an important part of the struggle for socialism as a partisan fighter against the White Guardist Cossacks in Siberia during the Civil War. The next day I told Stalin, Comrade Stalin, you were asking me about this scholar. I got out his file. You know, he's not from the Ukraine at all. He wasn't even born in the Ukraine. His grandfather left the Ukraine, and he's a Siberian. I was trying to prove that my secretariat wasn't involved in the leak of information. Stalin looked at me fiercely and growled, hell. That was his way of apologizing for having accused me. Then he softened and said, so he's from Siberia, is he? Yes, he's a Siberian. And where won't you find people with Ukrainian names? They're spread out over the whole earth. There are many of them in the Far East, in Canada, and in other countries beyond the limits of our borders. So I had succeeded in deflecting the blow from myself, but Stalin didn't let the matter rest. He was still stung because his formulation coincided word for word with the formulation of this half-baked scholar, as he called him. No one was allowed to come up with the same ideas that Stalin came up with. Only Stalin was a genius. Everything new had to be said by him, and everyone else was supposed to repeat after him and to spread the new laws for the building of social 291ism which he had discovered and proclaimed. And now some Siberian nincompoop, unknown to anyone, had come along and written the same thing as Stalin. If Stalin had been objective, if he hadn't been so egotistical, if he'd been capable of analyzing his own theories self-critically, then it wouldn't have taken too much effort to see that the book of this half-baked party theoretician had been written considerably before Stalin started writing and publishing his own work. It was actually the Siberian scholar who could have said to Stalin, "You stole my formulation because you already had my paper." After all, it often happens that a relatively unknown man makes an important discovery. Every great man is a plain, average man before he takes the step which makes him great. But Stalin would never allow for this possibility. As long as he was alive, as long as he was the great leader, he had to have the first and last word in deciding theoretical questions. This episode ended with the Siberian scholars being hounded and eventually thrown out of the party, attacked in the press, disgraced, arrested, and put in jail. How could such a thing happen? The man had simply written a paper. Maybe it was bad, maybe even destructive. But he had sent it directly to the Central Committee. It was his own point of view. He was a party member of long standing and a veteran of the Civil War. Now people were branding him as a criminal. What for? They didn't know themselves. All they knew was that he had written a treatise on economics which displeased Stalin. If Voroshilov hadn't brought the matter up, this scholar would probably have persisted in calling everyone bureaucrats, and that would have been the end of it. As it was, he ended up in prison. After Stalin's death we released him. He complained to the Moscow committee about the way he had been treated and took out his indignation on me personally. Of course, he didn't know anything about my role in the case. He criticized me for not intervening on his behalf and for not appreciating his work. Perhaps his work did deserve recognition. In any case, it never 292 came to anything. The so-called scholars who had followed Stalin's lead in the affair, who had praised Stalin's writings and attacked the Siberian scholar, had no interest in changing their minds now that Stalin was dead. Possibly this man never received the recognition he deserved, but it's not for me to judge. Economics is a highly specialized subject. Let expert economists go back to his treatise, appraise it, analyze it, and put it on the bookshelf where it belongs. The incident about the leak of Stalin's economics writings did not end with the arrest of the Siberian scholar. After I'd convinced Stalin that the leak wasn't through my secretariat, he came to the conclusion that the leak must have been through Sergeevich. This was shocking because Sergeevich had worked for Stalin for many years. He was Stalin's faithful dog. How could anyone believe that Sergeevich had divulged official secrets? He couldn't have had sinister connections with anyone because everyone knew exactly who Sergeevich was and feared and avoided him. He wasn't a stupid man, but he had accumulated so much power that he had started putting on airs. He behaved haughtily with everyone and downright despicably with any member of the Presidium who had fallen out of Stalin's favor. He used to snarl viciously at Molotov and Mikoyan, for instance, when they fell from grace. Sergeevich could be unbearably offensive. He kept close to Stalin and found out before the rest of us who had fallen under the shadow of Stalin's suspicion or displeasure. Therefore anyone whom Sergeevich turned against was likely to be the next sacrificial victim. And now Sergeevich suddenly fell under Stalin's suspicion himself. Naturally Sergeevich had access to all the documents in question. He himself had written them down at Stalin's dictation. Stalin used to pace up and down while dictating. He couldn't stay seated when he was thinking. He dictated while walking around. He never used stenographers. He always dictated to Sergeevich, and then Sergeevich would read it back to him. If Sergeevich had written down some formulation incorrectly or if a more 293 concise wording occurred to Stalin, then Sergeevich would amend the manuscript. I want to give Stalin his due here. Right up to his very death, Stalin could express himself clearly and concisely. His formulations were short, comprehensible, and to the point. It was one of Stalin's great gifts. In this regard, Stalin was possessed of a tremendous power which can neither be denied nor debased. Everyone who knew Stalin admired this talent of his, and because of it we were proud to work with him. Stalin removed Sergeevich from his post and promoted someone else. Sergeevich was put on ice. I'm convinced that if Stalin had lived much longer, Sergeevich would undoubtedly have been arrested and eliminated as a traitor. Stalin's last word on the subject was, "I caught Sergeevich passing secret material." Nobody else could have done it. The leak of secret documents was through Sergeevich. It was he who broke secrecy. Some secrecy. What kind of secrecy is it when everything that Stalin said had been leaked had actually been published already? The 19th Party Congress. When he presided over the 19th Party Congress in October 1952, Stalin was an old, sick man with less than 5 months to live. Something of his mood in those days is conveyed by Khrushchev in this and the following sections of the chapter. Khrushchev also suggests, as he did in his secret speech, that Stalin was embarking on a new purge, which would have involved the liquidation of some of his closest colleagues, senior members of the old Politburo. But Khrushchev is content to suggest. Indeed, he ignores the real significance of a number of Stalin's actions. And he gives no indication at all of the personal struggle for influence and power between himself and Malenkov, which was becoming more deadly every day. Stalin, of course, dominated the Congress, even though he spoke for only 7 minutes. The 294. Two chief performers were Malenkov, who delivered the Central Committee General Report, and Khrushchev himself, who made a speech of equal importance on the reform of the party statutes. The two rivals were elevated above the heads of their seniors, and it seems likely that at this time Stalin was putting these two forward as joint successors and at the same time playing off against each other. For what Khrushchev does not mention is that each in his speech sniped viciously at the other, Malenkov attacking Khrushchev, though not by name, for his abortive agricultural reforms, Khrushchev similarly attacking Malenkov for corruption and demoralization within the party. In 1952 Stalin called us together and suggested that we should convene a party congress. He didn't need to persuade us. We all considered it incredible that there hadn't been a party congress for 13 years. Nor had there even been a Central Committee plenum for some time. The Central Committee hadn't met in either its policy-making or its consultative capacity for years. Registered in short, the party at large and the Central Committee in particular had been taking no part whatever in the collective leadership. Stalin did everything himself, bypassing the Central Committee and using the Politburo as little more than a rubber stamp. Stalin rarely bothered to ask the opinion of Politburo members about a given measure. He would just make a decision and issue a decree. At any rate, it was decided we would convene a party congress in October, 1952. For some time Stalin said nothing about the agenda or whom he wanted to speak. We were all trying to guess whether Stalin would take on the general report himself or whether he would assign it to someone else. And if he assigned it to someone else, who would it be? We figured that if he didn't make the report himself, it would mean he didn't feel up to it physically and was unable to stand for that long on the podium. Of course, he could always distribute copies of the address to the delegates and not bother to read it aloud at all. Finally, Stalin decided on the agenda for the Congress and announced that we would assign the general report to Malenkov. Stalin went on to say, "Let's give the report on the party statutes to Khrushchev and the report on the 5-year plan to Sergeevich." Sergeevich was chairman of the State Planning Commission. Registered as Stalin told us our assignments, they were recorded forthwith. We listened and received our instructions in silence. That's how the agenda for the 19th Party Congress came to be determined and accepted. I admit that when I was instructed to prepare the report on the party statutes, I became very nervous. Of course, The assignment was a great honor for me, but at the same time I knew that it was difficult to prepare a report on this particular subject that would be approved by the collective. I knew that when I submitted a draft of the report, I could expect the others to attack it, especially Beria, who would pull Malenkov along with him. And that's exactly what happened. Stalin never saw my report. He instructed Malenkov, Beria, myself, and someone else to look over all the reports. Beria insisted that mine was too long and that it be abbreviated. A great deal of material was cut out so that in the end my report took only about an hour to read. I don't think the substance suffered. It was shortened by taking out examples, and these were just literae frills for the sake of illustrating some statements. By padding my report with supporting examples, I had been imitating Zdanov to some degree. Zdanov had given a report on the party statutes at the 18th Party Congress, and he had used many examples in it. I don't know how necessary they were, but I figured that because that particular style of report had already been approved, I would follow it. You might ask why Stalin didn't assign the general report to Molotov or Mikoyan, both of whom held higher posts in the party than Malenkov, and who were well-known party figures. Some of us in the pre-war leadership had even considered Molotov as our future leader and Stalin's most likely successor, but after the war we put any such notions out of our heads. In the days before and after the 19th Party Congress, Stalin attacked Molotov and Mikoyan at every meeting. These two men were out of favor, and their lives were in danger. The Congress was convened, the reports were delivered, and the discussion started. The discussion periods were brief. The atmosphere in the party at that time was hardly conducive to debating the proposals made in the reports delivered by the leadership. As the Congress was drawing to a close, we discussed Saburov's report on the 5-year plan. It was the worst 5-year plan ever accepted by a party Congress. It was poorly conceived and poorly presented. Later, after Stalin's death, we were compelled to assume the responsibility for fulfilling it. Since the plan was an impossible one, we had no choice but to introduce some amendments. As a rule, it would be unthinkable to amend a document once it has been ratified by a party Congress, but this was a special case. It was obvious to us that this particular 5-year plan wasn't going anywhere. As I recall, in our search for some democratic way of amending the 5-year plan so that its goals would correspond with some semblance of reality, we even distributed the suggested amendments among the delegates. In short, we took the only rational course left open to us. At the end of the Congress, Stalin delivered his own speech. It lasted no more than 6 or 7 minutes. Everyone burst into joyous applause, shouting that he was a genius and so on and so forth. After Stalin left the podium and the Congress was adjourned, we all gathered in the Presidium lounge. Stalin said, "There, look at that. I can still do it. He could see you do it, my foot." He could stand on the podium for 6 or 7 minutes, and he considered it a great triumph. It was incredibly difficult for him to give a 6 or 7 minute speech, and he thought he was still strong enough to go on working. Stalin himself opened the first Central Committee plenum after the Congress and proposed the creation of a presidium of 25 members. He took some papers out of his pocket and read a list of names to us, the new membership. The proposal and the nominations were accepted without discussion. We were all too accustomed to such undemocratic procedures. When Stalin proposed something, there were no questions, no comments. A proposal from Stalin was a God-given command, and you don't haggle about what God tells you to do, you just offer thanks and obey. While Stalin was reading out the list of members, we all lowered our eyes and squirmed in our seats. 25 people. It would certainly be difficult to work in such a large collective. It would be difficult to decide operational questions. When the plenum session was over, we all exchanged glances. What had happened? Who had put this list together? Stalin himself couldn't possibly have known most of the people whom he had just appointed. He couldn't have put the list together himself. I confess that at first I thought Malenkov was behind the new presidium and wasn't telling the rest of us. Later I quizzed him about it in a friendly way. "Listen," I said, "I think that you had a hand in this. But I detect other minds at work here, too. There must have been some adjustments on Stalin's part, weren't there?" 298. Malenkov answered, "I swear I had absolutely nothing to do with the list. Stalin didn't even ask for my help, nor did I make any suggestions at all about the composition of the Presidium." Malenkov's denial made it even more mysterious. I couldn't imagine that Beria was involved because there were people on the list whom Beria would never have recommended to Stalin. But I asked him about it nevertheless. "Lavrenti, did you put Stalin up to this?" "No, at first I was sure it was Malenkov. But he swears he didn't have anything to do with it. Molotov and Mikoyan were out of the question. Bulganin didn't know anything about it either." We kept turning these thoughts over in our minds, trying to figure out who the man behind the scenes was. Naturally the author was Stalin himself, but who had helped him? Sergeevich was in charge of Stalin's personal secretariat, but he couldn't have put together the list without drawing from Malenkov's apparatus, and Malenkov would have found out. There were people in Malenkov's apparatus who had worked for him for many years, and they would have told him even if they had received secret instructions from Stalin. So we were stumped. The HST remained a puzzle. I now guess on the basis of certain indications that Stalin bypassed Malenkov altogether and made use of Kaganovich's assistance. Some of the names were little known in the party, and Stalin certainly had no idea who the people were. But Kaganovich knew them. He probably told Stalin about them, and that's how their names ended up on the list. You see what sort of leadership we had. Stalin J was supposedly running the Congress, putting together a new central committee, and creating a new presidium, but in fact he had very little idea of what he was doing. I remember exchanging knowing glances with Beria and Malenkov. The new presidium was too large to be workable, and the membership was too heterogeneous. The 25 people selected were of all different sorts, of different degrees of merit. They all enjoyed the confidence of the party and no. 299. Doubt were all worthy men. But many of them weren't prepared for a job of this importance. When Stalin read off the list of the new presidium members, I stood anxiously and wondered, would Molotov, Mikoyan, and Voroshilov be included? I doubted it. They were men whom Stalin had cast aside. The danger of being considered spies and accordingly declared enemies of the people hung over their heads. But no, they were included. I took this as a good sign. After Stalin proposed the 25 names, he said that because a group of that size would be cumbersome, we had to select a bureau from the Presidium membership. 22 Now, this was a non-statutory proposal. We had just adopted new party statutes at the 19th Party Congress, and we had made no provision for a Presidium Bureau. We were violating the statutes already. Stalin said the Bureau would meet more often than the full Presidium and would make decisions on all operational questions that might come up. He proposed a Bureau of 9 men and straightway appointed the staff, himself, Malenkov, Beria, Khrushchev, Voroshilov, Kaganovich, Saburov, Pervukhin 23 and Bulganin. Molotov and Mikoyan were left out, but Voroshilov was included. Voroshilov's inclusion was strange because Stalin had started having doubts about him long before Molotov and Mikoyan fell out of favor. I very much regretted that Molotov and Mikoyan weren't put on the bureau. I thought they should have been. Stalin made a speech at the plenum giving some very surprising and confused explanations of why Molotov and Mikoyan didn't deserve the confidence of the party. He said they appeared to be agents of certain Western governments. There was no logic in this, of course. If they were foreign agents and didn't deserve our confidence, then why were they being kept on the Central Committee and the Presidium? Be that as it may, Molotov and Mikoyan were in fact excluded from the ruling circle of the government. But I was glad to see that Voroshilov had been put on the bureau. I thought Stalin had finally realized that it was a mistake to consider Voroshilov an English spy and God knows what else. It all depended on Stalin's fertile imagination, who was an agent of what imperialistic country from one day to the next. After the 19th Party Congress and the creation of the large Presidium and the new Presidium Bureau at the plenum, our work continued according to the same pattern we had followed before all the supposed changes and improvements. Out of the 9 members in the Bureau, Stalin selected an inner circle of 5, according to his will and benevolence. It was considered a great honor to be invited to meet with Stalin. On the other hand, it was considered a bad omen if you were invited once but weren't invited back. The usual 5 were Stalin himself, Malenkov, Beria, Bulganin, and Khrushchev. He rarely invited Kaganovich and Voroshilov and absolutely never invited Molotov or Mikoyan. In actual fact, the Presidium was never convened. The Bureau decided questions, and the Bureau usually meant the inner circle of 5. All decisions were made by the same methods which Stalin had put into practice after 1939. Before the 18th Party Congress, the Politburo had preserved more or less democratic methods. But 301. Gradually democracy had been giving way to autocracy. Stalin had been barking orders and stifling discussion ever since the annihilation of the basic staff of the Central Committee, which had been elected at the 17th Party Congress, the old men, as we called them, who had been through the struggle for the creation of our party since before the revolution. So much for collective leadership. The doctors' plot. The arrest of the Kremlin doctors in January, 1953, on charges of poisoning Andrei Zhdanov and other Soviet luminaries was a preliminary move in what was to have been Stalin's last purge, one designed to get rid of some of his closest colleagues, Beria above all, but probably Molotov and Mikoyan, too. Khrushchev tells us one thing new about what came to be known as the doctor's plot. The case had already been prefabricated at some time before the 19th Party Congress in October, 1952, otherwise Khrushchev would not have known that the doctor who was treating his own illness during the Congress was about to be charged. Unless he is muddled in his chronology, this leaves a particularly nasty taste. Indeed, Khrushchev's role in this whole sinister affair is suspect. SD Ignatieff, a man very close to Khrushchev, had replaced Beria's supporter, Abakumov, as Minister of State Security. In 1952 he was actively engaged in a savage purge of Beria's men in the security services, and heart condition or no heart condition, it was his task to fabricate the evidence against the doctors and beat confessions out of them. When the affair was re-examined after Stalin's death, it was none other than Beria who publicly denounced the frame-up, alleging Ignatieff's responsibility. Soon after that, Beria himself was arrested and shot, along 302 Khrushchev remembers with his chief associates, Ahakumov included. Ignatieff, who according to Khrushchev had been on the brink of death in 1952, recovered suggestionally to emerge as a member of Khrushchev's own party secretariat. Khrushchev's sketchy version of this story diverts attention away from the larger implications of the affair and from the truth, which is still obscure in detail. He treats it as an example of Stalin's ruistiness in attacking such innocents as doctors. The unfortunate doctors, most of whom were Jews, were no more than pawns in a major operation directed against some of Khrushchev's colleagues, an operation which was also intended to involve Soviet Jewry in a wholesale pogrom. One day Stalin called us to the Kremlin and read us a letter from a woman doctor named Timashuk. She claimed that Zhdanov died because the doctors on the case purposely administered improper treatment to him, treatment intended to lead to his death. Naturally, if this had been true, it would have been the most outrageous villainy. For doctors to destroy life rather than save it is the worst sort of crime against nature. If Stalin had been a normal person, he wouldn't have given Timashuk's letter a second thought. A few such letters always turn up from people who are psychologically unbalanced or who are scheming to get rid of their enemies. But Stalin was more than receptive to this sort of literature. In fact, I believe this woman Timashuk was herself a product of Stalinist policies. Stalin had instilled in the consciousness of us all the suspicion that we were surrounded by enemies and that we should try to find an unexposed traitor or saboteur in everyone. Stalin called this vigilance and used to say that if a report was 10% true, we should regard the entire report as fact. But how could you find even 10% truth in a letter like Timashuk's? Stalin's version of vigilance turned our world into an insane asylum in which everyone was encouraged to search for non-existent facts about everyone else. Son was turned against father, father against son, and 303. Comrade against comrade. This was called the class approach. I realize that the class struggle cannot help but divide families and divide them unmercifully. The class struggle defines the position of every member of a family. I welcome the unrelenting combat of the class struggle. It's necessary for the building of socialism and the attainment of a better future. The class war isn't a festive parade, but a bloody, tortuous battle. I know this. I myself have been a participant in the class struggle. I came to understand the class approach during the Civil War, when I joined the bloody struggle waged by the Red Army against the shattered bands of Makhnovites, Grigorievites, Antonovites, and remnants of other white units that were still at large. The Northern Caucasus was literally swarming with bandits. I myself took part in the assembly to organize the struggle against them. Once, a group of us was photographed with Furmanov, the chief of the political directorate. My comrade in arms in the Army Political Affairs Department, Vera Shutskina, sent me a copy of this picture. She's now a pensioner. I'm glad she's alive and well. I don't know how the cup passed from her when the Stalinist butchery was going on. Anyway, even back when the struggle was underway against the White Cossack bands in the Northern Caucasus, Lenin, in his foresight, showed great restraint and humanity. He did everything he could not to harm those who were innocent, and when he saw that someone was guilty, he did everything he could to rehabilitate him rather than punish him. Even if a man had slipped up, Lenin would strive to support him and to re-establish him on positive positions, first, by neutralizing the man's negative traits and then by gradually re-enlisting him into the active struggle for the building of a new socialist life. But we left the Leninist stage behind. We moved into the Stalinist stage, and the irrational policies of a sick man, terrorized us all. Getting back to Thnashik's letter, I should mention that Zdanov had been treated by Kremlin physicians. These doctors could only have been the best and most trusted of their profession. Only men well known and 304. Much respected in the Soviet medical world had been enlisted to work in the Kremlin hospital. But they were arrested and thrown in jail like common criminals. Before his death, Zdanov had been in poor health for some time. I don't know what he was suffering from, but one of his ailments was that he had lost his willpower and wasn't able to control himself when it came to drinking. He was pitiful to watch. I even remember that in the last days of Zdanov's life, Stalin used to shout at him to stop drinking. This was an astounding thing because Stalin usually encouraged people to get drunk. But he compelled Zdanov to drink fruit water and suffer while the rest of us were drinking wine or something stronger. And it's easy to imagine that if Stalin held him back like this, Zdanov would go completely out of control at home. This same vice killed Shcherbakov, and it certainly hastened Zdanov's death to a considerable degree. By no means am I putting Shcherbakov and Zdanov on the same level. Since Stalin's death I've realized that our intelligentsia harbors a deep-seated resentment against Zdanov for his role in closing the Leningrad journals. But it should be remembered that Zdanov was only discharging Stalin's orders. I think Stalin's cultural policies, especially the cultural policies imposed on Leningrad through Zdanov, were cruel and senseless. You can't regulate the development of literature, art, and culture with a stick or by barking orders. You can't lay down a furrow and then harness all your artists to make sure they don't deviate from the straight and narrow. If you try to control your artists too tightly, there will be no clashing of opinions, consequently no criticism, and consequently no truth. There will be just a gloomy stereotype, boring and useless. Not only will the stereotype fail to encourage the people to benefit from their art, it will poison and kill their relationship to art. Anyway, the doctors connected with Zdanov's case were arrested. Among them was V. N. Vinogradov. He had once treated Stalin, which was a rare distinction because Stalin almost never let doctors treat him. But Stalin didn't spare Vinogradov. He had him arrested and beaten. I got to know Vinogradov after he was released. He was brought in more than once to consult on my own health. They also arrested V.K. Vasilenko, a reputable physician and professor. I didn't know him very well personally, but I had heard many good things about him from Sergeevich, whom I respected very much. I knew Sergeevich from Kiev. He was a leading light not only in the Soviet medical world but abroad as well. When the war ended, Sergeevich asked me to take Vasilenko out of the army so that he could work in the clinic which Sergeevich directed. Vasilenko is my pupil, Sergeevich had said, and I would like him to take over from me so that the clinic will be sure to pass into reliable hands. Sergeevich had founded his clinic before the revolution, and it had an excellent reputation. Vasilenko was in China when the arrests started. He was called home, and the minute he stepped across the Soviet border he was thrown in chains. I remember after I made my report on the party statutes to the 19th Party Congress, I fell ill. I couldn't leave home when my report was being discussed at the Congress. I had to stay in bed for a few days. An elderly doctor came to examine me. While he was listening to my heart, he put his ear against my chest. I was touched by his thoughtfulness and his care. I felt terrible at that moment, but not because I was sick. I was tormented because I had already read the testimony against this old doctor, whose concern for my health I found so touching, and I knew that no matter what I said Stalin wouldn't spare him. After Vinogradov, Vasilenko, and the others had been arrested, Stalin circulated and published copies of Timashuk's letter with his own postscript, in which he invoked the anger of the masses against the doctors who had committed such villainy by doing away with Zdanov. More letters started pouring in branding the doctors as traitors. These letters reflected the opinion of people who believed that if Stalin had released such a document, the crime must have already been proved, and they were revolted that such a thing could have happened. Konak himself, a sick man at the time, sent a long letter to Stalin LQ which he claimed that he, too, was being poisoned with the same medicines which had allegedly been used to do in Zdanov. Konak's letter compounded the travesty. Apparently all the members of the Presidium sensed the lack of substance in Konak's accusation, but we never discussed it openly because, once Stalin had made up his mind and started to deal with the problem, there wasn't anything to do. When we got together and exchanged opinions in private, we admitted we were indignant about Konak's letter. Since the people accused of Zdanov's murder were behind bars, the letter widened the circle of suspects and fanned Stalin's distrust of doctors in general. The interrogations began. I heard myself how Stalin talked to S.D. Ignatieff, who was then Minister of State Security. I knew Ignatieff personally, and I knew he was a very sick man. He had had a near-fatal heart attack. He was mild, considerate, and well-liked. We all knew what sort of physical condition he was in. Stalin used to berate him viciously over the phone in our presence. Stalin was crazy with rage, yelling at Ignatieff and threatening him, demanding that he throw the doctors in chains, beat them to a pulp, and grind them MTO powder. It was no surprise when almost all the doctors confessed to their crimes. I can't blame them for slandering themselves. Too many people have passed before me, different sorts of people, honest men and traitors, men of the revolution and saboteurs, all of whom confessed. For example, take Merezkov. He's now nearing the end of his life. He walks about crippled, almost bent in two. He admitted he was an English spy. The Kremlin doctors landed in this same situation, and they, too, confessed. That's how the so-called doctors' plot arose. It was a shameful business. After the crushing of the enemy in World War II, after our own Soviet intelligentsia had come into its own and achieved world stature, suddenly our intelligentsia, or at least the doctors in its midst, was subject to Stalin's suspicion. The doctor's case was a cruel and contemptible thing. Back in 1902 there were cholera riots in Makayevka, during which the doctors in the area were beaten unmercifully. Then I remember early in my youth, around 1910, there was a cholera epidemic throughout the Donbass. Many miners were dying at the mines where my father and I worked. When the miners got sick they were taken off to the cholera barracks from which no one returned. A rumor started to circulate among the miners that the doctors were poisoning the patients. Witnesses were found who claimed they had seen someone throw powder into the well. I heard all kinds of absurdities like that. And now, in our own time, these same dark powers were rearing their heads again, and the persecution of intellectuals and doctors came back out into the open. Svetlanka. Khrushchev's impressions of Stalin's daughter, her relationship with her father, and their home life may he compared with the record in Svetlana Allelyuyeva's own 2 hooks, 20 letters to a friend and only 1 year. There are small discrepancies, but in general, Svetlana herself confirms Khrushchev's account, which shows him at his best and Stalin at his very remarkable worst. The chronology, as always, is a little vague, but Svetlana's story hears out Khrushchev's account of Mikoyan's intervention on her behalf and Khrushchev's own benevolent attitude. Unfortunately, Khrushchev was deposed at what, for Svetlana and Brzezinski, was the critical moment. It was left for Kosygin and Suslov, in person, to forbid her to marry and then to forbid her to take Brzezinski to India to die. When he did die and she was at last allowed to take his ashes back to India, the authorities tried to rush her home. Benediktov, then the Soviet ambassador to India, whom Khrushchev calls straight-laced, was merely frightened. He had been Minister of Agriculture at one time, and then was demoted by Khrushchev Hirvzov. Khrushchev's comments on what Soviet citizens may naturally expect when they are summoned back to Moscow are sufficiently revealing. Stalin's character was brutier, and his temper was harsh, but his brutishness didn't always imply malice toward people to whom he acted so rudely. His was a sort of inborn brutishness. He was coarse and abusive with everyone. I often experienced his rudeness myself. Stalin liked me. If he hadn't uked me or if he had felt the slightest suspicion toward me, he could have gotten rid of me any time he pleased in the same way he got rid of so many people who were undesirable to him. More than once, after being rude or spiteful to me, he would express his goodwill. But God forbid that there should have been any kind of apology. No. Apologies were alien to his very nature. There is a story that gives a clearer idea of how Stalin allowed himself to insult and abuse those closest to him. It happened in the last year of his life. Stalin had invited us all to the nearby dacha to celebrate the new year with him. We were all in a state of great elation. A new year. We could count to our credit one more year of victories and successes. There were tables spread with hors d'oeuvres. We had a huge dinner and a great deal to drink. Stalin was in high spirits and was therefore drinking a lot himself and urging everyone else to do the same. A considerable quantity of wine was consumed. Stalin went over to the record player and put on some records of Russian and Georgian folk music. We all listened and started singing along with the records. Then he put on some dance music, and we started to dance. There was one acknowledged dancer among us, Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan. All the steps he did were based on the Lezginka. Then Voroshilov started dancing, and we all joined in. When I dance, I don't move my feet. I dance like a cow on the ice. But I joined in nonetheless. So did Kaganovich. He was a dancer of not much higher class than myself. Bulganin apparently had done some dancing in his youth. He was trying to stomp out something vaguely Russian in rhythm. Stalin danced, too. He shuffled around with his arms spread out. It was evident that he had never danced before. I would say that the general mood of the party was good. Then Svetlanka appeared. I don't know if she'd been summoned or if she came on her own. She found herself in the middle of a flock of people older than she, to put it mildly. As soon as this sober young woman arrived, Stalin made her dance. I could see she was tired. She hardly moved while dancing. She danced for a short time and tried to stop, but her father still insisted. She went over and stood next to the record player, leaning her shoulder against the wall. Stalin came over to her, and I joined them. We stood there together. Stalin was lurching about. He said, "Well, go on, Svetlanka, dance. You're the hostess, so dance." She said, "I've already danced. Papa, I'm tired." With that, Stalin grabbed her by the forelock of her hair with his fist and pulled. I could see her face turning red and tears welling up in her eyes. I felt so sorry for Svetlanka. He pulled harder and dragged her back onto the dance floor. Here you have a father's expression of tenderness for his daughter. No doubt Stalin loved Svetlanka very much. He loved Vasia, too, but he was critical of Vasia's drinking and general lack of discipline. Svetlanka, on the other hand, was a good student. Her behavior as a little girl was always excellent. I never heard anything bad about her. Stalin was very proud and fond of her. Yet look how he showed his fatherly feelings toward his daughter. He behaved so brutishly not because he wanted to cause Svetlanka pain. No, his behavior toward her was really an expression of affection, but in a perverse, brutish form which was peculiar to him. As I've said, I had held Svetlanka's mother, Nadezhda Alelueva, in high esteem. She was very different from Stalin. I had always liked her for her modesty. Vasia was a good boy, clever but headstrong. In his early youth he started to drink heavily. He was an undisciplined student and brought Stalin much grief. I think Stalin used to whip him regularly and assigned Chekists to keep Vasia under surveillance. Svetlanka was different. As a little girl she would be running around the house whenever we were there. Stalin always called her the hostess, and we started calling her the hostess, too. She was always dressed smartly in a little Ukrainian skirt and an embroidered blouse. She looked just a dressed-up doll, but at the same time very much like her mother with her auburn hair and tiny freckles. The hostess grew up before our eyes. I remember that whenever we came by, Stalin would say, "Well, hostess, entertain the guests," and she would run out into the kitchen. Stalin 311 explained, "Whenever she gets angry with me, she always says, 'I'm going out to the kitchen and complain about you to the cook.' I always plead with her, 'Spare me. If you complain to the cook, it will be all over with me.' Then Svetlanka would say firmly that she would tell on her papa if he ever did anything wrong again." Stalin had an older son Yasha by his first wife, a Georgian woman. Yasha was an engineer. I never knew him. When I started to see Stalin at home, Yasha was there only rarely. He lived in a separate house with his wife and baby daughter. The few times he did come to Stalin's family dinners, he always came alone. He never brought his wife and daughter along. Then Nadia committed suicide. She died under mysterious circumstances. However she died, it was because of something Stalin did, and Svetlanka must have known that. There was even a rumor that Stalin shot Nadia. According to another version, which is more plausible to me, Nadia shot herself because of an insult hurled at her honor as a woman. Certainly Svetlanka knew something about the way her mother died, and she suffered very much. After Nadia's death, Vasia and Svetlanka were always around whenever we came by to see Stalin at his apartment. I grew accustomed to seeing Svetlanka. I was very attached to her. I felt like a parent toward her. I felt a certain human pity for her, as I would feel for an orphan. Stalin himself was brutish and unattentive. He never showed any parental tenderness. When he wasn't being downright abusive toward her, he was cold and unfeeling. Ever wherever he went he left a trace of disagreeableness in his relations with others. He had a bully's personality. Svetlanka's relations with her father were complicated. He loved her, but he used to express these feelings of love in a beastly way. His was the tenderness of a cat for a mouse. He broke the heart first of a child, then of a young girl, then of a woman and mother. It all resulted in Svetlanka's gradual psychic breakdown. Stalin always went on holidays alone. He never took his children with him. Even animals like their mothers to coddle. 312. Them in the sunshine. All creatures need affection, and a human being who is deprived of affection becomes psychologically stratified. This is what happened to Svetlanka. I don't know what sort of people brought Svetlanka up. I remember seeing a young, beautiful Georgian woman around. Somebody said she was Svetlanka's tutor. I don't know what kind of tutor she was or where she came from. There was a rumor that she was planted by Beria, and that she was there for Beria's benefit, not Svetlanka's. One day she just disappeared. Svetlanka married a man named Morozov. His name was Russian, but he was a Jew. They lived some time together. Stalin barely tolerated him. I never saw Morozov invited anywhere by Stalin. After Svetlanka's first son was born, I don't think Stalin ever saw him. This, too, distressed Svetlanka very much. Then suddenly, after the war, Stalin was seized by a fit of anti-Semitism. Svetlanka and Morozov were divorced. He is a bright man. I'm told that he's now a good economist and that he has a doctorate and a teaching degree in economics. In short, he's a fine, upstanding Soviet citizen. When Stalin told Svetlanka to divorce her husband, he apparently said something about it to Malenkov. Malenkov's daughter, a very good girl named Valya, had married the son of Malenkov's friend Shamberg, who had worked for years in Malenkov's apparatus. Then one day Malenkov's wife, Valeria Alexeyevna Malenkova, a bright woman for whom I had great respect, told me that Valya had divorced young Shamberg and married someone else, an architect. I won't try to compare the two men. That's Valya's business. I think her second husband is a good fellow, too. Buletin. I couldn't understand why she would throw out son of her father's friend Shamberg. It was very upsetting to me at the time. Malenkov wasn't an anti-Semite, and he never told me for sure that Stalin had spoken to him disapprovingly about his daughter being married to a Jew. But I'm sure that even if Stalin didn't once say anything to Malenkov directly, Malenkov heard from others that Stalin had ordered Svetlanka to divorce her husband because he was a Jew, and no doubt Malenkov figured that he had better do the same with his daughter. The episode was another manifestation of that same debasing, disgraceful anti-Semitism I've already talked about. I'm not ascribing this sentiment to Malenkov. On his part, it was just a lackey's servility to his master. Stalin had made his daughter divorce a Jew, so Malenkov had to do it, too. Generally speaking, I considered Malenkov a normal, healthy human being, uncontaminated by this vile disease. Then Svetlanka married a second time. It was Stalin who wanted her to marry Zdanov's son Yuri. He's now the rector of Rostov University. I've always liked him, and I still do. He's a bright, well-educated, sensible fellow. Stalin hked him, too, but Svetlanka did not. After Stalin's death they were divorced. I was very sorry about the whole thing. I've never liked to listen to people gossip about Svetlanka's bad behavior and her infidelity to her husbands. She lived for a long time in loneliness, without a husband. This was unnatural. She had 2 children, a boy by her first husband and a little girl by young Zdanov. The revelations about her father's abuses of power were another severe shock for her. Later, Mikoyan told me that Svetlanka had come to ask his advice. She wanted to marry an Indian journalist. She told Mikoyan she loved this man. He was older than she, but she had known him for a long time and he was a decent man, a communist. Mikoyan said, "She asked me to find out what your attitude is." I was surprised that she would ask my opinion. As far as I was concerned, it was her own business. I told Mikoyan, if she considers him a worthy person, then let her marry him. It's her choice. Whatever she decides, we won't interfere. The fact that he's not a citizen of the Soviet Union shouldn't be an obstacle if she really is fond of him. Let her decide for herself. So she married him. I was satisfied. I wanted her simply to be able to lead her own life. Then came the last straw, the death and funeral of her third husband. I talk of Svetlanka at such length partly because 314. She's now very unfortunate. When I found out that she had gone to bury her husband in his homeland and that she wouldn't return, I wanted to believe it was just the latest slanderous hoax concocted by bourgeoisie HSDS. I refused to believe it for a few days, but then I received indisputable confirmation. I can't understand how she decided to take this step. She abandoned her homeland and her children. She gave the enemies of the Soviet way of life something to gossip about, and she allowed her name, the name of Stalin's daughter, to be exploited by the enemies of socialism to the disservice of our country. It was an unforgivable thing for a Soviet citizen to do. Nonetheless, I still feel very sorry for her. When I think of her and her misfortune, I recall those lines by Nekrasov, "Happy face, the sight of the clearing brings tears to her eyes, she remembers the birches that flourished there." The very thought of Svetlanka brings tears to my eyes. It saddens me that she has come to this end. From the very beginning of her life her fate was very complex, and things were never easy for her. None of this excuses what she's done, but still, it makes me more sad than angry when I think about her. I haven't read her book, but I've heard excerpts from it over the radio. The West is broadcasting those passages which serve its purposes. Perhaps the parts I heard weren't characteristic of the book as a whole, but what was broadcast sounded, at the very least, strange. It sounded as though it were written as a result of a mental or emotional breakdown of some kind. For instance, she writes in her book that she used to cross herself and that she was very religious. I don't think that she was ever really religious. There's something odd and even sick about her book. I can't reconcile myself to it. How could a Soviet citizen who grew up in our society write this kind of stuff? For her to run away to the West was terribly wrong. 27 N.A. Nekrasov was a 19th century poet, the lines are from his poem Sasha. 315. It can't be justified. But there's another side to the whole case. She did something stupid, but Svetlanka was dealt with stupidly, too stupidly and rudely. Apparently, after her husband's funeral she went to our embassy in New Delhi. Benediktov was our ambassador there. I knew him. He's a very straight-laced person. Svetlanka said she wanted to stay in India for a few months, but Benediktov advised her to return immediately to the Soviet Union. This was stupid on his part. When a Soviet ambassador recommends that a citizen of the Soviet Union return home immediately, it makes the person suspicious. Svetlanka was particularly familiar with our habits in this regard. She knew it meant she wasn't trusted. It didn't mean they were concerned for her weak air. It meant distrust, political distrust, and it could have meant a bad end for her. This was an offensive, humiliating tactic, which would throw even a stable person off balance, and Svetlanka wasn't a stable person. Her instability is evident from the contents of her book. She broke down and turned to foreign powers for help. Her defection was partly the fault of people who used police measures instead of showing tact and respect to a citizen of our Soviet homeland. What do I think should have been done? I'm convinced that if she had been treated differently, the regrettable episode would never have happened. When Svetlanka came to the embassy and said that she had to stay in India for 2 or 3 months, they should have told her, "Svetlana Luzafovna, why only 3 months? Get a visa for a year or 2 or even 3 years. You can get a visa and live here. Then, whenever you're ready, you can go back to the Soviet Union." If she had been given freedom of choice, her morale would have been boosted. They should have showed her that she was trusted. I'm convinced that if they had dealt with her in that way, and even if she had already written her book, either she would have not published it at all or else she would have rewritten it. but they treated her in such a way as to show her she was under suspicion. She's a clever woman and understood this, so she went to the American embassy. 316. Door. That's how she got to Switzerland and from there to America. She severed her ties with her homeland. Forever. She parted with her children, her son and her daughter and her friends. She lost everything she had TQ. And thus ended her life as a Soviet citizen. It is very, very sad. I feel so sorry for Svetlanka. I ICAU her that automatically, even though she's been, Svetlana Luzefovna, and not Svetlanka, for many years. And what if we had acted the way I think we should have and Svetlanka still hadn't returned home from India? Well, that would have been too bad, but no worse than what happened. As it was, even under the existing system of issuing visas, she didn't come back. What has happened to Svetlanka grieves me very much, but I still think that everything has not yet been lost. She can still return. Her thoughts about returning to her children might grow stronger. She should be given another chance. She should know that if she wants to come back she's welcome, and that the weakness she showed when she left and went to America won't be held against her. I don't excuse Svetlanka for what she did, but neither do I excuse those people who, instead of giving her a helping hand to find the proper course, pushed her into taking this improper, unjustifiable, and irrational step when she threw herself into the mire of émigré life. Feasts and holidays with Stalin. Of this chapter there is little that need be said. It offers a vivid and horrifying picture of the dictator in decline and of the sycophancy, the self-seeking duplicity of his entourage, Khrushchev included. For it should be remembered that Khrushchev was now engaged in a deadly struggle with Malenkov and was contriving to ingratiate himself with Stalin to very considerable effect. Anyone who doubts the essential truth of this picture should read Conversations with Stalin by the Yugoslav Rehel Milovan Djilas. Here Stalin is. 317. Shown by Djilas among his marshals and closest colleagues as early as 1947. An ungainly dwarf of a man passed through gilded and marbled imperial halls, and a path opened before him, radiant, admiring glances followed him, while the ears of the courtiers strained to catch every word. And he, sure of himself and his works, obviously paid no attention to all this. His country was in ruins, hungry and exhausted. But his armies and his marshals, heavy with fat and drunk with vodka and victory, had already trampled half of Europe underfoot, and he was convinced that they would trample over the other half in the next round. He knew that he was the most cruel and despotic figure in history. But this did not worry him a bit, for he was convinced that he was carrying out the will of history. The descriptions by Djilas of Stalin's way of doing business tally closely with Khrushchev's. In 1947 Stalin was still strong and overwhelmingly confident. Khrushchev shows him also in his last phase the degeneration of this Attila figure into a broken and paranoid old man, scheming to destroy his closest colleagues before they destroyed him, afraid of the food from his own kitchens, but still striking terror into the hearts of all around him. The colleagues, Khrushchev among them, thought it was the most natural thing in the world to lie low and never to speak up in the face of the iniquity of the moment. Those last years with Stalin were hard times. The government virtually ceased to function. Stalin selected a small group which he kept close to him at all times, and then there was always another group of people whom he didn't invite for an indefinite period in order to punish them. Any one of us could find himself in one group one day and in the other group the next. After the 19th Party Congress, STAHN created among the new Presidium members some wide-ranging commissions to look into various matters. In practice these commissions turned out to be completely ineffectual because everyone was left to his own devices. There was no guidance. There was nothing. 318. Assigned for the commissions to look into, so they made up their own assignments. Everyone in the orchestra was playing on his own instrument and every time he felt like it, and there was no direction from the conductor. We usually got together for bureau meetings in the following way: there were no official sessions as such. When Stalin was coming into town from the nearby dacha, where he was living then, he would call us together through the Central Committee Secretariat. We would meet either in his study at the Kremlin or, more often, in the Kremlin movie theater. We would watch movies and talk about various matters between reels. Stalin would get up from an afternoon nap around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening and drive to the Kremlin. We would meet him there. He used to select the movies himself. The films were usually what you might call captured trophies. We got them from the West. Many of them were American pictures. He liked cowboy movies especially. He used to curse them and give them the proper ideological evaluation but then immediately order new ones. The films didn't have subtitles, so the Minister of Cinematography, I.I. Bolshakov, would translate them out loud. He would translate from all languages. Actually, he didn't know any of these languages. He had been told the plot in advance. He would take pains to memorize it and then would translate the movie. We often joked about his translations, Beria especially. In many of the scenes, Bolshakov would simply get the plot wrong, or else he would just explain what anyone could see was happening on the screen. Now he's leaving the room. Now he's walking across the street. Beria would then chime in and give Bolshakov some help. Look. He's started running. Now he's running. Stalin never went to the movies anywhere but in the Kremlin theater, which was equipped with a projector outdated even at that time. The hall is no longer used for a movie theater. We used to watch all kinds of movies there, German, English, French, American, and from other countries, too. The film archive was huge. On the whole, we didn't like these films very much. I remember once we saw a gloomy, unpleasant, 319 historical movie. It was set in England. Some treasure had to be transported from India to London, and there were Spanish pirates all along the way who were raiding English ships and murdering their crews. When it came time to transport the treasure, the English remembered a pirate captain who was in one of their jails. He was a very crafty pirate, a ruffian and a daredevil. The Englishman decided to ask him if he would do the job for them. The pirate captain said he would, but only if he were allowed to choose his own crew from the other pirates who were in jail with him. The English agreed. They gave him a ship and he headed for India, where he picked up the treasure. On the way back he started to get rid of his pirate crewmen one by one. This was his system. In his cabin he would put up a picture of the next friend he intended to eliminate, just to remind himself. After he had eliminated that person and thrown him overboard, he would put up a picture of his next victim. I think in the end the pirate captain was eliminated himself. They say it was a true story. As we watched the movie and saw the treachery of this captain, we were reminded of how people working around Stalin often disappeared. We were haunted by the thought, weren't the enemies of the people being killed off in just this way? As a rule, when a movie ended, Stalin would suggest, well, let's go get something to eat, why don't we? The rest of us weren't hungry. By now it was usually 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. It was time to go to bed, and the next day we had to go to work. But Stalin didn't have to work in the morning, and he didn't think about us. Everyone would say, yes, he was hungry, too. This lie about being hungry was like a reflex. We would all get into our cars and drive out to the nearby dacha. Beria and Malenkov would usually get in Stalin's car, and the rest of us were distributed according to choice. I usually rode in a car with Bulganin. Our caravan used to make detours into side streets from the Kremlin to the Moscow River. I often asked those who rode with Stalin, why did you make detours off the main road? They answered, don't ask us. We didn't decide the 320 route. Stalin himself chose the streets we would take. Apparently Stalin had a street plan of Moscow and marked out a different route every time. He didn't even tell his bodyguard in advance what route he would take. You don't have to be too clever to guess that he was taking measures to deceive any enemies who might have had designs on his life. As for the Kremlin itself, no one was allowed into it in those days. The building where the theater was located was closed off to everyone except those who came with Stalin. Every time we got to the nearby dacha, we used to whisper among ourselves about how there were more locks than the time before. All sorts of bolts were attached to the gate, and a barricade had been set up. In addition, there were 2 walls around the dacha, and between the walls there were watchdogs. An electric alarm system and all sorts of other security devices were installed. In a way, this was all quite proper. Holding the position he did, Stalin was a very tempting target for any enemy of the Soviet regime. This was nothing to joke about, and the precautions he took seemed to make sense, although it would have been dangerous for any of us to have tried to imitate him. When we got to the dacha, the session continued, if you can call it a session. This system of work, if you can call it work, continued from after the war until Stalin's death. Neither the Central Committee, nor the Politburo, nor the Presidium Bureau worked regularly. But Stalin's regular sessions with his inner circle went along like clockwork. If he didn't summon us for 2 or 3 days, we would think something had happened to him, that he'd gotten sick. He suffered terribly from loneliness. He needed people around him all the time. When he woke up in the morning, he would immediately summon us, either inviting us to the movies or starting some conversation which could have been finished in 2 minutes but was stretched out so that we would stay with him longer. This was an empty pastime for us. It's true that sometimes state and party questions were decided, but we spent only a fraction of our time on 321. Those. The main thing was to occupy Stalin's time so he wouldn't suffer from loneliness. He was depressed by loneliness and he feared it. He had a deep fear of more than just loneliness and being ambushed by his enemies on the road to the dacha. Whenever we had dinner with him, Stalin wouldn't touch a single dish or hors d'oeuvre or bottle until someone else had tested it. This shows that he had gone off the deep end. He didn't even trust the people serving him, people who had served him for years and who were undoubtedly loyal to him. He didn't trust anyone at all. When we went for dinner at Stalin's, we always had his favorite dishes, and the cooks prepared them very well. They were delicious. But we had to eat according to the following routine. Let's say Stalin wanted something to eat, everyone was assigned a dish which he was supposed to try before Stalin would taste it. Look, here are the giblets, Nikita. Have you tried them yet? Oh, I forgot. I could see he would like to take some himself but was afraid. I would try them and only then would he start to eat them himself. Then he would say, look. Here's some herring. He liked it very much. He was always served his herring unsalted and everyone else salted theirs to taste. I would taste Stan's, and then he would have some. And so it was with every dish. Every dish had its own appointed taster who would find out if it was poisoned or not. Beria was the only one of us who didn't have to be a taster at Stalin's table. He was exempt because he never ate the same dishes the rest of us were served. Even when having dinner with Stalin, Beria always had his own meal brought over from his dacha. Stalin's old retainer Matriana Petrovna used to serve Beria and say in her thick nasal voice, well, comrade Beria, here's your grass. We all used to get a big laugh out of that. Beria really did eat greens, just as they do in Central Asia, and sometimes he stuffed them into his mouth with his fingers. Every now and then he used a fork, but usually he ate with his fingers. 322. These dinners were frightful. We would get home from them early in the morning, just in time for breakfast, and then we'd have to go to work. During the day I usually tried to take a nap in my lunch hour because there was always a risk that if you didn't take a nap and Stalin invited you for dinner, you might get sleepy at the table, and those who got sleepy at Stalin's table could come to a bad end. There were often serious drinking bouts, too. I remember Beria, Malenkov, and Mikoyan had to ask the waitresses to pour them colored water instead of wine because they couldn't keep up with Stalin's drinking. There had been excessive drinking at Stalin's table ever since before the war. Prior to their deaths, Shcherbakov and Zdanov had been two of the worst offenders in this vile activity and two of its first casualties as well. Once, Shcherbakov even went so far as to expose Beria, Malenkov, and Mikoyan's arrangement with the waitresses to be served colored water instead of wine. When Stalin realized he had been deceived, he fumed with anger and raised a terrible uproar. We were all disgusted with Shcherbakov, but of course we couldn't say anything about it. Shcherbakov ended up drinking himself to death, and he drank not so much because he had a craving for alcohol, but simply because it pleased Stahn when the people around him drank themselves under the table. To put it more generally, I'd say that Stalin found it entertaining to watch the people around him get themselves into embarrassing and even disgraceful situations. For some reason he found the humiliation of others very amusing. I remember once Stalin made me dance the Gopak before some top party officials. I had to squat down on my haunches and kick out my heels, which frankly wasn't very easy for me. But I did it, and I tried to keep a pleasant expression on my face. As I later told Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan, when Stalin says dance, a wise man dances. At these interminable, agonizing dinners, Stalin used to regale us with stories. I've never forgotten how he described his first exile. The tale helped explain why he drank so much. He was sent somewhere in Vologda province. Many political and criminal convicts were sent there. Stalin used to say, "There were some nice fellows among the criminal convicts during my first exile. I hung around mostly with the criminals. I remember we used to stop at the saloons in town. We *DC who among us had a ruble or two, then we'd hold our money up to the window, order something, and drink up every kopeck we had. One day I would pay, the next, someone else would pay, and so on, in turn. These criminals were nice, salt of the earth fellows. But there were lots of rats among the political convicts. They once organized a comrades' court and put me on trial for drinking with the criminal convicts, which they charged was an offense. I don't know what sort of sentence this comrades' court passed on Stalin. No one ever dared ask him. We just exchanged glances. Only afterward would we exchange remarks, such as, "You see, even in his youth, he was inchned to drink too much. It's probably inherited." Stalin had also told us stories about his father. He said his father was a simple shoemaker and that he drank a lot. He used to say that his father drank so much he had to sell his belt for drinking money, and a Georgian has to be in desperate straits before he will sell his belt. "My father sold his belt a number of times," said Stalin, "and when I was still in the cradle, he used to dip his finger in a glass of wine and let me suck on it. He was teaching me to drink even when I was still in the cradle." I don't know what's been written in Stalin's biography about his father, but in the early days of my career there was a rumor going around that his father wasn't a worker and simple shoemaker at all, but that he had a workshop with at least 10 employees under him. For those days that was a big enterprise. If this fact had been revealed during the purges in connection with anybody but Stalin, that person would have undergone an interrogation that would have made his bones rattle. People were very particular about your background after the revolution. If it was discovered that you came from a non-worker's background, you were con. 324. Considered a second-class citizen. This attitude was understandable. The working class is the most revolutionary and the most stable class in society. It has carried the weight of all the other classes on its shoulders throughout history. Therefore the people's attitude toward any class other than the proletariat has always been guarded and critical. Here's another sample of the kind of story Stalin used to tell. One winter I went on a hunt. I took my gun and crossed the Yenisei River on skis. I went about 12 versts. I saw some partridges sitting in a tree. To tell the truth, I didn't know they were partridges at first. I'd hunted partridges before, but I'd always thought they were field game and that they kept to the grass. Anyway, live and learn. I came nearer and started to shoot. I had 12 rounds and there were 24 partridges. I killed 12, and the rest just sat there. So I decided to go back for more shells. I went back, got some more shells, and returned. We were ready for him to say anything at this point. I arrived and they were still sitting there. I interrupted and asked, "What do you mean, they were still sitting there?" "That's right," he said, "they were still sitting there." Beria urged him to go on with the story. I killed the remaining 12 partridges, took a piece of string, attached them to it, tied the end of the string to my belt, and dragged them home with me. After dinner, while we were washing up before leaving, we were literally spitting with scorn in the bathroom. So he had made 12 versts on a winter day, killed 12 partridges, gone back and forth another 12 versts, shot 12 more partridges, and returned home another 12 versts. That's 48 versts on skis. Beria said, "Listen, how could a man from the Caucasus, who never had much chance to ski, travel a distance like that? He's lying." Of course he was lying. None of us had any doubt about that. It's hard to say why Stalin felt he had to lie. I don't know what motivated him. He must have had some sort of inner urge. This particular story was an entertaining lie and it didn't do the cause any harm, but he often lied in more serious conversations, too. As far as his boasts about his skill with a gun were concerned, I had even seen with my own eyes that Stalin couldn't shoot at all, much less kill 24 partridges with 24 shots. He once picked up a gun when we were having dinner at the nearby dacha and went outside to drive away some sparrows. All he succeeded in doing was wounding one of the Chekists in his bodyguard. Another time he was fiddling with a gun, and it went off and just barely missed killing Mikoyan. Stahn was sitting next to Mikoyan. The shot ripped into the ground and spewed gravel all over the table and all over Mikoyan. No one said a word, but we were all horrified. If there was anything worse than having dinner with Stalin, it was having to go on a vacation with him. To have dinner with him or to go on vacation with him was, of course, a great honor. But it was also a terrible physical strain. If only people realized what an ordeal it was, how much unpleasantness had to be swallowed in order to preserve relations. The friendliest relations always had to be demonstrated outwardly. You had to make this sacrifice. But putting up with the ordeal had its rewards and advantages, too. Conversations were always going on which you could use profitably and from which you could draw useful conclusions for your own purposes. After I started working in Moscow, Stalin frequently invited me to come along with him when he went to the Caucasus for a vacation. These frequent invitations were all part of his fear of being alone. Stalin must have liked me particularly, because before he left for vacation he would often call me up and say, "Let's go south. You need a vacation, too." "Good," I'd answer, "I'd be glad to come along." I clearly would have preferred not to go, but to have said so would have been absolutely unthinkable. I always went along and suffered. I once spent a whole month on vacation with him. He put me right next door to him. It was sheer torture. I had to spend all my time with him, sitting over endless meals. Whenever I 326 was offered up in sacrifice, Beria used to cheer me by saying, "Look at it this way, someone has to suffer, it might as well be you." Stalin usually vacationed in Sochi, and he used to let Voroshilov come dov to Sochi for old time's sake back when Voroshilov had been People's Commissar of Defense and still in Stalin's good graces. He built himself a huge, ostentatious dacha modeled by the Livadia Palace. Once I was vacationing by myself in Sochi, and is an insight into the qualities which bled Stalin to hold his own and argue closely and knowledgeably with Churchill and Roosevelt. Perhaps only Molotov could speak with authority on these. Here also are revealing glimpses, directed above all at Beria, of, he sort of undercover intriguing that went on all the time among Stalin's closest colleagues. The anecdote about the Georgian cook is comic relief of a high order. Who was then working in the UN, and asked him to find out as much as possible about Molotov's activities there. Did Molotov have a personal railway car in the USA? Of course Vyshinsky answered immediately that Molotov did not have, and could not have had, a railway car. I bring this incident up so that it will be clear what sort of eclipses came over Stalin's mind during his last years and what the atmosphere in the leadership was. As I've already described, as a consequence of Stalin's suspicion, Molotov and Mikoyan were put on ice after the 19th Party Congress. We were all very much alarmed about their fate. We knew that Stalin had thought up some scheme against them when he didn't include them in the bureau. After the Congress, Stalin began a policy of isolation against Mikoyan and Molotov. I personally took their removal from the inner circle very much to heart. I respected them both. I considered Molotov to be very experienced, especially in matters of foreign policy. He often talked about foreign policy matters in my presence, and he always expressed himself knowledgeably, logically, and forcefully. That's why I worried that his removal would affect the quality of the leadership's work. I also liked Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan. I valued his judgment on international matters, too, especially ones relating to foreign trade. After the 19th Congress, Mikoyan and Molo 333 Tov, continuing an old practice, used to come along when we got together with Stalin. They wouldn't bother to call Stalin and ask permission. They would find out whether Stalin was at the Kremlin or at his dacha and then simply appear. They were always allowed in, but it was obvious Stalin wasn't very glad to see them. They were trying to stay close to Stalin because they wanted to save themselves and not just save their positions in the party and the leadership. They wanted to stay alive. They were trying to regain Stalin's confidence. I realized the danger they were in, and was completely on their side. Then one day Stalin said, "I don't want these two coming around anymore." He gave orders to his staff not to tell Molotov and Mikoyan where he was. Afterward, Molotov and Mikoyan had a talk with Beria, Malenkov, and me. We agreed to try to soften Stalin's attitude toward them. We also agreed to notify them when Stalin was going out to the nearby dacha or coming into the Kremlin movie theater so that they could meet us there. For a while, whenever we went to the movies with Stalin, Molotov and Mikoyan showed up too. Stalin checked with his staff and was told that whenever Molotov and Mikoyan called, they were never told where he was, just as Stalin had ordered. Then Stalin noticed our maneuverings and figured out that we were acting as Molotov and Mikoyan's agents. One day he raised an uproar. He didn't accuse any of us by name, but he was looking mostly at Malenkov as he stormed, "You think I don't see how you let Molotov and Mikoyan know when we're going to the movies so that they can come along? Stop this. Stop telling them where I am. I won't tolerate it." We saw it was useless to persist. It wouldn't do Molotov and Mikoyan any good, and it might jeopardize our own positions in Stalin's eyes. No one wanted that. Stalin was irritated, and when that happened you could expect your relationship with him to take a sudden turn for the worse. So without bringing the subject up again among ourselves, we decided to wait for the natural outcome of this situation. I'm Khan.